Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Airy Sky Rita Lee's video blog. I'm Airy Sky, also known as Rita. Coffee time with Rita is going to be a little different today because we got a lot to cover this morning, and I've decided I want to get this out of the way early so I can go to my video game I'm working at, and I don't have to worry about all the other crap going on. So as you can see in the description, I actually took almost 200 words to actually put it together. They're allowing up to 5,000 words. So this morning the news came in the wire. Actually, it was nice and comfy this morning. I got to thank Sister Pee Wee again. As you all know, one of my early birthday presents coming up was pillows. Apparently Chloe keeps looking at them. I'm like, go buy your own damn pillows. I don't know what brand it is. Well, then go. I'll ask Pee Wee nicely. Maybe she'll tell me what brand it is, so Chloe can go buy her own. Because Chloe ain't getting mine. I won't. I mean, at night I basically sleep so sound in those. I mean, what Pee Wee has done for me has made me sleep a lot better than I was. I woke up this morning. The only thing I have is I wrap my arms around my pillows. Sometimes I wake up with the numb pillow, the numb arm movement in the morning. But anyways, this video is about talking about everything. We're not going to get into prepping. Let's just get the first part of the news out of the way first. President Biden this morning has been diagnosed again with coronavirus. So this is what I want to say. The media is going to basically sit there and use it saying, well, if old man Joe doesn't fall over dead from it, I don't mean any ill will towards the president or nothing. So if the Secret Service think I'm saying this, I'm not. I'm basically making a statement. I don't condone violence. So if anyone's thinking to do some harm, don't. I don't want to see you guys being knocked on your door, okay? I don't condone anyone trying to think about violence towards any person, okay? Now, President Biden gets coronavirus. The truth is this. The truth is that if he's gotten it a second time, he's going to be immune from the other ones, just semi-immune, even if he gets a booster. The thing is the Republican Party is going to use this and say, see, the man's got coronavirus twice or three times and it ain't deadly. We can treat it as a flu, which we can't. The problem is a lot of these fucking idiots in the freaking Senate and the Senate's right. I mean, literally. Let me put it to you this way. They turn around and you got coronavirus. I've had every variant, and guess what? Comes and goes. The only long-term side effects I have is tasting stuff. And that is something that people sit there and say, Rita, can you taste something? No, I can't because half the time I can't. And that's where it gets really complicated, So, for example, the other day, Chloe said to me something about, she said, oh, well, you should have enjoyed these, but then again, the truth is Chloe didn't enjoy them either, right? There's those hard seltzers. We tried some hard seltzers. So then the other day, I drank some old Rasputin. After like a week's worth, your body basically gets used to it. Well, Chloe picked up so much old Rasputin, right, that your body gets used to it. So you're like, oh yeah, anyways, excuse me for 1 second. So then on top of this, I just got to grab this. So on top of everything going on in the world, people are sitting there saying, oh, well, thing is the Republicans right now don't have much to stand on against the news agency. I'll tell you what's going on, okay? People sit there and say, I know Macabre, that's it. Macabre said the other day I should have more subscribers because there's too many people out there following the crap. Okay, let me tell you what's going on. Excuse me, I know this is probably rude to you all, but my ear bothers me. I clean it. It's been bothering me a lot lately for some damn reason. Higgins are transferring your ear problem to me. Just come on. A little humor there. So anyways, Chloe's got some chores to do. That's another reason why I'd like to get this done early. And I also got to figure dinner out tonight, Do I want mac and cheese to try? I got that Annie's mac and cheese. I got 3 different boxes to try. I haven't tried out yet for prepping purposes to see if I want to buy more. The other thing is people have emailed me, oh yeah, look at that crap. I just pulled out a blob wax. You see, I cleaned my ears like 3 days ago, okay? So let me just tell you what's going on, okay? I'm going to tell you what's going on. Give you the skinny and more wax. I mean, literally, I don't know how much wax I can pull out of this one. My ear, I was born with that problem, so, okay. That's like, what, Q-tip 2? So I always grab Q-tips in 4, but anyways, let's just get down to brass tacks, shall we? Oh, Maury, clean Bob. Every time I go and see the lady, the hearing lady, because I have hearing aids, I can't, she always updates the batteries. She looks in my ear and she always says, your left ear is always good and clean. Your right ear, you can do a little better, but then again, she goes and sucks it all out, and she's like, can you hear better? Thing is, I can barely hear, I think I'm getting worse, because the other day I was in the tub and Chloe's sitting there spouting stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, more crap. Look at that. There's so much wax buildup in this one. I've already went through, 5 Q-tips? I mean, literally, how much more do I got to go through, Let's see. So, I'm going to grab 2 this time. So, total of 5 Q-tips. Hopefully I can sit down. So, basically, people are sitting there, and they're asking me what we're doing about the problem, and I keep saying, well, there's 2 things you need to do. One, you need to prep just in case. But then again, people say, well, I'd like to know more about prepping before I go and spend money. Good point. So we'll get to that today. The second thing is President Biden, as I said, got sick. People are all in a panic about it, being like, oh, there it is. So it's the final clean thing of dryness. Can you believe all this crap? Okay, so basically President Biden turns around and gets sick, right? Second, third time, right? The Republicans are going to use this to their advantage to win, right? There's only 2 things the Republicans can use currently to win. They need the House and they need the Senate. Fortunately, they can win the House if they keep playing their cards. But the problem is most women are not going to go. Was that all that's left in my damn dip can? Yeah. I think Chloe opened this one up by mistake. Okay, so let me get my dip can. So basically what's going on is the American people, right? The American people are sitting there and they're basically walking into a volatile situation. The American people, there's 2 sides, okay? Side one literally turns around, right? I just saw a report about how certain people are trying to storm in and say that children are being brainwashed by drag queens like the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, etc. If that's the case, they're causing a lot of trouble for their party. They really want, if you're an Oath Keeper, Proud Boys, or QAnon member, your best bet for me to give you advice is leave these people alone right now. Otherwise, you're going to inflame the entire nation to go and make you guys terrorist groups, okay? Secondly, the news comes out and says the Republican Party is the thing is they can't win. Let me tell you what's going on play by play currently. What I call the playbook. Okay, this is coming up for the election. By the way, I want to say for all of you, there's a couple things going on. Okay, there's people out there on right-wing media, left-wing media. I'm not either. I'm basically telling you what's going on without being a media mogul or someone. There we go. Apparently I've got some freaking crap built up this morning, and I don't even smoke that much. Very few times do I smoke my pipe, So as a woman, let me just tell you what's going on, okay? disabled, poor, whatever. The American people are pissed off. Okay, they're literally pissed off. You have three types of people. You got the LGBT, 15 to 30 million people going to go buy the book, gays and lesbians, bis, trans. And by the way, it doesn't matter if they're Latino, it doesn't matter if they Asiatic descent or freaking American descent or colored or non-colored or whatever. They're going to go full steam. They're going to go full steamrolling ahead, basically in a steamroller. And everyone's going to be steamrolled. That's part of the voters. Now, the quota voters, the Republicans in the House said, oh, we better basically give them same-sex marriage. But even if you quell same-sex marriage and give interracial marriages, there's another problem. Now they got to worry about transgendered health care and being treated equal. So if they go, the Republicans in the House say we need to treat them equal, and they're cutting themselves away from the MAGA GOP, then what's going to happen is the GOP in the Senate is going to lose, and the GOP that split away in the House of Representatives will be, usually might keep their seats, and they might be able to wait until 2 years. The thing is if they keep doing what they're doing, the GOP in the House could probably think that they're going to lose. But the other problem is the GOP, the people in the GOP also are getting finance backing by big business. The Senate claims that they're not getting big business backings anymore. They're getting mom and pop backings. The big businesses actually are funding some of the GOPs, and they're split. So basically, if the big business goes in and says, look, that we're going to get these people voted out, you're going to basically see there's going to be a blue wave, because the big businesses are saying, look, we'll give you everything you want in the Democratic Party if you give us what we want. We want to make money off abortion pills. Okay, we'll pass that for you. And if the Senate does it, they'll pass it as soon as the Senate's flipped blue. Fully blue, and they get enough voting in, right? Then the big business turns around and says, we need to not ban sex changes. And then the Republicans will fight it, and then the Democrats, because they have both houses and Senate, will pass it. And then they'll pass it. And then they say, okay, well, now we can make millions of dollars, in the taxpayers basically giving men cooters and women fallows or peonies. And I'm not against the trans community. I'm just saying I am giving you the facts here. Big business is literally looking to basically dump their Republican Senate counterparts, because the Senate counterparts had the Republican Party do this. And now the Republican Party thinks that, or the big business thinks that the Supreme Court's going to crap on them for everything. So the Republicans are sitting there panicked. They're panicked to the point that they don't know what they're doing. So they're sitting there going, nope, not going to budge, because they think that they're doing the right thing. But who are they doing it for? Catholic Church? The Anglican Church? The Presbyterian Church? The Orthodox Church? Which church? Which one are they doing? I mean, literally, they're living in a bitter Old Testament. The Old Testament says, Jesus came down and got rid of the Old Testament. He says, I'm here to give you a New Testament. What happened? Now these idiots want to sit there and say, oh, well, the thing is we're going to have a blue wave. And that's not including people sitting there and asking me again, oh, why should we prep? It's always good to prep every month, or every year, prep at least 3 to 6 months food supply in case. Now, a lot of people have emailed me again going, oh, it's almost the end of the month. Do we get food stamps still? When I say, I don't know, I have to look it up, because frankly, I have to look it up, and I can't look it up, And they turn around and say, oh, well, you can't do this all the time. The point is you got to look it up. How do you sit there and say, oh, I'll look it up, and you don't? I mean, literally, I looked it up the other day. I found zilch. I mean, literally, I found nothing. People are asking about, So, Then they're talking about giving pandemic EBT food release for people that care that have children. Literally for the summer. So every year they sit there and say we're giving back a back pandemic relief. Say Mark, how goes it? And pandemic relief, and every year they do this in the state of Washington. People ask about it, and then they get back pay for it, even in July. And then all of a sudden, the end of the month, or we're getting our extended food stamps. It's given month by month now. Personally, President Biden having coronavirus, as Mark would say, he didn't wear the mask properly. Hello, Gabby. Hello, Boon Boon. Good morning. I would take Boon Boon out for Gabby, but the problem is Bun Bun's not going to get out when he's eating right now. Sorry to say. He was dancing this morning saying, "Feed me, Seymour, feed me." Little shop of horrors. All right, so basically we got that done. Prepping is something you need to think about. Oh, and we're going to go over some prepping tips today. One of my tips is always check your news feeds where you purchase your stuff to see if their prices change. Of course, I always check. The second thing is people say where's the recession? There isn't one. Like I said the other day, how you doing, Mark? So I got to tell you a story about my father-in-law. What a dick. So last night I was on the phone with him. I said, let's get some movie time in. We talked about politics to yesterday's news. And he said, yelled at me for freaking 15 minutes, so loud. I put the phone down, went to use the toilet, and he was still yelling. I could hear him. Literally screaming and yelling about, it's nice I give him steaks, and it's nice to give him the TV shows and movies and everything, but, he's yelling at me about his time. Everyone takes my fucking time. People need to pay me for my fucking time. No one pays me for my time. You don't see me bitching about it. Literally, I don't even want to talk to the son of a bitch. I know Gabby's probably sitting there going, oh my God. Yeah, literally. He gets free internet for free streaming services from me, Gabby. And he fucking has to yell at me 15 minutes saying I'm a needy fucking person. And I speak to my sister once a week. He says, can't we do it? Really? Then text me the fucking movies you want me to watch and I'll leave you the fuck alone, you son of a bitch, selfish bastard. I was so mad I hung up, basically. I said, let's just get to the fucking movie. I ain't going to talk to the little bastard. All he's worried about is himself. I can see him literally telling his kid that he doesn't like his kid. And he hates his kid. And he doesn't want a kid. He literally told that he didn't want a child. Oh, yeah, I need to get, So basically, let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? I need to let Higgins knows we're live. Zoe knows I'm live. I think Zoe is, but she's basically, I don't know what Zoe's doing. Sorry. Zoe last night said she was apartment hunting. She sent me a picture. Well, really cute, Sent me a picture, and that was it. She said something about apartment hunting. So apparently retro obsession of the 80s is going away, So, has anyone heard the news about Hunter Biden being investigated for like tax fraud and stuff? Literally, this is stuff is like, So basically what I wanted to share with you, 20,000 bounty, what for? Wow. So you get 20 grand if you beat Halo with a Halo 2 in the hardest settings without dying. So Chloe's gonna walk Moppy to the park, but let's just continue. So poor dog needs a haircut, and I can't even see his eyeballs.
of fact, I'm getting stuff ready right now for a haircut. When I get a haircut, I'm changing my swimsuit.
American and United Airlines turns to profitability. That's probably because the news is that they're basically double, triple booking. Hear about that guy that's suing Hotel.com, everyone? The news is he basically is suing because he went and got to get his room and they double booked him. I'm glad I wasn't there. I would have freaking cracked my cane on the damn table and tell the motherfucker to give me another room, higher quality room, and they couldn't do it because they're full because of this thing. And which reminds me, I'd like to discuss something since Mark's here and Gabby's here and probably Macabreeze is watching too. Hey, Mac, you got any good comments to post? I love that one you posted the other day. That made my day. So, want to make my day again? Throw out their new comment. All right. So, basically, the deal is this. People are complaining about prepping. They're prepping. They're like, we're prepping because there's going to be a collapse in the banking system. No one knows what's going to happen, so always be prepared. But the problem is some of these preppers online you listen to turn around and make a living doing it. They sit there and say, oh, yeah, we're going to have a nuclear war in 6 days. You need to do this. Oh, by the way, buy my crap here at my website. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not going to sit there and buy your crap on a website when I don't need to buy junk from your website. You see where I'm going with this? People sit there and say, oh, but Rita, no, it's true. Hopefully it doesn't get too hot today, but if it does, I got a sports bra ready to go, okay? It's literally was miserable. I think I don't know what it is. I think it's basically, I think what we got to do is keep all the windows open, including Chloe's door open to bring in the circulation. I mean, eventually we're going to either me and Chloe's going to have to clean the living room up a bit and open that damn window right there, which I don't want to do, you know? I mean, literally, what happens is the sun sits here and magnifies on the window. Then the window basically brings in the heat, and the heat blows in the fan, and the fan blows it into me, and then I roast to the point of no return. I mean, literally, they built this fucking building where it's like, you know, everyone on this side of the wall in the morning gets baked. I mean, the guy upstairs, freaking cripple, we call him now. He basically sits there and he's got the window hitting his son too, and it bakes him upstairs. And the heat from us goes upstairs and then wedges him in, and he's got the windows open. I mean, it doesn't work, you know. and then they're like, well, we need to prepare. Let me put it this way. If you're going to prep, you need to prep for other reasons. For example,
okay.
Here, give me him for a second. I'm taking.
Here. Take him. Here, Moppy, over here. Take the leash.
Come here. Oh, what? I know you. Yeah, you did that on purpose. Come here. Yeah, well, you know what? You do that on purpose because you want to get paid. You always do this to me. I pick you up, you whimper. So I just wanted to show the guys the Moppy, you know. He's still around, needs a haircut, though. Okay, go down. There you go.
All right, Mops, let's go. We're going out.
So, anyways, basically the politics side of things, okay? People are prepping and they say, oh, well, we don't need to prep because, you know, let me put it this way. You always prep just in case they test you. Say there's a massive heat wave, like it's hitting the world, right? And you're sitting at home and you don't think the prep, you know, and all of a sudden power goes out. Maybe your power grid was overburdened with the air conditioners all over the country, and all of a sudden they get their bill and they're bitching about, oh, I'm going Republican because of my electric bill. Well, let me put it to you this way. People can't blame their electric bill, okay? This is the problem with these fucking idiots, okay? Now, a lot of people out there say, oh, well, you know, let me tell you what's going on, okay? There's multiple reasons why bills are so high. And I'm here to tell you why, okay? The truth is here's how the bills work. How you doing, Gabby, honey? You doing okay? I had a dream last night. I kept calling Zoe honey, too, for some reasons. Yeah, I had a dream last night. It was like honey this and honey that for some damn reason. I woke up this morning going, damn, you know. But anyways, how you doing, hon? You doing okay? How's Tara J? She get through her surgery okay? I know you talked to her. Anyway, so basically people sit there and say, well, we're the prick, Think of it this way, okay? People are not morons. Fucking country's bred of it feels like this fucking country's inbred with hillbilly hick incest rednecks because basically they're stupid. And the way I see it is people sit there and want to vote Republican, go for it, but it's their fucking fault. Problem is, half the fucking problems in this country are their fucking fault. And then I blame both parties for it. Not fucking one party, but both. But I also blame these idiots that freaking don't know what they're doing. I mean, let me put it to you this way. People sit there and they want to go Republican, right? I believe Sister Gabby lives in a Republican state, but Gabby can't sit there and say, well, I'm voting Republican. I'm using Gabby as an example this morning because gas prices are high. Well, let me ask you something, okay? Hypothetically, Gabby knows my hypotheticals. Gabby goes out. She decides to take her and her, I think it's 5 or 6 kids out to camping for, say, 2 weeks at a national park. She jumps in her nice motorhome and she drives across country. She goes and enjoys herself, makes good memories with her kids, gets home and bitches about gas price, right? Hypothetically. Whose fault is it for taking the trip? Gabby's. Whose fault is it to travel all the way across the country and drain the gas supply reserves or whatever, right, Gabby? So basically, hypothetically, it's the citizen's fault for not staying in and being like, look, I'm not going to be paying this type of price for gas. But no, they got to blame everything for everyone. Then you got the panickers, worried of World War III, worried about nuclear war, worried about the crash of the financial system, the crash of hackers, this, and this. Again, whose fault is it? It's the preppers. They're like, you're going to go prep now, otherwise we're going to all go hungry and die. And guess what happens? Do we all go hungry and die? Maybe. But then the preppers go and drain all the groceries. And by the way, hypothetically, again, from all my contacts, mostly blue states are full. Red states are empty. Think of it from this point of view. The red states are basically saying, you better prep now, we better prep now, we better prep now. There's something going on between red states and blue states. Blue states are fully stocked. I went to the store the other day. I actually went to the store. I left my house. Mark and Gabby. I actually got my shoes on and got on my jammies and I went to the store and, well, I haven't heard from Tara J in a few days either. They haven't been on lately. So, hopefully they're well. Thing is, people need to be open-minded. I hope Tara J's okay. I hope people are open-minded because look at it. Red states, I don't know what it's like in Gabby's state. I can't just sit and say, Gabby's with us today. Gabby's the boots on the ground for her state. So, hon, how is it? Empty, full, semi-full, semi-half full? And Tara J's in another, I think Tara J's in Kansas. So if we get those numbers, we can tell you. Ohio is completely full, pretty much. Mark said it last time. It's nearly full. Poppy said in his 3 counties that he travels, dumbass he is, full. Everywhere I go, it's full, but at the same time, everything is full. Why? Because in our states, it's pickup only. They're not going to ship you 20 cases of soup unless you pay like $2 a can for the soup, then they'll ship it. Otherwise, they're trying to cut out any food purchases that you want to order from Walmart, pickup. And then on top of that, Walmart's losing subscribers for their Walmart Plus program because they can't get food delivered. Yeah. Literally, I was at Walmart yesterday trying to put an order together, right? All pickup. In the end, I emptied my trash can, went to Walmart's customer service. They're really good. And I said to them, what makes you think you want to sell me? Because I do this like once a week. Sell me a membership when you go to it. And it says pick up. And they're like, well, there's so many people prepping and our warehouses are empty. So we're taking our warehouse inventory for shipping them canned goods and and food products and sending it to the stores to maintain balance, whereas you got to do pickup. I'm sorry to say, but if that's your excuse, then you're not getting my money for a membership. And they're like, oh, well, you should think about the people that have to handle this, our workers. And I said, oh, gee, lady, can you accept links? Because maybe you should Google my address. The lady literally Googled it and says, oh, my God. I said, why do you think I rely on freaking groceries? When you have a pickup lock only and I can't do it, I'll go through Amazon. Well, apparently Amazon's still making a killing. Target's trying to get in on the food stamp acceptance. But everywhere you go, it's pickup only. The other day, I was ordering something online at Kroger. As I was ordering it, sold out. Yeah, I shop at Kroger online / Fred Meyer. So basically, Pee Wee and I were talking about um, everything that, me and Pee Wee were talking the other day about orders, and I said I just can't get anything, delivered from Walmart. And literally, every time I want something, they say, oh, well, we can't do that. I mean, literally, the other day, Chloe said to me nicely, oh, I want some chili. Can you look it up online so I can order it on food stamps at Walmart? So I went to look up chili, and there was no chili. Zero chili. Chili was pickup only. That's the thing. If you're buying cases and cases and cases of something and it's sold out, I mean, everything at most of the grocery stores online and diverting their products to pickup only, you know. And so basically, I was talking to someone about cases and cases. And again, you can pay like $1.26. I mean, literally what they're doing is they're literally forcing everyone to pick up. And then people are still going with Walmart or Amazon. And that's because Amazon will stick everything in a box, even with their short staff, throw it in, seal it up, and send it out, which means they're making more money still than freaking Walmart. Walmart might be the one that goes down the toilet faster because, Walmart's forcing everyone to do pickup. I mean, literally. I mean, I was looking at a 55-inch TV the other day. My TV is getting old, as everyone knows, just hypothetically. Pickup only. Sorry to say, but you used to basically stick a 75-inch shipping label on a fucking 75-inch TV and ship it out. My bedroom TV, my office TV. I mean, literally, it's like they're fucking forcing you at Walmart to do it. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not giving Walmart my business. I mean, Pee Wee's awesome. She's like, oh, Walmart's got good customers. So far, Amazon has been very good to me when it comes to, like, stuff. But, like I complained about boxes of mac and cheese, being basically completely crushed. They just sent me like 2 6-packs, It's like, here you go. Cool. But my thing is my thing is there's nothing available. That's why people say to me, oh, well, you could go. Really? You expect me to go 42 miles? It was the crow's flies to get to Walmart just to get groceries, and we're limited on carrying capacity, even with 2 shopping carts, which could cost $150. Then I went to the grocery store, and it was the same. So think of the prepping. You got to basically prep. You do it that way, Now, I know Gabby can make the joke with Tara J about her mac and cheese indulgences. But, good mac and cheese goes a long way. All right, so I had to clean my mouse. So basically, everything I wanted was sold out. Yeah, everything I wanted was sold out. So now I'm looking at this, I just want to see some of my requests, my buy it again. Because I can actually do that. I'm just looking. So basically, everything I bought, I bought for I bought for prepping reasons, but sometimes Amazon will freaking rip you off, so you gotta be careful. That's why, sometimes there's like an investigation, but thing is, you gotta ask yourself if you can't get certain items in, it's because people are freaking stockpiling it faster and faster. And so your selection's getting up, but that's because people aren't um are not manufacturing it, so you got to prep a lot more. Sorry, I'm not trying to have a brain fart. I'm just trying to look up the supply and demand of the food. So basically, I got okay. So this one here, I guess this isn't that good because they're offering me up to 30 cases of that. So when they offer 4 cases, it's basically a popular thing. So but something that isn't popular, well, that's when you can stockpile the shit out of it and not worry. Like this here, they're offering me 30 cases of this because some people just sit there and say, oh, so, but my thing is why would you want to pay for 30 cases? This one is usually ships within 1 to 6 months. So they basically got rid of that basically completely. So you always got to look at shipping too. And that's one thing me and Higgins were talking about. This one, can you actually order not 10? So it's semi-popular, but people are they're figuring that one out. So, and this one is popular. So, yeah. So basically, you got to prep and you got to keep prepping. So, anyways, let's get on to the discussion about the politics and what's going on. I want to get out of here eventually, because, the comments are important to me, but without comments, I leave because, well, I get everything done faster. So basically, the Republican Party is sitting there. They're sitting on their ass, okay? The Republican Party in the Senate, sitting on their ass. The Republican Party in the U.S. House of Representatives basically is trying to save um, their own seats by voting for same-sex marriage, voting for contraceptions to allow it, voting for, and that's because also big business is pushing them. Big business is paying for them. Big business can't get the Senate to pass it because the Senate's got other issues. Then we got a problem, Feeling kind of gassy this morning. It's probably that coffee this morning, I'll take my med this morning, see if that helps. Anyways, my med's somewhere. I don't know where Chloe moved it this time. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is the American people are ready, right? They're ready to see what's going to happen, okay? So let me tell you what every party's got going for them. Here it is. And then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Gabby, I hope you enjoy this if you're still with me, because just as Sister Tara J would say, keep an open mind. So as you know, God's told me outright, there's going to be a blue wave. The idiots are basically fighting it. Reason for a blue wave is if the Senate does not pass any quote unquote from now until election time, think they can use the inflation, recession, gas prices, and food prices to their advantage, they're wrong. Women are so pissed off that women are not going to give up their rights as a woman to be told. I know Gabby wouldn't be told, we're sorry, we're going to use Gabby. Gabby's gorgeous, by the way. So it's Gabby knows this would be a compliment as beautiful as Gabby is. I know she's probably blushing. To be told, sorry, Gabby, we need you for breeding purposes. So you're going to pop out 50 more babies until you're 80 years old. Gabby wouldn't mind doing it, but at the same time, Republican Party does not want any white. Gabby's white, by the way. They don't want any woman. It doesn't matter if you're overweight, underweight, middleweight, whatever. They want you to basically be a baby popper. And I'm not talking Gabby in general. I'm talking about the Republican stooges in the Senate. Okay, The Democratic House and the Republican House of Representatives, the Congress, basically is passing joint bills. Why are they doing this? I'll tell you. To save face. If they could sit there and say, see, we want to pass these for our fellow people because same-sex marriage is right, interracial marriage is right, contraceptive is right, abortions are right. And the Senate goes, nope, we're not going to pass all of it. Nope, we're in recession. Look what happened. People sit there and say Biden's approval rating may be down, but has anyone ever heard anyone complaining lately about gas prices? Look, when gas prices back in the day when I grew up, it was like 77 cents a gallon, okay? No one complained about 77 cents. When my mom was paying $1.22 for diesel, she didn't complain. She never complained, When people say, God, $2 a gallon, go to, people started complaining about it. You know what complaining about? I'll tell you who's complaining about it. Literally, I'll tell you who's complaining. The average worker, okay, is complaining about it. The ones that have to do the long commutes. But the ones that work in town and stuff, they don't complain. They just hop a bicycle and go, right? And they lock their bike up. Whereas the ones that have the long commutes are the ones complaining. They complain because that's all they do is they complain. They complain because, well, it is what it is, right? Thing is, look at these wealthy fuddy-duddies. Oh, your gas is so high, I'm going to vote Republican. The only reason gas is so damn fucking high is Peckerwood's like the fucking rich fucking suck it up faster and faster. Let me put it this way. We have 5 trillion gallons of fucking oil left in the world. It's non-renewable unless you want to wait several eons, right? So what are they doing? They're fucking putting it in their freaking 100,000 gallon super yachts and sucking it up. What if one day they're driving along and their yacht goes and then it's sitting in the middle of the storm and the storm sinks it. And everyone's sitting there and super yachts are now sinking like crazy because there's no fuel. What are you going to do then? Change it all over to electric batteries? I mean, literally, a yacht battery, the power of a yacht that size could basically cost probably $10 million. You can change that. I mean, literally, the principle is people don't realize what's going on in the world. And let me tell you, there's got to be other alternative carriage sources, motorized carriages is what they used to call cars, okay? I'm not going the old route for saying it today. And yet, we can go back to sailing ships. It'll just take longer during certain seasons so we don't have hurricanes. Yeah. And then, let's just talk about the economy, okay? Recession. They're sitting here, we're going to break everything on the recession, really. Prices are going down on food. Food's going down. You expect someone's going to sit there and say, I'm going Republican because our T-bone's $30 a pound. Well, excuse me, the packing plants have 2 to 4 year wait. People are sitting around blaming the freaking people. Oh, well, I'm going Republican because of food prices. Going Republican because of the food prices. The fucking truth of the fucking real truth of the matter is you guys don't open your eyes to realize the preppers are taking everything. You can blame me for your mac and cheese going up a bit. You can blame me for this, but you don't see me prepping and stockpiling gas like Brother Higgins. No. Then you have, Higgins is awesome, by the way. Then you have people sitting there going, oh, has anyone ever read RV reviews, for example? People sit there and say, oh, well, the thing is, you get quality RVs, you get shitty RVs. Most of them are shitty. People buy them, want to go out because they're tired of being cooped up in their apartments, and all of a sudden they get a lemon. And then they go online. They find out that it's not just them, it's others. And people don't want to work, so they're staying home. So they have to cut corners. Airstream's like, 12 months to 24 months or longer out. Other fifth wheel companies are 1.5 to 2 years out. I mean, literally, there is no employee. Ford's about to cut people. Ford can cut 8,000 people, but people say, oh, it's the recession. Oh, Ford's got to cut because of the recession. The Republicans are using that card. But the truth is, if you read the whole Ford report, what's it saying? We're cutting it to get ready and rev up electric productions. We don't need that many people putting together electric cars. I'm sorry, but you're cutting 8,000 jobs. You know what? The American people are not going to go with Ford. Ford's going to be dead. Found on road dead. Why? Because people don't want a fucking electric car. I mean, let me put it this way. You think if Gabby got offered a car, quote unquote, and it was paid for, do you think she's going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I want the cute little electric car? No, she's going to want a fucking gas guzzler because it tells her personality that says, don't fuck with me, I'm a woman. 2 is I want to fucking expend my fuel. And 3 is I don't have extra repair costs for a fucking electric car battery, which is $10,000. You see, fucking economy has been doing great. And they're claiming recession. They're using the recession card. But if the president can keep it, or not the president, if the government agencies, the Biden administration could lower it, there's not going to be any problems between now, July 21st, to election night. We're going to watch and see what happens. That's all we can do. People can sit there, oh, well, you're a man in a dress. You're not a real woman. You know, this person here is hot, cute. She's a real woman. And she, you know, because some of them basically want to think the cute trannies are real women. Thing is we're all women, okay? The problem is I don't push my views. What I'm pushing is the fact that people are sitting there pissed. And the Republican Party is trying to use that to say, look, we're going communist if we accept, quote unquote, transgenderism and no abortions and yada, yada, yada. But you know what? There's a lot of pissed off women out there saying, look, and this is how it's going to play out. I call it the playbook. So let's get to it, shall we? Playbook goes like this. And the playbook goes like this. The House of Representatives are going to try to save their seat, save their ass in the midterms. All seats are up. What are they doing? Nothing. They're literally, the Senate's not doing anything, right? The House Republicans, they're saving their own ass by basically stepping up and saying, we need to pass these now. That'll quell the population for the Senate. The U.S. House of Representatives. The Senate, of course, is going to topple itself. It's going to basically topple itself and flip blue. There's going to be a blue wave because the Republicans in the House of Representatives don't want to represent their party because there's 2 factions of it. You got the MAGA party and the non-MAGA party. The normal average GOP is in the U.S. House of Representatives. They're going to vote the people out. And the Republicans say, oh, yeah, we got this in the bag. The economy, we're going to take both back House and Senate. But then they didn't account for the freaking... And this is what they've been saying, right? Before Roe was overturned. And now they basically can't sit there and be like, we're not taking account of all the pissed off women. Not to mention 30 million LGBTs that know that, you know... literally, unless this was the plan for Thomas to basically leak it himself and say, look, this is what they're planning to do if we don't vote. Literally, Thomas is basically happy to get that damn bill passed for same-sex marriage. Because if they basically make it unconstitutional, they're saying that any marriage between a man and a woman, or a woman and man, woman and woman, man and man, that are interracial is null and void too. Not including interracial and same-sex marriage, but The thing is, every morning, basically, you got to think about the future. And the future doesn't look good. And then you have these people with the playbook saying, look, we did our part. And they passed across party lines the bills that needed to protect the voters. What's the Senate do? Oh, we'll look it over, but more likely, abortions, nope, we need them women for breeding purposes. Oh, this same-sex marriage, we might be able to work on that. Realizing that if we basically don't do interracial marriage. Guess what happens? Old Mitch McConnell, he's going to sit there and say, oh, well, we can't pass it, right? Thing is, if he basically passed a bill denying interracial marriage, his marriage would be invalid too because he married an Asian. I think a Chinese woman or something, Vietnamese, something like that, but Asian, right? His would be invalid. Have you ever noticed that? He wants to fuck over everyone else's life, but he doesn't want to fuck up his. So he sits there and thinks if he sits on it, he doesn't have to do anything. I mean, literally. And then they buy the playbook, they turn around and they say, we're need to pass the protections for these, right? The thing is, the Senate is basically sitting out there saying they got this white man agenda that makes women slaves, black slaves, tranny slaves, anything else that they want because they don't want them to have anything. They're like, they're going to. But you got 2/3 of the country in this country's women. They're pissed. They're freaking pissed. 3% of this country supports baby protections. Birthing and lives matter. 3%. The rest are saying, fuck you, we're going to the polls. The LGBT community, they're going to the polls. Why? Because they're pissed. The playbook is, if the Senate doesn't do anything, and 6 days ago they passed Roe versus Wade codifying it? Nope, not going to happen. We need them for breeding purposes. 4 days later, they passed the Marriage Act, which basically includes the interracial same-sex marriage pass. Senate's going to sit on it. Today, they passed contraceptions are needed. By the way, has anyone realized that most of these bills that they're passing is also what big business wants? And yet, their big business is being told to fuck off because in the end, look what they're trying to do. They're trying to take away big business, right? But when they take away big business, they take away mom and pop shops anyways, makes the country communist. So you do the math. What's that telling you? Tells you right there they're screwed up to no point of no return. So the playbook is if they don't basically pass anything in the Senate after the House did a joint session or joint voting, and they all across they went and reached across party lines to get this done. And the Senate sits on it. The damn fucking problem is the U.S. fucking Senate. And that's where the women are going to turn around and say my rights matter more than your fucking rights. But then we're getting to the crux of the real interesting part of the political spectrum of the storm. And besides, I think you guys are going to enjoy this because I am the most. And because everyone left. So I think this is perfect time to finish up because no comments mean I can finish this up and I can leave. But I want to enjoy what I'm saying. So here goes. So basically, the American people basically are sitting there royally pissed off to no end. Why? The political spectrum is this. That not only you got the LGBT community pissed off as pissed off can be, you got all these women pissed off that they're being told by the Republican Party that they are you ready for this? Third-class citizens. And then, are you ready for this? I love talking about this. Then, because the Republican Party's turning around and sitting on their ass for everything and everything, then the American people turns around, and what happens? Basically, they're pissed off. They sit there, right? You got these fucking Republican jackasses now sitting there saying, We have enough, hey, doc, DOK, hey, hi, doc. Then they turn around and what happens? They're sitting there, they're going to take away your guns. You know what the women said? Women said they would fucking vote the Republicans out to take away the men's fucking biggest pride and joy, their fucking guns. Not their fucking little cocks or their fucking big cocks, but their fucking guns. All semi-automatic rifles gone. Bye-bye. If you're going to make women fucking slaves, we're going to take away your fucking ability to own an AR. Women's like, we can't trust people because they fucking believe the AR-15's untouchable. Supreme Court said we'll make it fucking fully 100% ban. The Republicans are the Republicans are using this card. The Democrats said, look, we got several options here. If you want your rights to be restored, we're gonna have to do it 3 different ways. You're gonna go to the voting poll. You're gonna vote them out. Meanwhile, we're gonna impeach the fucking 3 senators or the 3 Catholic judges that lied. And we might impeach 4th and 5th one just because. Then you got them saying, besides us impeaching them, we want your vote. How you doing, Doc? We want your vote. How are we going to get it? Simple. Your rights are being under attack. What happened? Every LGBTQ movement's basically waiting. And if the U.S. Senate doesn't fucking get off their ass, the U.S. Senate's Republicans are gone. They're out. Because the House of Representatives, those GOP members went full force. Most of them voted cross-party lines. All those bills those rights were taken away. They went and said this is the right thing to do. Even their constituents said do it. The Senate, they're like, oh no, we're with mom and pops. Nothing's going to harm us. Nothing. No, and they think there's a red wave. But the problem is there is no red wave. Let me ask you, the audience watching this today. Do you see fucking prices going down? I do. Do you see gas prices going down? I do. So how is the Republicans going to win a recession? I mean, literally, how are they going to win? Let me put it to you this way. The Republicans don't know what's coming down the pipe on a blue wave. The women are pissed. And the women are so pissed, they'll take away their husband's fucking rifles because they're fucking pissed. I mean, literally, men think that a fucking woman's there to fucking cook for them and fucking spread their legs. That's it. You think that's what a woman is? If you want a fucking man, if you're a fucking man that wants a woman's legs spread and to cook, go find yourself a post-operative tranny woman. They'll fucking cook for you and spread their legs every fucking day. At least they can't have kids. My point being, you want a fucking slave, go get one of them. But no, you want to tell them that they got to be the housewife. You see, what the Republicans think they're doing is they want to take away the women's rights, right? Meaning they're at home. Everyone's a homebody again. The men's the only one, the breadwinners, right? And maybe we can bring up an offspring, more women, by having home wives again. When women's rights started to take off, men were throwing a fit. Now men want that back. I mean, think of it this way, okay? What they want to do is they want to make women more subservient and submissive. And I'm okay, Doc. How have you been? Anyways, like I said, they want to make women submissive. I mean, look. They want to take away women's voting rights. They want to take away blacks' voting rights. They want to do all this. It's on the table. They're talking about it, right? This is what's fueling the blue wave. Now, there's 2 ways you can fix the blue wave. One is to get a red wave. Is basically shut up and say we're not going to do any of this when they're secretly they are. Maybe the American people will be stupid to buy it with the Republicans, but when they open their mouth, they insert foot, they get in trouble. 2, they just come out with their entire agenda and say, well, you know, which again is bullshit. I mean, literally what we're dealing with is some idiotic bozos, right? I mean, let me put it to you this way. Inflation's gone up. No, most people are getting deals, right? Deals. They're always looking for deals. I mean, the bottom line is, like I said, the playbook is they're playing this so good right now that I don't think they can lose. I mean, literally, the AR-15s, the women are pissed. They'll take away the men's guns. Because once the men's unarmed, they think that their men are powerless just like them because of it. That's the thing. Oh, not to mention that everyone thinks that if their guns are taken away, there'll be civil war. They say they need the gun in case the Democrats dissolve the filibuster. I'm sorry to say, but the Republicans are the fucking problem, and the Democrats. They're both vying for those seats. And the Democrats basically know that there's a lot of angry citizens of this country. 2/3 plus women are basically pissed. The LGBTQ's pissed. And every time you turn around, you hear parents pissed off going to vote Democrat because they want their kids to be safe and healthy and happy. And that, here's this, right? Here's the kicker here. I'm going to be doing some research soon, but here's the kicker. So far, I've learned that anyone between the ages of 4 and 17 that are transgender, truly transgender, denying their transgender child's health care in a red state is 45% more likely to be committing suicide, even at a young age, because they cannot be who they are. Yeah, most kids, I've never seen a child yet or heard about child suicide from 4 years on up, so I don't know. But I say it's more likely. I mean, look. The American people need to realize what's going on in the world. That's the thing. Basically, look around. The American people are pissed. I mean, look at it. The country is at the country's at a juncture. That juncture is gasoline, electric cars, Democrats. Has anyone ever read the fucking full electric car / gasoline diesel reports, huh? And my cousin's like, oh, you need to read the reports before you could talk about it. Guess what? I don't see him fucking talking about it. I see him driving around in a $90,000 pickup truck going, yo, I'm cool. Well, I'm sitting here doing the research. Research is we'll be out of gasoline by 2067. More likely by 2040 if we keep fucking sucking it up. People are making a point, and then the bitch are going to vote the people out. I mean, look. In the 1980s and the 1990s, the government was warned that we're running out of oil. They didn't care, oil was cheap and it made people go. But they also knew that as a backup, they put in electric power grids all over the fucking states for fucking electric buses, trains, trams, and stuff. Look at other countries. Let me tell you about my sister, Charlotte. She lives in Melbourne, Australia. Melbourne. They run out of petrol. All they got to do is build more train stations from one point to the next, and the electric grid, expand the electric grid, and basically put in some new electric power plants. Here, that's the thing. People are bitching, oh, I'm going to go vote Republican because my electric bill's high. Did you know the electric is the cheapest in the world, basically? The people say, oh, my electric is this much money. My electric's this much money. You know why Texas, for example's electric is so damn fucking high? It's because they're on their own power grid. And so basically, because they're not wanting to integrate into the U.S. other power grid, they want to be separate, quote unquote, guess what happens? They're paying more. But at the same time, they're using more too. They think, oh, we live in a great state, but what if they tax the freaking power grid somehow and it blows out? Maybe it blows out because of massive heat wave. Whose fault is it? Not the power companies. Power companies can put in more power. They can put in oil burning power. But then your gas would, people say, oh, but we need our gas because we need to drive. So they skip it. They could turn around and put in they could basically hire miners to go mine all the coal in the world and then put in coal power plants for the next 400 years. And then keep demolishing them and building it like Sim City, and you'd have clean coal power. But the problem is you get these energy douchebags saying if you do that, you're polluting the ozone and damaging it more. Well, the other thing is you put in solar, but solar might last 20 or 30 years before you got to change the solar panels. Then what do when the polymer runs out to make the solar panels because the oil's gone? I mean, think of what's going to happen to this entire country's population. Think of what's going to happen in this fucking world, right? You sit there and you worry about your fucking inflation when the fucking world's going down the shitter fast. This could be the end of the world. Someone says, oh, we're going to have World War III. Really? Then go listen to that son of a bitch, because what I'm about to say is more damaging to this world than anything else in the fucking world. Nuclear war won't happen. Not on our soil, and surely it won't happen on enemy soil. They know that these are used as just a threat deterrent. They would never launch them because they know millions of lives will be at stake, or billions. The next thing, you ready for the next thing that will cripple this country? Running out of fucking oil. They have to find alternatives. Now, some people say, oh, well, I'd never drive a electric pickup. The electric pickup's the only thing you have, and you have to pay $10,000 battery. You can fucking walk or ride a bike or a trike, because here's what's going to happen to the end of the third industrial revolution's going down the shitter. It's going bye-bye. Do you know this? It's going completely and thoroughly bye-bye. I'm not lying. People sit there and say I'm full of crap. Thing is I'm not lying. I'll tell you what's going on. That's why I keep telling you to prep too. The problem is the taxpayers are fucking seeing what's going on in their world, okay? You sit there and say, oh, these people are freeloaders because they're getting free food and they're getting free money and they're free to... Social Security's going to run out. Then what are you going to do when your grandma can't basically buy anything because the Social Security ran out because they keep playing kick the can? The Democrats could probably fix it too if they had the House and Senate. And they could, but they're going to play kick the can again because they're more worried about current issues than Social Security. Another thing that's basically crippling this country, like I said, is running out of oil. This country and the world. I've said this many times over. It's going to cripple this country and bring us back to a stone age, an ice age. Everyone knows we might be going back to the 1900s, the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s. Even all the way back to when man was walking around as a caveman. Why? For two reasons. Let me explain the oil situation. Unless you're willing to basically upgrade the power grid to run electric and have places where you can do solar, we're going to run out. And that's not only just fuel, but we're going to run out of a lot of shit in this country. And you can sit there and say, what do you mean? Let me use the bathroom and I'll tell you what I mean, because you're going to basically be scared of what I'm about to tell you. What does China know? What does Russia know? What does the rest of the world know that we don't know? I'll tell you what we don't know. The American people are incompetent. They're stupid. They think running gas and then running Republican because they don't want to be told they have to run electric. That's fine. It's your God-given right to do what you wish. But the truth is without fucking gas, oil, fuels, you got to look at alternatives. You're going to have to make changes in this kind of world. Changes. Now, there's people out there worried about Biden having coronavirus. Well, good for Biden. He got it. Well, he'll make it because he's the president. He gets best health care in the world. Do you think anyone gives a shit about us? We get it? No. We're not going to make big news about Biden, but guess what? It's the oil that everyone's fucking worried about. Yeah. When oil runs out, that means unless they have a new polymer base that can be used for computer chips, your email goes away. Your email. Not just your email, your entire ordering experience. Amazon goes, Target goes, Walmart goes online. You'll have to go to the fucking stores. But how do you get there? Let me put it this way. Unless they make fully electric ferries for our islands, we're stuck on islands. Want to know more? That means other issues will happen in this world. Other issues. Polymers and oils make plastics. Oils make tires. What if you have, let's just say hypothetically, 2 billion cars being made, right? Electric cars, and you have to recycle them every 5 years, right? Now, if they recycle tires, they can recycle them, but can they make new tires? No one knows. I don't know that answer. If you know it, let me know. But that's 2 billion cars, right? Let's just say 2 billion right? 2 billion. I got it right here on the calculator. Times 4 tires times 28. That is 224 billion. I'm reading you the true numbers. Just hypothetically, 224 billion barrels of gas, right? So let's just put it this way. That's 224 billion, right? Let's do it this way. Let's do clear. 5 trillion minus 224 billion equals 4,776 billion barrels of fuel left after you make that many numbers for oil. So every tire takes 7 barrels of oil. Every barrel of oil right now is 42 gallon barrels. So if everyone upgrades a computer every year, the polymers are going to run out quicker. 2067, gone. They got to figure out the new numbers. But that's not including your cars. Cars need computer chips. That goes down. You can sit there and say, oh, well, then you got to take into account our moderator and sister Pee-wee. She uses propane. Propane's used too, made. What if propane runs out? How's she going to heat her house, huh? She going to go down to the store and the government says, I'm sorry, you can't burn wood. Then we'd run out of wood. We'd run out of trees because we don't have enough trees to heat our house. That would turn around and basically make some hard decisions. Do we sit there and go back to sail yachts, sail ships? That's an option. Because that's the only way to get cargo there. Are you going to transport cargo and stuff? Yeah, they could. But we run out of oil. And the oil makes computer chips. The oil makes tires. The oil makes hoses. The oil makes fiber optic cables. The oil makes and helps make wires. Hey, Mom, how you doing? You got your walk in? What happens? Mm-hmm. Oil is something that when it runs out, as Chloe said, is not renewable. You run out of oil, you run out of tires, you run out of rubber hoses, you run out of plastic needle vials for needles because plastic needs oil. You run out of other things. Oh, by the way, did I mention artists use oil-based paints? Rip, that goes down. People can't heat their house because of propane. People can't heat their house because of heating oil.
But propane grills go back to charcoal, but where's lighter fluid?
Aha, you see, there you go. And some of these lighter fueled infused charcoal can't be used either.
Only classic charcoal, and you'd have to rub sticks together, get matches, and start a fire slowly with kindling wood.
Yeah, and then we'd run out of wood fast because we don't have enough wood. You see, the thing is this fucking world relies on too much oil. And that is not including when you run out of oil, you run out of the ability to make computer chips, which people rely on their fucking computer chips from everything from the fucking cell phones, which go bye-bye to their smartphones, which go bye-bye, which go away to their power cords, which go bye-bye. Each power cord needs a little bit of oil to make into the base to make your power cord. Say you buy a surge protector. It needs oil for the cable, and it needs oil polymers for the fucking plastic compounds. Literally, has anyone ever thought you could build a computer case, but how are you going to build the motherboard without plastics or oil-based to make that mother oil?
Eventually, people will be living in like hippie-style tents and live like a lot of hippies do. They'll have to.
We make so many fucking houses. We can support and give a homeless man a house. But no one wants to even think about that.
They want to save all those newly built houses for the supposed middle-class white worker that votes Republican.
Yeah, but
isn't there.
Let me
Go ahead.
Let me put it to you this way. She's right and she's wrong to a point. She's right about that. But if they keep making houses, we're going to have fucking problems because the house builders has got to build the house. But at the same time, what happens when you run out of lumber? Yeah, keep cutting trees down. Trees take a long time to plant and grow. So every tree cut down, you got to plant a new one. So eventually, you might be stuck living in that house for 50 years while the tree grows. Meanwhile, what are you going to heat that house with? Coal? That means that Chloe realizes that you gotta basically turn around and send miners in to do the coal. And then we got to look at the miners' black lungs. I mean, literally, and then you get these EPA dipshits saying, oh, well, we can't do coal because coal is going to pollute the ozone. Well, if you don't have any automatic cars anymore, what are you going to do, electric cars? That's less emissions, but you got to do the power grid. Now, how are you going to power the damn country, huh? You either power it with hydroelectric, which you can do, but you got to build fish ladders. If you just spend some money building fish ladders, the fish would be fine and stay safe. But at the same time, they say, oh, we can do clean nuclear. Nuclear power is fine too, but the nuclear power needs to be changed out. Where do you put the expanded rods? Not to mention, does anyone realize that if you do clean nuclear power, you got to find a way to get rid of the spent nuclear rods, right? There's another thing people don't realize when you run out of oil. You say, oh, well, we can find something. Oh, really? We run out of oil. There's another problem in this country. You know what that is? How do we send? Chloe doesn't realize this, but I'm smarter than Chloe, so. For example, you guys probably think I'm stupid anyways, but think of it this way. How do you take, if you have no oil, Chloe's sitting there saying, get to the point, I can tell. How are you going to send a rocket up to update the satellite so you can have satellite TV? How are you going to send rockets up there to have your cell phone signals, huh? How are you going to have the bomber base to make ham radios or radios again? The radio industry would go down the toilet. The cell phone industry would be going out of the toilet. And unless you sat there and reused all the wiring in your house, and bought a basic phone, your phone service would probably be running out within 100 years anyways, a home phone again. And think of it this way. All these people think that these devices like this or this will be used. But you run out of polymers, you run out of cell phones. You run out of computer chips for your cell phones, you can't use your cell phones. If you don't have your cell phones, in the end, if they take away the guns, then what happens? When you can't basically defend yourself, defend yourself in an invasion or something because the police can't be contacted. You can't make walkie-talkies. They have little computer chips in them. You can't make calculators because they have little computer chips in them. The entire countries and world goes back to pre-civilization where you got to use the little boards like this and the beads to do this, to do your counting like a calculator. Because and if there's no computer chips, that means you can't make digital currency. You can't make anything. Your TVs won't even work. And see what they did, what the countries did, the world and the politicians and the greedy son of a bitch did to your country and your world. They made you go with all digital TVs where you can stream things. But what happens when the streaming services die? What if you can't get cable TV because unless you go in and clean your garbage dumps up. Your garbage dumps up and basically sit there and recycle everything. This is bad food that goes in that to rot and you can turn it into mulch and compost. But you got your other things. You got your CRT TVs, your old square TVs, the heavy TVs. You have your cables. You might be able to recycle them and make them into new cables, but we got a landfill full of all this crap that we don't know what we're doing. We're just dumping them in holes. So then, without satellites and ways to power things, people don't sit there and say, oh, can nuclear power be used to power rockets? No one knows. That hasn't been tried yet, that I know of. In the end, think about it. That's something that you guys don't even think about. And if by 2067 the oil runs out, that screws up more than just fucking people saying, oh, we got nuclear war. That screws up everyone. Think of it. You sit there and say, oh, well, we can manage. Really? How can we manage when we don't have any oil left, huh? We don't. We're stuck. No bunker fuel's going to send anything from China, and we're going to have to manufacture everything. What are we going to manufacture, huh? When every company out there went computer-based, computer-oriented based. Think of it this way. Honestly, hypothetically, you run out of oil, you have electric cars to run. But it still takes oil to make the batteries, so the batteries run out. What else happens? Your food supplies go down. You see where I'm going with this? This isn't just, oh, the Republicans this and the Democrats that. Trying to know something. The thing is, without freaking computer stuff. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chris. I was happy about that. You're gonna have to fill me in, I'll have to call you and we can talk. You'll have to call me eventually when I get off YouTube. We'll talk and see how you're doing. I don't have your number anymore because I reset my phone thinking it was a problem. Turns out the tower was down 36 hours. Go figure, me, I'm stupid. But people sit there and say, oh, well, we can handle it. That's not the problem. The problem is without the oil, How are you going to basically have the compressed gas needed to turn into the retorts? That's what they call them, the retorts, and other things that cremate a body. They can't. You're going to be placed in the ground. And how are they going to do that? They're going to have to plant plenty of trees and start going back to the old caskets, the old coffins, the old wood caskets, and the old wooden caskets. Planting you in the ground, or doing mandatory green, where you're basically turned in and decomposed within a year in a green field, because there's not enough materials to make pure. I mean, you can sit there and manufacture bronze, you can manufacture copper, you can manufacture silver and gold caskets, but again, you need the rubber to seal the caskets. So without the rubber sealing caskets and oil, you're stuck with a wood casket or a hardwood casket or a basic wood coffin, or burying yourself in a cemetery that is all green, which means your body decomposes naturally. Yeah, I'd like to hear how everything goes. Before I game, but right now I'm on a roll here, Chris. So think of the oil problem. The oil problem is the biggest problem in this world. China knows it. Russia knows it. But if we keep freaking sucking up everything, then we can't get our grains. Our grains can't be gotten because there's no ships willing to transport. If it takes 3 months to go from Europe to America, just so you can get your grain's going to be bad unless you know how to seal it properly. The thing is, no one knows how bad this is going to be. By the way, when the polymers run out and the oil runs out, you can't make vacuum cleaners, so you're screwed. Think of it. You don't have anything. Hydroelectric will power your house, but takes polymers to make light bulbs. Takes polymers to make flashlights. Takes polymers to make batteries. Takes polymers to make plastics to make your needles for your injections. This will cripple the world and kill many, many people that relied over the years on our technological advances that the government decided to do. I mean, literally, the government knew in the 70s this would happen. The government knew this in the 50s this would happen. The government knew this once oil was found in the 1900s this would happen. It's not renewable. And yet, what happens? Let me put it to you this way. Chris is probably getting a chuckle out of this. What happens when every American goes to a store by walking? Because and they have to carry groceries every day again. What happens when your polymer-based rubber can't be used to make your refrigerators? How are you going to refrigerate your food then, huh? Think of it. We're going to have to go back to the old smokehouse days, but how are we going to do that if we don't have enough wood? Back in the day, people started producing more children. And because of it, we got to the point where we can't sustain ourselves, not even in this day and age, due to the fact that we're going to run out of computer chips, we're going to run out of phones, we're going to run out of fuel, we're going to run out of rocket fuel, we're going to run out of things that will send up to space because we don't have the technology. Our satellites will run out of power, and then what happens? They'll slowly go to Earth or go float in space until we have nothing but space junk. Thing is the American people need to realize that this is going to come down the pipe, and they did it to themselves, including the Republicans and Democrats who are helping the wealthy get wealthier when money doesn't mean jack shit because, frankly, they can't produce money when the computer runs out. They got the templates and the plates to make the money, but how are you going to make the paper? How are you going to basically make stuff? That's not including the computers that basically help make the foods. Once everything went automated, people thought it was great, but those machines require rubber hoses and everything else. Yeah, Chris, what is it? Oh, yeah. See, 7 gallons of oil per fucking tire. I just did the math before you came in, Chris. If we have 5 trillion gallons of oil and the government says we have to have 2 billion cars made every 5 years, that is approximately 224 billion gallons of oil just for your tires. Not to mention, it takes, and Chris just backed me here, it takes billions of gallons of oil a year just to make bunker oil. Bunker oil is what powers the cruise ships. Bunker oil is what powers the the um, the cargo ships. Not to mention, we use hundreds of millions of gallons of oil a year to power and confirm and refine it to diesel to run our cruise ships. So unless we're willing to basically have longer train rides and go back to the coal burning days for cruise liners, cargo ships, and mind you, cargo ships and things. The other problem we have with oil running out is another problem, which I never even brought up again, but Chris is probably going to sit there and back me too, is what happens when the airlines run out of money? What if they can't make their airplanes because they don't have the polymers for the computer chips and the flight gear and everything else? And takes, they say it takes about 100 to 200 gallons of oil per rubber tire for those planes, and each plane is double tired. I mean, literally, think of it that way. Airplanes go out of business. Then what? We go back to the days of coal. We'd have to send in coal. Coal is, it can be used. We have probably 900 years of coal left, but we can't use it because these fucking pantyweights think, oh, well, do you think they're going to make a power grid system with long-term batteries to power a cruise liner that goes across the country? No, the cruise liners are going to be out of business, and they're going to be stripping those ships, stripping it down to use as materials. And if they don't, they're going to have to retrofit it for sails. And if they don't retrofit it for sails, they're going to have to set it back to the coal days. That means cargo ships will be coming over by coal. But let me just correct you guys earlier. Chloe was here. She added her 2 cents. Without oil, you can't heat your house. Without oil, you can't make propane. Without oil, you can't make acetylene to do welding. Without oil, you can't make kerosene, aka paraffin. I mean, literally, without oil, you can't make Coleman fuel. That would mean you'd have to, without oil, you can't even use oil-powered lamps to power your lamps at home. Without oil, you can't even go like the old days in the late 1800s, early 1900s when they used the gas-lit lamps. How are you going to basically use light? You're going to fucking open your window every day and then go to bed at night? That's going to happen. Without oil, you can't fucking power your fucking stuff. Your TVs might work till they go dead. Then you recycle them. Then how are they going to make new TVs? Because the polymers ain't there for the screens or the computer chips. The thing is, without oil, we've used up the oil. We sucked up the oil. I mean, did you know in the 1900s, when power plants were coming on the grid, it was coal power and oil based. Then nuclear came out 50 years later. But they still use clean oil and clean coal. Now they want to use clean coal and hydroelectric and wind and solar. Think of it. The entire country is going to run out of power. They know this. I mean, literally, we're living in a world where we consume so much crap that people don't realize. Let me put it this way. Polymers and oils are used to make super silica resins that makes fly rods, fishing rods. What happens when you run out of fishing rods? You break your rod and you can't get a new one, or your fishing pole. I mean, literally, think of it that way. Yeah. I mean, literally, what we're doing is the pandemic is nothing. Prepping is nothing. You can prep all you want. But the truth needs to be told to the people out there that we are running out of fucking oil. The oil, they sit there and say, oh, well, we need to worry about high gas prices. Yeah, there was an article the other day saying we need at least $2 or more per gallon of oil because we're fucking using it faster than anything in this world. That's the problem we're having. China knows it. Russia knows it. America knows it. But then they all want to keep it quiet. I mean, literally, they want to keep it quiet. Without freaking bunker oil, we can't get grains and other foods that we like so much from around the world. Specialty foods like rice and other things. We'd have to grow our own rice patties. We'd have to grow our own food here, and it'd be more vegetables. Canned foods would be gone. We would be buying literally what the government says we can't do, raw milk, because we couldn't homogenize and pasteurize it without the proper fuels to pasteur and homogenize it. Every company out there is either using propane, acetylene, kerosene, diesel fuel, gasoline, and when that runs out, these factories run out, which means it goes bye-bye. That means, as I said, and Chris just confirmed it to a point because of the tire thing, is that means you can't order on Amazon. Because servers take oils to make the computer components. Without oils, your computers will be useless. Your phones will be useless. Your cell phones will be useless. Old Chris Bob wants to look in on me and he'll be like, I don't have a phone, so I'm going to have to write Rita. Hey, Rita, how are you doing? Or, hey, Rita, how you doing? I miss you. It's your brother Chris. Tell me how you doing up there. And then I'd write him back and stick a stamp on it. We'd be writing people again. Snail mail. Only way to communicate. We wouldn't have any phones. People would be sitting there, you know. I mean, let me put it to you this way. They did an experiment the other day. I read a report. A guy basically had his wife keep his truck at home. And he tested out as a test because the company gave him told him to try it. He loaded up a fully loaded fifth wheel, and he decided to go traveling. He drove 80 miles before the battery ran out. I found a place where he could charge the truck. Called his wife and said, come down here. She drove down 80 miles one way to transfer trucks. He swapped his out with his diesel truck and he kept going. Wrote a report on paper, sent it off to the truck people saying, I don't recommend this truck because it can't tow a fifth wheel. You know what? Let's just go down the list of what's happening to the damn world, okay? The world is consuming too many products. When it runs out, it runs out. That means the wealthy fuddy-duddies, unless they're going to go to coal, unless they're going to go sail, wind, or find an all-electric yacht, which would cost millions of dollars in batteries, those yachts are going to be gone. They're going to be scrapped. They're going to be stripped. Ships are going to be stripped. They're going to try to tell people like this island's going to be uninhabitable because you can't live on an island because we don't have the technology to bring you back and forth unless it's sail ship. Think about it. It's coming. It is literally coming. And they're not talking about the things. Biden turned around and literally said, unless we transition to electric, we will not be basically doing well. But he didn't mention the price of you paying the taxpayers for a battery. And here's another thing. Without computers, without polymers for the computer chips and oil, here's another thing that the government hasn't thought of. Chris is going to love this one. I think Chris is going to chuckle. You don't have to pay your fucking taxes. What are you going to do? Go down to the tax office? Walk in with a check? Banks are not going to be able to run because they can't run things because it's all computerized. I mean, literally, think about it. The banking system would collapse then. No computerized banks. No computerized factories that makes cars, that makes textiles, that makes clothes, that makes food. It all comes to a grinding halt. And how are you going to transport your wares, huh? By steamship or steam train, like the old days. Think about it. I might not be around then to see it. Chris might not be around, but it's coming. And no one's talking about it. They want to sit there and wait for Social Security to run out. Then they'll play, oh, well, we'll fix it. But by that point, they're going to be more worried about the running and the new numbers coming out of how much oil is left in this country and why the Supreme Court and everyone else is fighting to fucking tell you you can drive diesel. But what if the oil producing countries say we're not giving you oil because you use too much of it? For cars, for computer chips, for video game systems, for tires, for rubber hoses, for the polymers needed. And yet these people are sitting there. It'll be basically a war between oil. One country has it, but they might not even give it to anyone, not even to their own people, because they know that it's non-renewable. That means everything comes to a grinding halt. I mean, literally. Oh, exactly. See, Chris is completely right. They're going to start doing it, and they're going to try to stretch it out to 2100, maybe 2150. Thing is they're going to basically tell us electric cars. But even electric cars need computer chips. Electric cars need polymers and oils to make the oil for your tires, for those little electric wires in the cars. Then that doesn't include crippling. Remember, I just said we just crippled food production. We crippled the electric grid. We crippled the banking system. We crippled the airlines. We crippled the cruise lines industry. We crippled the cargo industry. We crippled everything. And then you can sit there and say, oh, well, that does not include crippling the tire industry. They're gone. Chris just confirmed it from Randy. Tell Randy thank you for that info too, by the way, Chris. I appreciate it. That also cripples not just the rubber industry, that cripples the medical industry when it comes to dyes and everything else that they need. That cripples the people that rely on their morning coffee because coffee is in certain countries and teas. Chris is like, uh-oh. That cripples many things in the world. Did I mention it also cripples other issues? People will not be able to have plastic polymers that make oils to make your coffee pots, your phones, your scanners, your radios, your computers. Everything goes bye-bye. If it's plastic, it goes bye-bye. People will be starting to think about buying knife sets with antelope or deer horns or cow horns. I had something else to say, but I can't remember what it was. But you get the idea. Oh, the RV industry gets crippled. No longer can you basically put in a propane stove that runs, or a propane refrigerator, or an electric refrigerator. What are you going to do? Chris is going to probably chuckle at this. You're going to drive down the road in a bus that's all electric with no rubber seals for the doors to keep your food cold? And then find out your motorhome might get 300 miles on one charge? Not to mention, without the proper stuff you shipped over here, you can't make mattresses. You can't make couches. You can't make chairs. You can't make leather. You can't. I mean, literally, we're going to be basically having specialty people. Chris might be one day, he writes me and says, Dear Rita, how are you doing today? I decided after a lot of problems with the country, I became a blacksmith. He'd probably be sitting there putting shoes on horses and making tools and hammers. They'll be making it the old-fashioned way. But how do you do it if your forge is, if you got to keep your forge heated at all times because you don't want it to go out because it's hard lighting a forge? You say, oh, the RV is going to be crippled. Think of it. If you can't tow a fucking trailer in 50 years, and you can't tow a fucking boat in 50 years, and you can't fucking load a camper on a truck, well, you could, but how are you going to cook your food on the camper if you don't have any fucking refrigeration for your food for your camper or fifth wheel, your travel trailer? How are you going to fucking sit there and have a shower in your RV with no propane heat? How are you going to stay warm in a four-season trailer if you don't have your heat? You can't heat your heating pads to heat your tanks to keep your tanks from below freezing. Basically, people are going to be thinking about leaving these fucking cold areas because there's not enough materials to frickin' turn around and heat your RVs. What are they going to do? Start living in yurts? Yurts take polymers right now because they use canvas. But if there's no canvas, how many people are going to go and start making teepees with buffalo skin? I mean, think of the whole paradox here. The entire country and worlds are running out of resources. That's the fucking truth here. I mean, people don't realize it. People will die when this happens. I mean, think of the RV industry. The RV industry, belly up. The auto industry, belly up. Ford slashing 8,000 jobs to cover for electric cars. But Ford can't sit there and say, yes, Chris, we guarantee your battery is going to be $1,500. Nope. They're saying we need $10,000 batteries because of it, but they don't say what's going on. The entire country and world's going down the shitter. We know this. Everyone knows it. It's not just about oil. It's about everything running to a grinding halt. That's what's going to cause World War III. Is when it happens, we're going to be out of everything. Motorhomes, not going to be used. Boats and yachts, not going to be used. Fishing poles, can't make those anymore unless they're bamboo. Bamboo, how are you going to get the bamboo? There's only one stock of bamboo used in China. And the Royer family, by the way, I know the Royer family well, they bring it in from China and then they dish it out to the manufacturers that still make traditional bamboo rods. Now, you guys could sit there and say, oh, well, how do you know? Because that's what it is. They'd be making bamboo. Fiberglass fly rods, for example, or fiberglass rods in general in the 50s use a polymer-based oil. Not just like Chris said. Hello, Pee-wee. I'll go read your comments in a minute. Basically, Chris is right. His friend Randy worked in the tire industry. Without oil, you can't make tires. Now, I don't know if you can recycle tires or not. I'm just going to finish this up and see what Pee-wee's got to say. And Chris keeps commenting too, so I got to go through the comments real quick. Sorry, I'll get to it. Oddly enough, you want to imagine what you know about crude oil use now, and you got to assume you don't know the total. It's worse than we realize, definitely. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, imagine when conservative means limiting crude oil. Yeah, the conservatives are going to limit it to their use, but not to the people like the average Americans. I mean, think of it. When crude oil runs out, no one's going to be able to heat their houses. Power grid might go down, you know. Give my name Marshall more meaning like the old days. Caretaker of horses? Yeah, well, you see, that's the thing. Everyone would be working doing something. And, you know, you might be working from home or in your own town the rest of your time. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Pee-wee. Glad you're here. How are you doing, by the way, sis? I miss you. I really, truly miss you. You're going to have to email me update privately about how everything went with Dan's family member, you know, because you said you had to take care of that. So I told everyone, you know, that you were gone. But, you know, I'd like to hear what Pee-wee's got to say about the you know, praise the Lord and the fire. I've been praying for that too, by the way, for you, Pee-wee. Basically, you know, I don't know what Pee-wee's thought is on the oil situation, but it is getting bad. Now, the oil situation, in my opinion, is worse than worrying about World War III. You do got to keep an open mind, but World War III won't happen right now. Prepping is happening, but like I said, when this whole oil runs out, that means, like I said, banks can't make computers to run things. Banks would have to be shut down for several months while they figure out what to do with how to handle your money because everything's under computer control. Yeah, I was just talking about it. The reason the electricity is going up, everyone, that's another thing I was bringing up today, is price went down on fuel, price was going down on food, but electricity went up. Why? Well, let me put it this way. They're basically doing this for two reasons. They don't have an expanded power grid, which the electric companies figure if they don't have to expand the power grid, they'll just raise your rates. And you might need to cut corners. Two is this heat wave is basically causing people to use too much power, which is a drain on everything anyways. So that's another thing, you know. Well, here gas went down to like $4.40 a gallon for gasoline. It's dropping rapidly too. And people, you know, and that's the other thing. People, you know, I wanted to say this again. People sit there and they want to go vote Republican because the gas prices are high. I was having an argument the other day with someone, and the argument was that the president of the United States can't do price control. The government can't do price controls, whatever the companies and manufacturers do it for. But, you know, right now prices are going down, and I think it's, you know, a ploy to get voters. But at the same time, like I said, they're not thinking about the oil problem. They're thinking about the main problems. The main problems are this. Again, it is the Republicans in the House of Representatives passing these bills saying, look, we don't need to have our seats taken. We're passing this because it's what our constituents want. The Senate sitting there, Republicans are sitting there, nope, we're not passing any of this. Because A, they want you as breeding stock. And if you can't be breeding stock, you're worthless either. And they'll find a way to get rid of you, quote unquote. They're using, we can't let, and I'm not supporting this part of transgenderism, but they're saying that without banning sex changes for anyone, that they need them for breeding time. They want them to be biological parents. Well, let me put it to you this way. A lot of gays, a lot of lesbians, a lot of trans people. Sorry to say this on my channel for those watching. And Pee-wee's probably going to get a chuckle out of this as well as Chris. Some of them, you don't even want them to pass the DNA, make the DNA or gene pool to make a kid. I mean, literally, you don't want to be trans and raise a kid. You don't want to be gay and lesbian and raise a kid. I mean, literally, you don't want to be gay and use a woman to put artificial insemination in. I mean, come on. The gene pool is just too much anyways. Yeah, that's how it is. And if you take two men's sperm, fuse it into a woman's womb, you don't know what you're going to get. So technically, it's a bad idea. But these people want to say, oh, well, you know, if they can ban gays and they can ban this, ban that, and this, they can use men and women as baby breeders because they're worried about the race going extinct. Right now, we got more things to worry about than race. Like when we run out of oil, what's going to happen to our food supply? What happens with our money in our banks? What happens when manufacturers that's been in business for 100 years go belly up, like car makers and yacht makers, motorhome or RV makers? Everything goes down the toilet just like that. And yet, no one's thinking about it. By the way, it does take money. And it takes rubber to make radios. Radios use CB radios. That means our police would be without radios because we don't have any more polymers to make the radios. Think about it. That would mean, as me and Pee-wee said, can't ban guns. But here's the kicker. The Republicans think they can live on the recession and gas prices. That's not working. Now they think the only thing they can win for is gun control. We're going to do gun control. The thing is here's how the playbook's playing. The Republicans in the House pass all these bills. They're saying, look, this is what our constituents want. And the big business wants this too. Because they can make money on birth control. They can make money on their hospitals for abortions. They can make money on weddings. They can make money on interracial marriage. They can make money on everything on all these bills they're passing. The Republicans in the Senate are saying, nope, not going to happen. We need breeding tools. We need this. But if they don't pass it, the Republicans in the Senate's going to lose the Senate. And that's a guaranteed fact because the Republicans in the House basically laid that trap for them nicely and went jointly in with the Democrats. But if the if the Senate is lost and both House and Senate are passed, they will dissolve the filibuster. And then, mind you, I got to say this because as Pee-wee knows, I am not for either party. But guess what happens? They go in, as Biden just said, he's going to take away assault weapons. Then what happens when you only have shotguns and handguns? Well, and most handguns would be on the ban of the assault weapons ban. I looked up the bill, by the way. Anything that's carrying over 10 rounds, anything that's 15 rounds or over would be banned. Police would be stuck with weapons with 7 rounds. And if they did get away with it, it'd be 10 rounds or less, right? Well, most handguns, standard handguns, are between 5 and 7 rounds for 45s. 9 millimeters are about 15 to 17 rounds. 10 millimeter is like 12 to 15. 40 millimeters is like 9 to 12. 357 SIGs way up there. It's like 15 to 17. I mean, I could give you all the bullet things, but the point is they would ban anything that is considered a high capacity weapon that can hold more than 10 rounds or 15 rounds. But here's the kicker. What happens if people sit there? This is the stupid Democrats. I'm blaming them for this. That they start and they do all this weapons ban. And then people start buying magazines. Magazines, clips, let's just say the 1911s. I'm well aware of that market gun's been around since 1911 by Browning. And they decide, quote unquote, ready for this? That 7 rounds is too much. We got to ban those next. So they go and ban those. Then they say, 6 rounds is too much. Then 5 rounds. What are you left with? Revolvers. But then they turn around and they see people buying moon clips, half moon clips, full moon clips, speed loaders for their revolvers. Then what? Oh, we need to ban revolvers. Goes down, right? Then what are you left with? Shotguns? Hunting rifles, which they'll cap off at like 1 to 3 round rifles, or they'll make it single shots like the buffalo guns, the Sharps Quigley rifle. And then what happens? Are you ready for this? They turn around and they ban all semi-automatics. What are you left with? Police walking down the street with a 6-shooter, which he's got to train, pull the hammer back every time. And if you drop the damn gun, the bullet might discharge. So what's then? Oh, we need to ban. Yeah, and then when people start learning that Old West type gun, they might go in and ban it again and say you can have a Derringer. But then you got to basically open it up and load it again every time. So what do? You carry 2 or 3 Derringers. Then what? Oh, we need to ban the Derringer. Then they go to muskets. All the way back to the beginning. While the U.S. military is carrying fucking AR-15s, AK-47s, M16, A4s, or A6s, and grenade launchers on the bottom, you're stuck with a fucking musket. You see? This is what they're planning to do. Now, I support the Second Amendment at the same time. You got to see. And this is the big kicker here for the political spectrum. When they go and ban your guns, they're not just banning the guns. You know what's going on? They're feeding the pissed off women saying, look, the Republicans will believe in your fucking guns, their gun rights for your men. But the men think you should be fucking in the kitchen, fucking spreading your legs and cooking for you, keeping the house clean. That's all you're good for. Women are saying, no, we're not going to be fucking used as slaves. You know what I say? Chris and Pee Wee's going to get a chuckle out of this one. If a man wants a submissive wife, go marry a fucking tranny. They'll submit to you. They'll spread their legs. They'll fucking accept everything you give them. They'll cook for you. They'll clean for you. They'll fucking do everything they want for you because they want to be the wifey. And if they can take away the genetic woman's abilities because they're the ones doing it, even though it'll be banned, supposedly, what happens? They get the job. Thing is, the women are being fed that you're going to be slaves. You're going to be prosecuted if you have an abortion. You're being used as cooking, cleaning, and a baby popper status. Women are like, you know what? If we're going to fucking be told we're third-class citizens, we're going to fucking get rid of your guns too, Peckerwoods. Then what? What are you going to do then when fucking same-sex marriage is legal? Fucking the LGBT is going to go out full force and vote them out. The blacks are going to go out and vote them out full force. Everyone's going to vote them out, and then the guns are taken away. Then what? Criminals will still have them, but people will feel safe. But at the same time, what then? When then the women sit there and say, well, we got rid of your guns, men are going to be pissed. Women are basically going to be still pissed. And then what happens? It could be civil war. Or it could turn around, and if it isn't civil war, the men are not going to get women aren't going to put out for them. Then what happens? Then the men are going to either go gay, or they're going to hire a transgendered people. All right, let me see. Email.
Or those men will try to get a procreation law passed where everyone has to procreate once a week, and they'll have like some sort of stupid test to see if you procreated.
I got it, Pee Wee. Thank you.
And then the rest you didn't.
Oh, yeah, well, Pee Wee, you're right. Some people just, but the problem is the electric rates are going up. As Pee Wee said, her electric rates went up. Why? Because people are using too much electricity. That's the thing. And the heat wave, they just want to raise the rates, and then say, oh, well, the power grid's under strain. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, and the feds did it because he was basically violating some stupid law, basically. They have laws. I mean, did you know you can't buy fucking raw milk? But what if you can't get your milk pasteurized or homogenized? Chris, what then? People are going to be going out to the cows' farms because they don't have the milk machines anymore because the milk machines all died and they can't make the rubber hoses, so they're going to have to find a new way to milk the cows. The old fashioned way. So basically, what it is, we got a lot of problems, okay? And I just gave you the playbook that the Republicans in the House are doing. They're trying to save their seats, trying to save face for the constituents. The constituents told them what they wanted, they voted. Fortunately, some of them just don't give a shit that voted against it, but they're going to be voted out. So basically, what's happening is the Republican Party, it looks like it's fractured and dead. And if they keep doing these news articles on the January 6 hearings and all this crap, it's just going to cripple the country more. What is it? Let me see. Thomas Jefferson said, if a law is not just, it would be unjust to obey it. Yeah, so did frickin' Gandhi. Gandhi said that too. Gandhi was basically fighting for civil rights in South Africa and India under British law. British were treating the Indians and the Hindus wrong, beating them. And anyways, my point being, Chris, is look around. I gotta get this taken care of real quick. So I need to clean the stove top today so I can actually make some lunch. That's one of my goals today. But my point is, look around. Thomas Jefferson said it best himself. Yeah. And that is what it is. I mean, look at the way things are looking. I mean, people are basically more worried and glued to their phones. And when everything goes down the toilet, the newest generations are going to have a rude awakening because food stops, oil stops, everything stops, comes to a grinding halt. Everything revolves around oil because of the third industrial revolution. Then how are they going to do the fourth one? They're going to have to really basically modify it. And so everyone who's buying these $300,000, $500,000, $2 million RVs, they're going to basically lose too because eventually it's going to be scrap. You can live in it a long time, but then when it goes bye-bye, you're screwed. Oh, not to mention, I forgot to tell you, we talked about radios. Radios won't work. No batteries. Then you have people who use everyday products. I didn't even talk about the everyday products. We talked about food. We talked about everything else, right? Everyday products will not be made. People will be going, okay, here's the deal. Okay, trannies will be like, oh, yeah, well, I don't know what Trout says, so I'm a real woman. Thing is the transgender people wouldn't be getting their hormones because there's no way to make the hormones. There's a little bit of oil, specialty medical grade oil that's used in the shots. The pills couldn't be manufactured. That would go bye-bye. Are we ready for more? Everyday products would go down the shitter. You couldn't basically have a soda anymore. You couldn't have anything with a rubber seal on it. You couldn't go to the grocery store because everything would be coming in from the farm. The farms would do better, but how do you transport your farming goods? You're going to have to get up at 2 in the morning, milk your cows and everything, load up your gear, and then take it to the store. And make sure you get it in before the heat in the morning because, for your chicken eggs and everything else. Then people will realize the farmers are the backbone of this country again because they're the one that has to produce the food for us. And that means they got to make sure that they have enough land to plant enough food. And then you got the fisher people doing their thing, but they can't do much because either they got a net fish or they got a spear fish or they got to hope like hell their fishing rod doesn't break. I mean, think of it that way. People enjoy their hobbies, right? But what if their hobbies are gone? Cameras. People say, "Oh, we want me to get the latest camera and everything." Lenses will run out. Glass lens. They call them glass. Lenses are glass. Camera bases couldn't be made. Phone bases couldn't be made. They can't even use the old wooden cameras because they don't have they couldn't make the oil bases help. Some of the oil is making the old chemicals that can develop these cameras. We lose photography. I mean, those are everyday items. I mean, we would lose the ability for shaving cream. The compressed gas in the shaving cream is propane. We lose shaving cream. We would lose. I mean, you'd be seeing trannies with hairy legs going, "I can't shave," and then they'd be making they'd be basically forging razors like the old days where you'd have to strap, and with the wooden handle. That would be what you'd be using for a razor again. I mean, think of it. You wouldn't be using uh, the 5 or 6 bladed razor because there's the polymers in the handle wouldn't be available. I mean, literally, they'd have to make certain items back in stock. I mean, you say, "Oh, is there anything more?" Yeah, I'll tell you more in a minute. Let me tinkle because this is just big news. Yeah, well, better clean the stove top. I'm getting hungry myself. I gotta think of something to eat. I don't know. Maybe ramen or mac and cheese or something. I don't know. I'm thinking. No, mac and cheese requires milk. I want it to curl. Yeah, well, if we did that, probably have to go on that'd be my only meal today. But you know what? Huh? I said replacing the salad. I have tofu. The bottom line, people, is everyday products, not just your computers. Hearing aids would run out, needles would run out, vials would run out. You would run out of everyday things that you take advantage and granted for. Polymers for metal cans would be out. Some of these coffee cups are ceramic, but how do you use the kiln if there is no gas to make to make it? You'd have to basically hand pottery these cups and then put it in uh, a new kiln that's basically fire based that runs on coal or wood. Let's see. Thomas Jefferson also said, "I predict future happiness for Americans if they can prevent the government from wasting the laborers of the people under the pretense of taking care of them." Yeah, that's the thing. And Thomas Jefferson is completely right. This country is collapsing. The world's collapsing. We basically used to make a lot of stuff, but when and this was it was Higgins. Higgins said again, Higgins confirmed this too, that it was the Clinton that signed everything over to go overseas. Levi jeans used to be made in America. Gone. China started offering their products cheaper, but now China realizes that we're going to run out of everything, so we have to slow down. But the consumer doesn't want to slow down. The consumer thinks everything's made of crap, fake news. What if Here's a thought. Without oil-based stuff, how are you going to make the ink? How are you going to make ink that makes the newspapers? Because people will be going back to newspapers. That's the only way they're going to get their news. Then the power grid's going to have to be supercharged for the power grid, because Chris never even brought this up, and I am now. We would be going back to the old telegraph days where you'd get a telegram. You would get a telegram. That's it, a telegram. Because frankly, you'd have to go to the telegraph office, because that'd be the only form way to send a telegram. But that would mean some of these people around the world would be using telegraph offices all around the world to receive messages and send them off to the right people. And it'd take days to get to the right people's house or city. And then they'd go into the telegraph office. Or they would send letters out, whether it be from Washington to Texas, Washington to Carolinas, Washington to D.C., Washington to New York, Washington to Australia, Washington to England. It would take longer to get your mail there and back. And by the time they did, you could be dead. So think of it that way. The entire country's going down the pooper. The entire country's going down the pooper, and no one cares. That's the problem. No one gives a shit. They only care about what they care for right now, and that's the here and now. They don't think about the future. The here and now is not, the problem is the here and now is gone. Plain and simple. You sit there and you say, oh, well, the here and now is the here and now. Problem is, the here and now, it's just got to tidy up the countertops as soon as, Point being is the here and now is going to go down the toilet too. Plain and simple. I'll just put this here. And that's the problem. The here and now is what's the problem. And that is the true problem of this country. Is they don't want to believe there's a problem. I mean, think of it. Let me put it to you this way, what the people are worried about currently. And that is food stamps. Has anyone ever looked at welfare offices, DSHS offices, or on Twitter? Or Facebook or Instagram, they're always asking when their next food stamp check's coming. Because they don't want to work. They want to work from home. You see? That's the truth. That is the damn truth. The truth hurts. That's the truth of the matter. The truth hurts. The truth hurts because that is the truth. The truth is they're worried about their food stamps. They're not worried about anything. So you got two parties worried about things. You got the Republicans trying to use the recession to their advantage. And the big corporations are now going with the Democrats, funneling the Democrats. The truth is, the Democrats are getting the major money funding. You see, the big corporations, 90% of them or more, want abortions. They want abortions because they can make money. They want the abortions because it's money. They want the abortion pills to be illegal. They want the money. The Republicans don't give two shits about money. They're more worried about their fucking race going extinct because they're fucking old people worried. Here's the problem. If you fucking take away the Republicans' abilities and you make it democratic, things will get a little better. But At what cost? That's the truth. At what cost? People don't realize this. They sit there and they say, well, the economy is tanking. Last time I checked, the economy is fine. I mean, think of it that way. The economy is tanking. The economy is not tanking. The Republicans was going to use the economy card. What did Biden do? He goes overseas, makes some deals for oil, cheaper oil. Now what? They can't use the oil card. Oh, well, your gas is still $4 a gallon. But what if it got to $3 a gallon for hypothetically purposes, or $2? Then what? Gas is too high in their opinion? I mean, think of it this way. Think of it this way. Talking about truth here. How much lower do they want fucking gas to be? These fucking greedy little peckerwoods. 50 cents? A nickel? They would fucking suck up all the oil for a nickel and then fucking use it to their advantage. The oil countries have to put a cap on it sometime, so they have to make it fair for everyone. Everyone with a living wage. They're doing that. They're lowering it. When they do this, what do? I'll tell you what they're doing. They're turning around and they're doing this. But you say, at what cost? Simple. To save mankind for right now. They're saving mankind right now. They're saving mankind right now. And you say, how's that? By doing what they have to. The president cannot control pricing. It can't be done. He can't control pricing. But at the same time, the only thing the Republicans can work for or with is gun control. But the women, they're basically going to defy the fucking Republicans and say, if we got to fucking live between being fucking third-class citizens as women and the fucking men that don't think about getting their dick sucked, fucking getting poked, getting fucking food on the table for them and have a wife that's submissive, we're going to take away their fucking pride and joy, which is their guns. Then what are they going to do? There we go. Looks a lot better. Hell of a lot better. I just got to clean the countertops up, which will take 15 minutes, and then that's done. See? Done and done. Looks really nice. I just got to finish that there. Let me see if I can find another bowl of paper towels real quick. Chloe's probably going to be like, oh, it's more dope, but guess what? I needed to do it. Yeah, well, just make sure to clean your mess up. There we go. There, isn't that nice? Isn't that look nice, everyone? 10 minutes and it's done. Woo! This looks really nice. Now I just got it 15 minutes. The countertops are going to be done. That means I can use the stove nicely and cook my lunch when the time comes. Just got to figure out if I want ramen or mac and cheese today for lunch.
Why don't you make some mac and cheese? They'll be better than ramen. I mean,
yeah, but I got to eat down my ramen before it expires.
Then eat it then. Oh, this goes over here.
Yeah, it happens, Chris. Yeah, I just got to find my cooking pot. I do want to sample some soup soon. So, I got to get some more milk soon and then sample some soup. I'm hoping to send Chloe out to the store eventually to see if she can find some cheese balls. I've been craving those cheese balls again, but I've not seen them at the store. Have you?
I've not seen it at the store. Last time we got them was at Winco.
That's a long time ago.
Oh, our chicken meal must be in this freezer.
I don't know. What, you want 2 of them?
Yeah, I'll look. Yep, it's one of them's at. I see it right there.
Thank you. Hold on. Damn it.
We got it. Here.
Yeah. I just wanted to grab these 2 and put them in the freezer. Or, my hungry man. Sorry, Ebo. I'll put them in there. We got room, I think. Gonna have to clean it up so I don't develop MRSA. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Chris. I mean, sometimes non-poisonous spiders do bite. It's just rare, Thanks, Pee-wee, for that information. Basically, like I said, we got to worry not about, you got to prep still. Prepping is good. But like I said, most of the American people out there are worried about their rights being taken, and they're driven by force. Now, the Republicans do vote for it in the Senate. I think that might save some of the Senate seats, but right now they're basically stubborn. They're going to lose the Senate completely. And when that happens, they're going to see so many women turn around and vote Democratic that they're going to have a Democratic blue wave in both House and Senate. Not to mention, when that happens, they will vote again and pass everything, sealing it. And then they'll start impeaching the Supreme Court justices and stacking the Supreme Court in favor of the Democrats, with giving term limits to the freaking Republicans and the Democrats and the Supreme Court. They're going to basically redo all the bills so you get an X amount of terms and you're out, because they want new blood and they don't want people basically. But at the same time, I don't want Chloe intervening because she always goes into it.
Okay.
Now, the women basically don't want to be third-class citizens. So, like I said, if you think a man thinks a woman is a fucking a poker, a cooker, a dick sucker, a child bearer, a mother that stays home, and a homemaker, then the women are going to outdo you men, and they're going to vote in force, keeping their rights and restructuring their rights. But at the same time, you men aren't going to have a slave for a woman anymore. What's going to happen is either you want a slave, you're going to find someone like Chloe's dad going, yes, I'll marry you, I'll cook for you, clean for you, suck your little knobby.
What they'll do is they'll marry them, use them as a slave to cook in the house while they go fuck whores in a
And the whores, let me put it this way, most of the whores, as Chloe's talking about, are going to be tranny whores. They're going to basically have a wifey that they can do what they want in their house, and then they're going to go to a tranny whore shop and basically screw a tranny whore, because the genetic women are not going to become whores.
I have an idea for SCOTUS. Instead of the president choosing the judges, they should have people vote for the judges. Elections for judges.
That would be nice. I'd like to see how that plays out.
And of course, the GOP tried gerrymander districts.
Yeah, but the GOP is going to lose anyways. They know it if they don't pass these bills. They just passed contraception today, everyone. Guess what? That didn't work. Hey, Boon Boon. I love little Boon Boon. So today I looked online to see if he can eat potatoes.
But that's a suggestion you should throw in there to the current administration is get something like passed that the Supreme Court has to be voted in by the people.
I think that would be a great idea. What do you guys think? Supreme Court gets voted in by the people. That's a great idea.
It'll be like the presidential election, and then they compete with a Democrat and Republican judge compete for.
See, I'm surprised while Chloe's cooking this dinner, her lunch, right? I haven't figured my lunch out yet, because it's 2 something. By the time I get done with this video, it might be dinner time, so I might just eat my main dinner. Now that I know I have 3 meals of Salisbury steaks left, I'm happy. That leaves me till the 24th. And then I got to switch over to mac and cheese, ramen, and whatever. Oh, and not to mention, Chloe and I have a corned beef to cook too still. And a ham. This time, hopefully, the ham. She'll eat the damn thing. Anyways, I'm off. So I got soups too to eat. But let me just tell you something. Let me check my food supplies here. Okay, cool. So let me just, and I got that homemade Salisbury steak I can eat too, but I need to get some more brown packaged gravy and an onion, so I haven't cooked that up. I wanted to actually get some more Salisbury steak, try it out without the formula, homemade Salisbury steak's not bad, but it ain't great. That's the formula they use. I mean, I could eat it again and still be happy it's homemade. But anyways, let me just tell you what's going on. The American people also, I'm surprised, Chloe, she ran back there. She's like, I'm going back there. Aren't you going to watch the stove or set a timer? I'd like to see. The thing is I don't want her interrupting me, but I also think I'd like to get sorry to say this, trans woman's opinion on the other issues of this spectrum that's not political, because we don't need to worry about political. We need to worry about the oil situation. I mean, look, let me just say what I said earlier, okay? Chloe's sitting there. She didn't even interrupt or butt it in. When I said, when oil runs out, that means we go backwards. That means that there's no computers. Chloe won't be playing her game. Her ex-friend Belle won't be playing her game.
He'll go insane if WoW was gone. He'll be like,
cell phones cannot be used. Chloe didn't even interject the thought of no oil means no rocket fuel, which means no new satellites, which means no way to get to the moon or repair satellites or do anything.
well, yeah, of course.
And then she didn't interject the fact that no oil means other issues. Other issues, as in, for example, let me give you an example. There is crude oil can be refined, which is very expensive, into medical grade oil, which medical grade oil is what's in this. Without oil, this goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
They can't even refine the pills. Doctors would be stuck to being private practices, and I hear the sleeping gas or the special medications used in anesthesias, they got some refined oils in that too. That goes bye-bye. I mean, how does someone do surgery? I mean, literally everything goes down the toilet. Not to mention, as I was saying, and let's reiterate, RV companies, gone. Trucking companies, gone, unless they go all electric. And power grid gets restructured. Trucking companies, gone. Shipping companies, gone. Unless they go with all steam, which Chloe always said the other day. She was actually joking with me the other day. She said, Rita, I know it's a trigger because, she knows it's a trigger. I tell her I hate when she has her fucking triggers and holds it over me.
What you're saying.
But now she's getting combative again.
No, I'm just saying.
So what happened was she turned around and says, I know you have these triggers, but you and I should spend 3 hours watch Titanic again. And then I said, it'd be a good idea because of something else. And then Chloe said, oh. Then I said, you know what's going to happen? She said, no. I said, if we run out of oil, they're going back to the steam era, which means the coal miners are got back to work. And that means, by the way, Chloe doesn't know this. Have you ever played SimCity or SimCity 2000, 3000, 4000?
I played SimCity back in the 90s.
All right. So, in the SimCity is based on somewhat historical records, too, from a point of view. Chloe's like, oh, yeah, what do you mean? I can see her face. What is the first two things when you start a city? If you start, they give you a 1900 year, right? What's the first two things they give you when you're setting up your power grid?
I don't remember.
Oil and coal. So what if oil runs out? The oil power plants are gone. We'd have to go back to coal. We don't have enough wind in this damn world to basically power windmills that much. So you'd have to go coal or nuclear. Nuclear would have to have technicians. But here's the kicker. Chloe's sitting there going, oh, we can handle nuclear. How can we handle nuclear, people? And everyday uses the reactor is computerized. The Navy ships of the world go, pfft. See where I'm going with this? Everyday crap. And then,
50-minute timer, please.
So you're going back there again.
I'm not. I can set one in here.
Alexa, set a timer for 50 minutes.
50 minutes, starting now.
So then what happens? So she's got combative again. Not only she doesn't want to listen to this because she's worried her technology's going to run out, right? The thing is here's the kicker, right? The trannies, for example, don't realize that there's oil in their injections. There's oil that makes pills and stuff, medical grade. But what happens if some of these trannies will come out and they got to shave? The electric shavers are no more. The 6-bladed, 7-bladed Dolcos are out of stock and sold out. What then? The old strap blazers. Shaving cream would be no more. They'd have to find a way to basically put it in a can again, like the old shaving can, like it looks like this big, and you open it and you're like that way. And, they have shaving cans that look like a little tobacco plants. But that also means that other things go down the toilet as well. Manufacturers can't manufacture anything. Your everyday stuff is gone. Your computers are gone. You would have to be, finding new ways to refrigerate. Oh, not to mention, he was talking about caretaking horses. Chris was, we were joking. Chris could also be the man that gets up at 2 a.m. to start his job to work at 4 to make ice blocks. Chris is probably sitting there, ice blocks. The old basic way of refrigeration back then was everything was put into an ice room. So they'd make a room, they'd hold all the ice, then the ice would turn around and be transported to your house on hooks. They'd move it from a hook into a box that had not much rubber at the time, and the ice box would melt down and the water would drip slowly, and then they change it out and put a new block in, and that was the way they kept your food refrigerated. Which means butchers would be back in business because they would have to deliver fresh food, which means farmers would not just be in the mood for vegetables, but they would also be in the mood for fresh beef, pork, lamb, chicken, etc. Not to mention, everyday items would be gone. You would be back to the old wooden handle, dustpan, and broom. You would be using different ways to dust. You would be doing everything completely differently, like 1900s. Think of taking some time to watch The Gilded Age, where they're just putting in natural or gas lighting, or but without the gas lighting. You wouldn't even be having light. You'd be basically up at dawn, at the crack of dawn, early morning, and then you'd be going to bed as soon as the sun set because there's nothing to do in your house. Your windows would be open, but it would be getting natural light, which means you would basically be either pissing in a chamber pot and having the chambermaid take your stuff to the toilet in the morning, which the toilet would work until it failed. Because how do you make wax rings to seal the toilet at the base? You'd be basically running out, eventually going back to the old outhouse days. Chris would be running out in the middle of the night, hoping like hell there's not a snake sitting inside the shitter while he's taking a dump, Jokingly, of course, Chris. It does happen from time to time. It's silly, But the thing is everyone would be going back somewhat primitive, You'd be writing letters. You would be reading newspapers, unless the newspaper ink needs oils. Hold on. Hold on. I have to look this up. Okay, so soybean. So soybean oil is what's used to make newspaper ink. So there you go. So soybean oil. Oh yeah, I love chicken pot pies. I was gonna take Chloe down to see if she could find some of that Marie calendars, those big pot pies. I'd like to try a couple of those eventually. Higgins was joking the other day, but sodium. Sodium. But anyways, the bottom line I'm trying to say is the American people don't realize that their everyday stuff would be gone. Literally, people would be going into clothing shops of tailors to get their clothes made. People would be going into the barber shop to get a shave, trying to be like, I'm going to be a woman, shave my beard off. But how are you going to have your electrolysis if the electrolysis toolkits that they use can't be made anymore. You see, that was the little everyday things would go like this. I mean, think of it this way. We're sitting there and you got all these rich, wealthy, advocate transgender people advocating for sex changes and everything else. What I'm advocating for is to think about what's going on in this world. You're going to be losing big time. I mean, look at this. It takes oil to make a lid like this. What happens? What's going to happen, huh? They're going to go back to the old tin can thing where you pull it off like the soup. I mean, literally, because that's the only way they're going to be able to do it. And then they might not be able to make the soup in cans because those were made by someone in factories. Well, Rita, they go to get the beard ripped out and say, "Be gentle, I'm a woman." Oh, exactly. Exactly. The thing is there, there's the transgendered people are going to be suffering just as much as everyone else. Is what I'm saying. There won't be hormones. There won't be hormone doctors. They're not going to be able to draw much blood work without the right proper tools. I mean, they're going to have to go back to glass needle vials, glass to fill it up, and then hope like hell they can rinse them out clearly, and then have the manufacturers make needles that are the same gauge, where once you pull it out, you just twist the needle and then rinse it off and disinfect the medicine that's inside it, like running the glass thing through a dishwasher. I mean, literally and then you got to hope like hell if they wash it by hand, they wash it with soap, because if they use the dish detergent, it might still be in the glass and then you might get sick or get killed because of the chemicals inside the glass. So they got to look at that. And then what? Everyday things. They're not going to be able to make polymers. You're not going to be sitting there one day walking down the street and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm Chris." Chris has somewhat of a beard. Yeah, Chris looks like a cute guy, like my husband. No offense, Chris. I'm just telling them that if there's a girl out there watching who might be interested in you, trying to see if they want to hook up with you. Chris could go down to the barber and say, "Yeah, I went to the store the other day and they only had the strap razors." Well, the barber knows how to do it, so he'd give you a clean shave without nicking you. Whereas people would sit there and basically be angry for two reasons. One is the polymer base that makes the rubber base or the rubber plastic base for the electric razors would be gone, which means you wouldn't be sitting there with a wet shave or dry shave electric razor. Two is the batteries wouldn't be using it. So women would be going to specialty women barbers or salonists to get their legs shaved and waxed because they couldn't do it at home due to the fact that a straight blade. So they'd have to have a woman who'd go to school to do this. So schooling would cover that. Barbers would sit there and trim your hair up, and, you could do it yourself, but, the barber would be back in business. The newspaper company would be back in business. The telegraph office would be our email in case of quick emergencies or whatever. The cruise lines and steam lines would be basically either the cruise lines or steam lines would be going either steamship, and then they would have to change all plans for no world cruises and go transatlantic or Australian, trans-Pacific or trans-Indian or whatever. They wouldn't basically, no, I'm not talking transgender people, they would be basically doing it that way. So you'd be sitting there being like, "Oh yeah, So basically what's happening is the country is going to run out of resources. And China knows it, Russia knows it, but what happens when they run out of resources? Yeah, think about it. You sit there and say, "Well, I mean, the transgender people would be suffering just as much as the gays and the lesbians. The elderly would. All these treatments, they'd have to redo their entire medical studies and field because we don't have the computers to train. I mean, literally, we would be basically dead in the water. Not to mention the Navy ships would have to be scrapped and carriers because we can't basically launch airplanes because we don't have the jet fuel to run the helicopters and the airplanes, and we won't have the airplanes to run the airplanes to run the engines. What are they going to do? All electric engine? We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we don't know what happens if a plane's at 40,000 feet with pressurized cabin and a special battery. The battery could explode at that pressure. I mean, literally, we would basically be seeing cruise liners running with a radio team that's like, beep, 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 beep. I mean, literally, what we're going to go backwards instead of forwards because, it might be 100,000 years before we get back here, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years before the oil, if it is replenished. I mean, literally, when we use our resources, we used it up. And I think, we got to realize that God gave us freedom of choice and freedom of peace, but God gave us the ability to either, do what we're doing and destroy the planet, or basically sit there and say, okay, I mean, think of it from my point of view. Think of it from the American point of view. Do you think things are going to get bad? Yes. Do we have an oil alternative? Somewhat we do, but at what expense? What expense do we have that oil derivative? That's the thing. How much are we going to suffer? Prepping? You can prep. I recommend prepping. Keep prepping. No, I mean, literally, what's happening is we're going to run out of resources, and then we won't have any way to sustain ourselves. So we're going to kill ourselves off. That is the true definition of man killing themselves. When you take away the abilities to to live a comfortable life until the point where you take that comfortable life away, people are going to be hurting or dead or whatever. I mean, the American people are suffering to no end when that happens. Not just the Americans, but the world. Climate change is just one of the tips. Oil is another. See, they'll try to force you to go electric, but they won't force factories to go electric. They won't force factories to restructure things. That's how it is. I got to use the restroom again, but that's how it is. I mean, think of it. Your everyday items you buy on Amazon will go away. Your everyday buys on Target goes away. Your everyday buys go away. Your video game collection useless because they can't manufacture the battery to save the game. So you sitting on a stack of stuff, which then the government could turn around and say, well, we can recycle that for you because it's useless. And it will. Music CDs, gone. How are you going to play your music? Those CDs are gone. Music's lost. I mean, think of the way I'm explaining it. Civilization's going to be lost. And when it is lost, it's going to be lost to no end. Give me a second. I got to use the restroom, okay? But you get the idea. I want to hear what you guys got to say. Ooh, first polio case in New York in over 100 years. Or 80 years. Wow. Okay, so I'm back. So basically, one of the things I wanted to share with you is this. If and when we run out, which will happen, oil, that's when the reset will happen, basically. The reset will happen, and when it happens, we will be out of oil. That means the banks will be reset. The everyone will be back to the normal stuff, you know. Oh yeah, well, at least you basically finally commented, Higgins. That's what I love about you. You basically actually listen to the facts. Airplanes will be out of business. They'll be scrapping planes. I mean, literally, people will be bitching. I mean, here's how that entire thing's going to play out, okay? It's going to be like the apocalypse, the end of the world, okay, basically. People are going to think it's the end of the world. They're going to sit there and be like, it's the end of the world because, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I'm just fine. The truth is they're going to basically watch the entire country split. The entire world's going to fracture to no end. No oil means no shipping, no food, no products. I mean, Higgins didn't even hear the crux of everything. No, I didn't hear that yet. I just heard a news article that New York finally got their first case over the years of polio. And they said polio was eradicated. Now it came back. See? Polio, after so many years of polio going away. The last known case of polio supposedly was FDR. Supposedly. Now polio is back. We have the polio vaccines. But apparently that must not have worked for that kid in New York. By the way, have you ever noticed it was in New York because FDR was from New York? Yeah, I heard that. They also Lake Mead's one of our lake reservoirs that just found an army duck or a Donald Duck as they call them, or LSTs, a World War II landing craft was found at the bottom. So it sunk and it was at the bottom. Now they're finding these things. I mean, literally, they're finding hidden treasures in the bottom of Lake Mead. They're also finding perfectly preserved barrels, Chris and Higgins, with skeletons in them. I didn't know about Hoover Dam, but the point I'm making is, look, this is big news. If Chris Higgins is talking about Hoover Dam, then we need to talk about it. Our power grid's going to shut down soon. I mean, look, we may have the Columbia River and we may have other rivers dammed up, but eventually the water level will go low. What if we have severe drought the last years? A new dust bowl. How are we going to power things, huh? We would have to redirect some of our hydroelectric dams working to power the rest of the United States and partially Canada. At the same time, they're saying we can't basically tap into our coal to basically, or the world's coal, to put coal plants in, clean coal plants, because it's high pollution. But if there's no cars on the road, millions and millions of cars, the pollution's cut down by 95% plus due to the fact that we're only powering plants for power plants, coal. Which means unless they raise electricity bills because we have to buy coal, oil gone, that means you have hydroelectric and coal. By the way, has anyone realized that unless we go back to the starting point of electric plants that didn't have computers, we're going to basically be losing our entire nuclear grid by 2070, supposedly. Because when the oil runs out, there's no way to run the computers. And when the computers all run out, for what? I saw that the other day. It's not a discount. They're just trying to pass on the bucks and be like, here, you want this? No, I don't. I mean, everyday products would be going away. Higgins would be not living if he's still around on his better cheddars. They wouldn't be able to produce them for him because they wouldn't be able to basically make them from the factory and ship them over across country unless they basically loaded up half a semi truck with half of it being better cheddars and the other half being blocks of ice. Look, I know you guys are making jokes, but seriously, think of it. Seriously, our country is going to lose a lot more than electricity. Let's talk about that for a minute. This is why I keep telling Higgins and Pee Wee and Chris and Gigi, aka Zoe, and the rest of my crew, like Mark, to prep. Because think of it. If Hoover Dam goes down, that means the power grid for Vegas goes down. Then what's Vegas going to do when they don't have power? They're going to have to redirect it, which will take some time. Meanwhile, as Higgins just said, again, you're wasting your time waiting for a part to replace your damn part because we can't manufacture because we basically went overseas. The thing is if we were running our own country efficiently, we would make our parts in-house. Think of it, people. You sit there and be like, oh yeah, I don't mind buying Chinese-made crap. That's great. It's cheaper. But at what cost? At what cost, as Chris just said, when the fucking Hoover Dam goes down, half of California is out of electricity because the Hoover Dam's powering California, let's just say 90% of California, and yet, oh, well, the power grid's down. How are we going to replace it? Chris, I'll let Higgins talk to you about the pot pies because, frankly, in this day and age, if you're going to be willing to spend that kind of fucking money for pot pies, then I think you need to think about restructuring things. Oh, which reminds me, I need to check my bank balance this morning, make sure I didn't get hacked again. I'm always freaking worried I haven't done my daily check. Told Dad I told Higgins an email, you know. And Higgins is right, which means I should look into that, actually, candles, just in case. And I'm not talking scented candles. I'm talking candlesticks. So I'm going to look into candles, just basic candles. Oh, yeah, that's just nice. I want candles, as basically saying, scented candles. There we go. 200 pack of unscented tea lights. You don't want tea lights. Here we go. Scented candles. Why don't we just do candlesticks and see what happens? Because that's what's going to happen, you know. But if you can't, here we go. 10 pack of straight unscented candlesticks. You just need a candle holder. So, $15 for 10 of them. That ain't bad. Let's see. Do they have candlestick and holder set? Oh, someone messaged me. Who is it this time? Dad? I don't care if the second movie's fucking all good things, you son of a bitch. So he messages me, you know, being like, there we go. Gold candle holders for candlesticks. I want fucking candlesticks too. So yeah, you need a candlestick holder. Now I want to look at all right. Oil and an oil lamp, just in case. So an old-fashioned chamber oil lamp is going to be $18. A oil burning lantern is going to be $34. You see, and then lamplight, fires, alarms, 100 ounces of oil is which they'll ship. You know, that's good. Kerosene lantern, there you go. Kerosene oil, smokeless lamp oil. Yeah, so there you go. But I don't even know if we can have oil lamps in here. I think they don't want that. Yeah, well, you know what? You should be lucky. Oh, I know why Higgins was talking about pot pies. Enjoy the high blood pressure from all the sodium you eat. That's what I was going to say, Chris. That's the thing. Higgins is always talking about those damn salty pot pies. You know, I was looking to see if Schwann's had some pot pies. I should see if Schwann's orders it. You know, I could always try their pot pies delivered That's the funny thing about pot pies, you know. Yeah, I was gonna send Chloe out to get some of those pot pies to try, you know, the Mary calendar, but you know, I don't know. I think they have them. She just has got to look thoroughly and stop and take a look. Thing is, Chloe runs to the grocery store. And she's like, "I'm going to the grocery store." Oh, great, another. Oh, yeah, that's my phone. All right, text message. How much money am I down to this time? Because they keep my, you know, about buying me some pot pies. Have you tried those banquet pot pies? Those sausage and gravy? Oh, okay. So they want to know what this? Well, let me see. I don't know. I didn't apply for a credit card. So why would I want a credit increase when I don't have a credit card? That's the thing. I don't pay for a credit card. You know, I was looking at a credit card the other day, but bank said no. So I was like, okay, cool. Mm. So far I have saved some money because I didn't go in. I haven't spent much money since like what 2 days ago, I think. Yeah, well, I like my Salisbury steaks. Unfortunately, trying to find pot pies in this island's different because Chloe just rushes through. You know, I'll tell you a story. Talking about food for a second. Let me tinkle because I think you'll find this to be interesting, Chris. Hey, what's up? Yeah. You know, have you ever seen those giant Marie Calendar pot pies at the grocery store? Yeah, yeah, we would that be? Why shouldn't we? Well, you know, I'm pretty well stocked up. So, you know, so technically, until the milk runs out, I got 3 days lots of celery, 4 days of salad. Maybe 13 days. Yeah, well, we should be fine. So, anyways, let me tell you guys a story about Chloe. Chris, you're gonna laugh at this, right? So I asked Chloe about pot pies. She's like, "Oh, I'll go one of those days." Well, that's fine if you want to go one of these days. I don't mind, you know. Hmm. Anyway, so I said something about the right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna check Schwann's because maybe I'll put an order in for Schwann's. I was thinking of seeing if they have those pot pies. I can get those large pot pies. I like the large pot pies. Chloe's like, well, we'll go to the store soon. Well, you know, I'm not asking you to go to the store. I just want to see if they had those chicken, you know, those. Oh, look, I don't want to save my, and you're not getting my phone number. Freaking Schwann's. Okay, I want chicken and turkey. Let's see. Can I actually, is there pot pies in here? Oh, here we go. Chicken pot pie, 4 count. Jumbo pot pies, 10 each. There we go. Do they have beef pot pies too? Oh, they got a turkey pot pie. Let me look at those. Those are cool. So you get 4 of those and 4 of those. That's 8 pot pies for the price. Let's see. Is there any beef and pork pot pies? I'd like to see if there's any beef. Oh yeah, there's a beef pot pie right there. You see? Probably sold out. But you know what? I want to look at these anyways. All right. So let's just go look at these. So 4 count, 10 ounce each chicken pot pies. Special microwave packaging and oven. I like oven cooking. Preparation. 400 degrees for 55 minutes. You gotta be kidding me. Hmm. This is turkey. Is that the same? 400. Yep. Oh no, this one is. wrap crust edge in one strip of aluminum. Place on the baking sheet. 5 minutes at 400. This is the beef one. Yeah, they look pretty good. They got some good reviews. I don't know if I'd order them, but I would. Just depends on my mood. Good pot pie goes a long way. I don't know. You see, that's a good question, Higgins. You see, Higgins brought up something that everyone here should be listening to. When the oil runs out, the power grid's going to be so overwhelmed with hydro, nuclear, and solar and wind that eventually the nuclear will run out due to the fact that we don't have the computers to run the nuclear reactor. So, and unless we have polymers and chips to make it, we're going to be out of, computer chips. And that means they got to go back to the old ways of running coal power plants, which means you're going to have a stack of coal power plants all over the country to run your grid. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing, if it was a fire stove, Higgins is right. If you have, um, if you have, if you have, eh, if you have no power, then you won't be able to cook, you see. Plain and simple. Apparently, Pee Wee emailed me something privately, everyone. It has to do with some stuff. I just said that's great news. Apparently, I have to agree with Pee Wee's doctor. Yeah. Anyways, like I said, I still gotta make dinner, but my meal it's almost 3, so and it's already been 3 hours today. So the thing is, I'd like to get some gaming in eventually. I feel sorry for these countries. They turn around, they build bigger submarines, and all this war stuff, and yet they don't realize the oil's going to run out. This is interesting. A landlocked submarine. I don't care. All these things, talking about things. Anyways, I'm just checking the news or something came up over here. Okay. I just love these. The phone companies. What's the best phone companies out there? Yeah, okay, let's see. Best phone carrier company. Best phone carriers as far as most customers still is longer broadcast. T-Mobile has gained a lot of ground with its Sprint acquisition. However, Verizon did launch okay. So, I don't really give two shits about it. Let's see. T-Mobile's got more for download speed. That's cool. So, I always thought about getting another smartphone, but you know what? I always thought, what a waste of money. Hey, Macabre. What are you guys talking about this time? Yeah, well, Macabre, hey, what's up? So, do you guys want to share, Macabre, what you said the other day when I had all those internet troubles? Which, by the way, Chloe will be coming out in 7 minutes to get her food, so hopefully I can figure something out for my lunch or dinner. I don't know what I want. So maybe we'll take a vote on it. Should I eat mac and cheese, ramen, try one of my soups out, or do I look around and tell Chloe to go get takeout? Actually, I got sick as a dog on those burgers, by the way. I had bacon burgers. I got sick. I was throwing up and everything later in the night. Stomach was hurting between the milkshake and the burgers. No, again. So Macabre, why don't you, while I use the bathroom, share what you said about the to the rest because I have a good update for you since you just tuned in. I think I just love that. That 7 minutes last time I checked. What are you eating? I mean, I said ramen, mac and cheese, takeout, or soup. Or I can take Chloe to go find me some pot pies or something. I don't know. Hey, have you ever had those breakfast pot pies, Chloe? Those are pretty damn tasty. Which ones? Fruit filled ones? So you had the breakfast pot pies. They still make them. I don't know. Why haven't you had cheese out of your seat? Because I don't know what I want tonight. You can probably tell me something, but Oh, I know what Higgins is. It said, don't do takeout because it costs money. Well, it doesn't matter anymore about my scanner. I don't see magically anyone going to give me the scanner I want. Ugh, come on, Macabre. Tell him what you said to me the other day. Because you got to hear this. And meanwhile, Macabre comes here for the truth. So, let me tell Macabre what's going on. So, today, the Republican Party and the House of Representatives in the Republican Party and in the Democrats jointly passed contraceptive, passing it so it's legal. The Senate said, nope, not going to do that. We need to have breeding purposes. We need you to be bred. You need to use your penis and your cooter to have babies because our white race is being extinct. Yet, the truth is, and I'll tell you what's going on, is yesterday they passed interracial marriage, and same-sex marriage. Nope, we're going to control the Senate. We're going to have the Senate because, the inflation. Where's the inflation? Fuel prices are going down. Food prices are going down. People are getting groceries. They're actually enjoying that right now. There is no inflation. Look at what Higgins and I talked about on the phone the other day. Yes, I talked to him 2 days in a row. Where's the inflation? Where's the depression? Where's the inflation? Where's the recession? Those are Higgins's questions. There is none. The Republican Party tried to manufacture one. It blew up in their face. Now all they got to go off of is one argument, right? Well, we need to ban, when we're in the Senate, we're going to ban sex changes, so you all have to be biological parents. Truth is, they're worried about the white race being extinct. But the problem is, Macabre, is they're not talking about the real problems of the world. I was talking about, again, Chris is here, by the way. Chris, General Erudites here. Chris said he talked to his friend Randy, who worked at a tire place. Axel Higgins, you got to hear this. Chris confirmed it with his friend Randy. Randy told him the tires take 7 gallons minimum of oil per tire. If you make and build 2 billion cars, that's 224 billion gallons of oil, 2 billion cars in 5 years. That's 224 billion tires. And so, Macabre, the tire confirmation is there. But, as I was saying earlier, these Republicans think that they could sit on and be like, nope, we're not passing same-sex marriage, right? Well, think of it this way. Let's just say they buy on interracial marriage. Who gets screwed over, okay? You can sit there and say, well, Clarence Thomas did. He got screwed over. If I was the Senate, I would pass. If the Republicans in the Senate, if I was in the Senate, I was a Republican, I'd pass it for one reason. There's 2 reasons. One, it's the right thing to do for same-sex marriages and interracial marriages, all combined in one bill. And 2, Macabre, is if they don't pass it, and they think they're going to hold the Senate, which they won't. The thing is, 2 people in the thing, even Clarence Thomas said, pass the damn bill. Mitch is like, nope, not going to happen. Guess what? Mitch McConnell, if you didn't know, is married to a Chinese woman. That's interracial right there.
He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, exactly. Chloe just said it. He's a hypocrite. So he's married to a Chinese woman, yet he thinks there's going to be a recession. He's banking on a recession. But what if by the election time there is no recession? Biden went out and made deals to get oil cheaper. Oil's cheaper. I was out the other day. I looked at the gas station. I was like, oh, God, gas went down immensely. And then people say, well, gas is so high, I'm going to go vote Republican. You know what the problem is? These motherfuckers go out and they fucking pay for gas to go take a trip. Say they go from Spokane, right? Let's just say hypothetically, or Portland. What do? Well, I hear the San Juan Islands are good. So they drive up here. Say you drive 300 to 400 miles, right? They come over here. Maybe we got people coming all over the world. Some fly, some drive. Some people drive all the way from Montana. Guess what happens? They drive. And then they're like, we're voting Republican because we had to drive all the way across the country to come to Friday Harbor and the gas prices are so high. Could have fucking spent that money on an airplane. 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh, but we want to take
Alexa, stop.
a classic American road trip because getting there is half the fun. That's
Yeah, and you know what? Then they fucking bitch about it. You know what? If you're fucking bitching about your fucking oil prices are being high, think of 2 reasons why it's high. Truth is, Macabre knows this too.
Like in the old days because it takes us back in time. Go ahead.
Think of it this way. The American people that fucking drive their car across country is fucking wasting fuel. We don't have the fuel to spare anymore. So if they keep fucking raising it to $500 a gallon because they can't fucking, they're telling people you either pay the fucking $500 and go electric. They're telling you there's not enough oil in this fucking country. But then again, look what's happening.
Look all money. Look all fuel they waste on NASCAR.
Exactly. NASCAR's going to go belly up, but that's not the whole point. Point is every fucking thing.
Point has to do with fuel.
Oh, yes. It's just, point and Chloe's point. My point is, if everyone fucking wastes oil, we won't have any computers. We won't have any Kindles. We won't have the internet. We won't have any video games. Chloe doesn't realize unless we're on fucking hydroelectric or fucking coal, we won't have, or wind, we won't have fucking power. Did anyone realize that without fucking polymers and oil, we can't fucking control the nuclear power plants, computers? I mean, the entire fucking world revolves around everyone fucking sucking up the oil, and then when it runs out, what are they going to do when they can't fucking make a phone call? Send a rocket to fucking space to set the satellites up, or use satellite TV. What are you going to do? Go back to fucking, hi, my name's Macabre. I think Macabre's a woman. I'm now the local, I run the livery, or what's Chloe's mom going to do? My name's Colleen. See, I'm doing the spinning thing. I got my cowboy hat on. I run the livery. Oh, you're passing through Ty Bob? Well, come on in. I'll feed your horse and give it some good oats.
I guess car dealers will now become stables and horse dealers.
Yeah, but here's the fucking problem. Again, Chloe's right on that, but there's another problem. Unless you know how to make high-resolution wooden tires that can have wheels that can actually handle everything, they're still going to need to have blacksmiths and repairmen repair the axles of your wagons. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Say you have 10 billion people and all oil runs out. This is a big national crisis coming up by 2067. If everyone sucks it up before then, which they're saying it might run out by 2032 to 2035. So think of it. That's 12 to 15 years because of the consumption level. Not just because everyone wants to fucking upgrade the phone, but your phone eventually won't work. On top of that, thank God we found out soybean oil is being used as ink for newspapers. You won't have anything unless they know how to use specialty wire that doesn't cause problems and doesn't need oil. They might be able to go back to the old telegraph days, which means that. But Chloe says, horse and buggy will be the new cars. Has anyone realized in this fucking country, I love our world to a point, that if we run out of fucking oil, there's people like the Arabs going to be riding camels. Other ones are going to be riding caribou and yaks. Yeah, people do ride yaks sometimes. Some are going to basically buy oxen. And others are going to be using horses. So if you have 10 billion people, the true question is when you run out of oil, or say it's 15 billion or even 20 billion people by then, or 30 billion. How many dipshits out there are going to realize, let's just say hypothetically by 2067, there's 25 billion people, hypothetically. How many horses are there that can produce let 25 billion people use horses? Half of us poor people will be riding places. And then they'd bring back the steam trains, which half the people would be mining for coal. And then without oil, they would have to supposedly refine olive oil to be used to burn lamps. Kerosene won't be around. I mean, literally, we would be literally stuck in a country. You can use the chair if you wish.
Yeah, I'm going to get my water and stuff.
we would be in a world where we wouldn't have anything. Think about it. As I was going to say, and I'm going to use the bathroom, grab a pinch, because I think since Chloe's going to sit down, I still got to figure a lunch out myself. You know, Chris, you're a bad person. You told me
most people will be walking and oh yeah, imagine how many people are going to want slaves again.
What would happen? But here's the problem. There's more.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to try to say something without being interrupted.
Okay.
You can eat your lunch, and I would really love to try some pot pies.
Oh, I could run to the marketplace and find them for you.
Those Marie Calendar ones seem interesting. Anyway, enough about the Marie Calendar pot pies. I got something to talk about. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Those banquet pot pies. How many ounces are they? I should look that up. Okay, so. Anyways, let's just get down to business, everyone. Make sure the damn toilet's fixed. There. I'll make sure it's functions. Okay. Basically, remember what I said, that transgender people wouldn't be able to get their oil-based hormones or pill-based because pharmaceutical companies would not be able to make things. Scammer radios, one of my hobbies, couldn't use them. Ham radio couldn't be used. We'd be using the old Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. Steam ships would be coming back after they retrofitted the ships for coal-based boilers. I mean, literally, Chloe said the other day, we should watch Titanic. You know what? You know what I thought was one of the most best movies out there? Chloe brought it up. It's like 2.5 hours. It's like the people that tried to save the Titanic. It was all about the engineers and the electricians trying to keep the power on and keep everything calm. Most of those people died.
Air travel will go away and people will be back to ocean.
There you go. Exactly. That's what I said. But that doesn't include freaking cargo ships. How is people going to freaking do things? I mean, when the oil runs out, what are they going to do? Electric powered semis that go 80 miles, transfer it at a transfer station, and the next semi goes 80 miles, and then the next one, and the next one until it gets to the train depot. And then instead of using regular trains, which we've recycled a lot of them and turned them into museums, we would have to go and restart the Baldwood Locomotive Works to build the old 4884 big boys to get over the mountains and use them as the heavy freight trains towing the cargo across country. And then what happens when they get there? Then you're going to be seeing dry goods basically going down because, again, we will have a problem. Let me put it to you this way. I know Chris is sitting there going, oh, well, I got my credit card. What if credit card readers won't work because there's no electricity, son? What if you go to the grocery store, you're like, oh, yeah. And I'm not making fun of you, by the way. I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm just doing a scenario here. And you go in, you're like, oh, yeah, Mom, I'm going to get some pot pies. And you go there. No electricity means no stores running, no pot pies. And they're like, I'm sorry, we sold them the last pot pies last week. When we had power, and even if we had power, we had to, how are they going to do it? They're going to sit there and be like, or Chloe walks in, right? Let's just say Chloe goes in, she's like, hey, Lisa, I'm here to get some groceries. Oh, hey, Chloe, I have a question for you. Oh, yeah, Lisa, what's up? Do you have cash money? Because we're taking cash right now. Banks are shut down because they're all computerized. No money for anyone. So I keep telling you to prep. Chloe comes home. Well, Rita, we're going to be living on beans, rice, mac and cheese so the bank restructures things. In the meantime, the bank just lost all their money because the computers won't run because they can't replace them. Then they're really panicked. If they are running them, they're basically printing out everything and going, okay, we gotta basically do a new system. So the banks are working overtime. Meanwhile, your Chris sits there and says, I'm going to go get some pot pies. How are you going to get pot pies, brother, if the pot pie factory is not making pot pies anymore? Or let's just say Chloe likes her chicken dinner right there, right? She's eating a Hungry Man, right? Or 2 Hungry Men. What is... It's 1 or 2 you made. So she made her chicken dinner. What if Chloe goes to the store and she says, I'm going to get a Hungry Man? They're like, we're sorry, Hungry Man's discontinued because they're not making him anymore. And then Chloe's like, well, I need a razor. Well, we're sorry. They were all bought up because no one makes polymer-based handles anymore and there's no blades. She'd be sitting there like this. She'd go walk in, right? And I'm not saying this is right. I'm saying this is wrong, okay? But if Chloe's around in 2040s or something, 2030s, when the oil runs out, she'll be like this. Hello, what's your name? I'm Dirk. What can I do for you? Yeah, well, I'm a woman and, I got, a little bit of hair. He'd basically lather her up and be like, don't move. And Chloe would be like this. And he'd be like, with the old razor. And he'd disinfect it and everything. And then the next person would come in and be like, well, let's just say it's like a sheriff. Let's just say it's my friend Eric. Yeah, I need a shave. All right, lather him up. The barber would be in business. Then Chloe goes over to the salonist and she's like, oh yeah, my legs are being a yeti. And the lady's sitting there and says, okay, put this in your mouth. Puts it in her mouth. Next thing you know, Chloe's sitting there with her whole body, and the lady's like, all of a sudden waxing and pulling it with tweezers and everything because they don't have the razors. They go, and then or a woman would be like, what would you like? Would you like it waxed off? Would you like us to shave it off? Shave it off. And then they'd say, don't move. And Chloe would be sitting there lathered up, and they'd be like, and then they'd be like, and then they'd be like, and because it took so long for women to have their legs shaved because they're in a salonist, specialty salonist, the lady might say, oh, ma'am, that's going to be $35 for your first leg and $35 for the second. Chloe pays and leaves. Meanwhile, that's what they're going to do. She's, you go in and like, oh, I need a trim. Barber's going to be like, or if the salonist, she'll, literally, we're going to go backwards, basically. You're going to be seeing gas stations, turned into whatever. But the point is look at the future. The oil's gone. Chloe just said it. Airlines are gone.
Blacksmiths, I'll turn to blacksmiths.
I made a joke about Chris being a blacksmith. And Chloe's mom will be running a livery. And Chloe's like, what's a livery? You know what a livery is, don't you? That's a barn that handles all animals, mostly horses. She'll be running the horse livery, which means, so say your dad visits and he's in your mom's town. He'll be like, where's the livery over there? He goes in there, all right, I'm a woman. I need my horse starved for a while. She'll be like, okay, it's $30 a day to board your horse. And then your dad would walk over, hypothetically, your dad would walk over and be like, oh, yeah, look, hi, my name is Joe Bob. I'm just using a male name for Chloe's dad. He's a prick. I need a room. Welcome to the Grand Hotel, And by then he's masculinizing because there's no hormones. I mean, literally, that's the problem. The trannies are going to go backwards too. I mean, literally. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, at 70 years old, I won't worry because I'm feminine. Yeah, but without your hormones and without certain things. Oh, by the way, they'll be they'll do the old Vietnamese thing and the Chinese thing, right? When you go and do surgery down below, some of people have to dilate. What if they have to sit there and make specialty dilators like the plastic ones that's made out of wood again? I mean, think of it. And you make sure the wood doesn't chip or splinter. And if you splinter, you got to go buy a new one because you don't want to, splinter in your cooter. So, I mean, literally, it's going to get to the point where everything's going to run out. You'll go to the store and be like, oh, I need shaving cream. What shaving cream? They'll be selling shaving cream in a can, but they're not going to be sitting there like shaving cream, like, because there's no propane. Propane's what shoots the pressured gas out of the liquid in the can. So without propane, what happens to your shaving cream? You don't have it. Groceries are going to be cut down. They're going to basically make it so dry goods are going to be mostly, but how do you cook your dry goods? What happens? Chloe goes into a grocery store and one day the manager says, oh, hi, I'm here, Chloe, because even though the rent's the same, we have some new installations we're doing. And he drills a hole through the neighbor's ceiling, and the neighbor's like, hey, don't do that. And then he puts in this, and he puts in that, and he puts in this, and he redoes this, and he's redoing mine first, and then the neighbor's next up there. The neighbor's up there saying, well, why'd you have to put a hole in the floor? And then he sees a pipe going all the way to the roof. And then they rebuild from there with the second layer. And then they do this, and this. And next you know, as Higgins said, we're all running wood-burning stoves. And the manager says, oh, we're going to produce, we have to supply the wood for you to keep your apartment clean. By then, they just basically turn around and say, everyone in this country, there's houses built. We'll just give you a house and throw in a stove with it, and you'll be sitting somewhere in hobo land, living in your own house with a stove, being like, okay, or, whatever. The farmers will be making money like hand over foot. But the thing is, we won't still be able to sustain ourselves when it comes to wood burning. I mean, literally, what are they going to do? Go back to the old ways where you're sitting there with a little ladle and a little soup pot on an open fire, and the fire's coal, and you're like sitting there cooking your food on a coal fire? That could happen too. I mean, literally, between wood and coals, what would you be doing?
Not going to run out of coal after that.
Coal won't run out for 900 years, but you know what? They wouldn't give two shits for 900 years because, frankly, the oil ran out. It'd be history. And then when coal ran out, what are they going to do then? By then, we would hope the population's down so they don't cut all the trees down and start burning trees. I mean, literally, think of it this way. Coal would be the only way to be running cruise ships, cargo ships, and steam trains. I mean, literally, they don't want to basically sit there and use wood. Wood was in the beginning of the steam trains, and coal started doing it, Let's see. Imagine trying to carry a cord of wood. Imagine aliens have the ability to nuclear print crude oil. I doubt they do. I mean, look, if there is aliens, which I don't believe, Chris. Let me put it this way. I know Macabre loves my discussions. Do you think an alien would come down there and be like, oh, look, it's humans. Those humans destroyed their planet. They sucked up all their natural resources. We could either leave them to destroy themselves or eat them. Mostly they'd be like, they're barbaric. Let's let them eat themselves or die. And they fly away for another 500 years or something. I mean, literally, we're not scientifically advanced enough for these aliens, Toluna surveys make up 600 gift cards in exchange for a scanner. It takes a lot of effort, but it's a way. Look, Chris, helicopters, it doesn't matter if you close helicopters or keep helicopters. Let me tell you again what's going to happen. Macabre is probably watching this, so he's probably getting a kick out of it. If oil runs out, there is no computers. That means you won't have a phone to call your mommy or your grandma. You won't have a phone or a TV to use. You won't have power grid unless they basically restored coal power plants. Hydroelectric will be basically barely. They'd have to redo the entire power grid because computers won't work. And we don't have any compounds to do it. Helicopter tires doesn't mean shit because think of it. Without oil, aircraft carriers cannot send helicopters up. Aircraft carriers cannot send planes up. Planes can't run number 4 diesel because the jet fuels at the airport will be scrapped. The entire world would come to a grinding halt. Which means, what are they going to do? Fly around in a carrier and be like, yeah, send out the helos. Sorry, sir, we have no fuel. And by the way, without fuel, that means nuclear rockets can't be launched or missiles. And then what? Carriers will basically be stuck sitting in our ports running nuclear. But how do they run nuclear if there's no computers that can run the computers for the ships? They'd be docked. They'd get back to port and then we'd be scrapping everything we have. I mean, literally, helicopters are at least our worries. They're not going to make a green helicopter. Think of it. Look at what Higgins just said if you're paying attention in some of the back comments. You think that they ban X amount of batteries on an airplane. Basically, they have a limit on how many voltages or milliamps you can have on a battery. Like wheelchair batteries, etc. Maybe that's the max. You think a plane can go? Let me put it this way, Chris. If a pickup truck, fully electric, like 4 or 5 ton pickup truck, right? All electric, is towing like a 20,000 pound fifth wheel, maybe 30,000, give or take. Let's just say the big fifth wheels. And it only gets 80 miles. And the guy tells his wife to bring his diesel truck because he's testing out the capacity of a fifth wheel. How do you think a fucking airplane with 2 or 3 or 4 engines, or even 6 engines, or even the big Russian Antonovs can lift off with electric batteries? The entire plane would have to be batteries. And guess what? One plane could probably go with the batteries they're taking maybe 80 miles. maybe 100. Then what? They land at the next airport. Here's your transfer. By the time you spent 48 hours, you might have got across country on planes. Think of it. No, oil makes polymers. Polymers make batteries. Batteries go down the shitter. Anyway, look at it. The truth's in the pudding. When the oil goes bye-bye, we're all gone.
Oh yeah, fear of
I'm going to go ahead.
Ocean wants you to have to fear hitting into icebergs without radars and stuff.
They'll probably have to use the old Morse code or the telegraph
Or
wire.
you have to have crew members watch ahead with lights. Go ahead.
No,
Yes.
I don't have anything to say. You just made me lose my train of thought.
Get it back. You're thinking about something like going back to the old days.
Chris, we have a tire that wastes oil when you can have a propeller. Look, a tire is basically used for running on roads. A tire is used to land planes. A tire is used to land a helicopter. A propeller doesn't mean jack shit if you can't land. I mean, literally. And even if you run out of oil, what powers the freaking helicopter? Higgins, would you basically explain to Chris the aerodynamics of trying to run an all-electric helicopter airplane while I go use the loo for a second, please, brother? Maybe you can tell Chris what he needs to hear, because frankly, that was what's on my mind a second ago, not cruise liners. Okay. My thing is, what happens when we have no oil? How are we going to basically power a helicopter? How are we going to trust a 100,000 or $1 million or $2 million 100,000 pound battery to power us all the way from Chicago to Seattle? The battery would be gone before then. I mean, think about it. What are we going to do? Get up like this and then slowly glide down for miles upon miles until we get to Seattle? How does that helicopter work without?
If you're gonna fly, if we don't have any oil, then the only flies balloons. Or actually, they need gas for that, so they won't be able to fly at all.
There you go. Someone came up with common sense there. That's the thing. Nothing will work
unless they have some coal, like some wood burners and coal burners on that balloon. You might have to have an area with it. You have to keep landing to restock on coal or wood.
Let me tell you about something interesting.
What is it?
The reason balloons and blimps were popular is because they couldn't use coal or wood. They used a compressed gas that's used out of a petroleum or oil based. Without it, zeppelins, blimps, useless. Like I said, yachts, useless. What are the rich going to do? They're going to go all sail? Yeah. They might just have the sail makers strip all the yachts down, recycle all the crap, and make them a nice super yacht that's a sailing boat. But because sailboats have to be designed a certain way, say they're dredging the Pacific or the Atlantic, and all of a sudden, miraculously, they don't have an active radar anymore, radio. And they're sitting there and they're like, I'm going to do the Popeye thing. Chloe's dad, wearing a captain's hat, and he looks up, and there's a 100-foot tidal wave going to crush his boat because there was just an underwater earthquake that basically is going to flip his boat to nothing. This is why there's dangers of that. I mean, literally, we're going to be going into uncharted territory after the fact. The GPS won't work because once your batteries run out of your GPS, you can't use it ever again. The global position's gone. You might be sitting there thinking you're going to hit this, and next thing you know, you're like, if your boat does survive somehow, let's just say basically anchor, someone says, all right, where am I? Oh, hi, sir, you're in Fiji. 8 months later. I mean, literally, we won't have it. We'd have to basically base it off of, Exactly. You see, just like I just proved to Chloe that even if you wanted coal or wood, there's not enough wood in this world, so coal would be the answer. But at the same time, you can't build something high enough in coal because without the proper burning thing of the special torch, the balloon wouldn't get up because the balloon's made of silk. So technically, you use coal, it's just going to sit there and burn right there. You can't just sit there and superheat the coal to burn a flame that goes up. So balloons would be gone. I mean, this is things that it was a good idea, but you know what I'm trying to make is yes. You want to say something?
The only way to get anything wonderful is to breed birds to grow big enough to fit people on them. And
Welcome to Aerodactyl Air, where we're going to be flying an Aerodactyl all the way to Viva Rock Vegas.
Or an eagle. They're riding on eagle.
And then the eagle will see us as food. Anyways, it's a good idea. But my point is this is what my main majority point was. Macabry, I hope you're still watching this. Is Chloe is somewhat right, but Chloe's somewhat wrong. My point is if oil runs out, how many people like Chloe and myself and Higgins and Chris and Chloe's mom and Chloe's dad would really lose it, would live in a world where you went backwards. Would live in a world where your dad, the dear old dad would be like, oh, I'm sorry, sir, you can't do this. This is the job of the Wells Fargo coach gun and the Wells Fargo boys. We're transporting this privately somewhere else. And your dad, what's he going to do? Work in the freight industry, running freight wagons? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go all the way to Texas. Yeehaw, giddy up, little horses. I mean, the point is, everyone would lose their everyday things that they take advantage of. Medications wouldn't be there. Chloe would go in, I'm hurting. Here you go. Here's some laudanum. That's basically based off of, opium. She'd be like, no offense, it's an addiction. How would we get our coffee? It comes, coffee would be, literally. I mean, everything would be done differently. Chloe would be sitting there. Let's just say Chloe's a restaurateur, right? I own a restaurant. Chloe owns a restaurant. Chloe would be like, all right, Jake, I'll be right back. Comes back in. So you want bacon and eggs this morning? Thank God I just had the smokehouse refilled with bacon. I mean, literally, she'd be cooking on an open, a specialty charcoal burning stove or a wood stove, and then and like Higgins says, picture carrying a cord of wood every 2 or 3 days to burn. Wood would run out. I mean, we take advantage of so much now that people won't listen. I mean, think of Macabry. Macabry one day will be sitting in he or she's going to be in their rocking chair being like, so anyways, on the porch, Junior. Let's just say Macabry's a girl. Anyways, Junior, there was this woman a long time ago by the name of Rita. They said she was a crackpot. Now who's laughing? However, Chloe doesn't realize there's little problems too. No oil means unless they can make a ship that can run on full rechargeable batteries in a recharging docking station, and that's one way. If the ship can go 80 miles or 100 miles per charge without oil, that would mean that this island would only have ferry service round trip once a day due to the battery limitations. Or maybe twice a day, let's just say. Otherwise, we're all screwed. People sit there, oh, I live in an island, it ain't going to matter. It will be when the farmers are the one producing all the fucking stuff here, and the fucking people at the grocery store looks at their grocery store and they're not getting packaged granulated crap.
Steam ferries, steam-powered ferries.
They can make those. That'd be something they could do.
Yeah, they do that. They go to that, and they'd have them have workers. They'd have to hire workers to work the furnaces, which they charge more money because of the workers.
Maybe they run non-computer chips, but the problem is it's the fuel problem. Besides, Chris, you think a computer chip in a there is no computer chips in helicopters? You're wrong, man. Let me correct you. How do you basically, let's just put it this way. Airplanes and helicopters have computer chips. You're like, oh, no, they don't. Yes, they do. How does a helicopter turn on a GPS locating tracking chip to track the helicopter to where it's going? How does a ferry boat turn on a GPS without a computer chip? How does the ferry boat run the controls? You say, oh, these helicopters are non-thingy. A lot of stuff are run by computer chips. They need GPS in helicopters. They need certain issues for computers. You don't think, oh, well, it's non-compliant. There's no computers in it. The GPS chip is a computer. And besides, helicopters run out of fuel permanently, then what are they going to run? They can't run a supersized battery. That's what my point is. If they did, it'd get, 30 miles? I mean, literally, we're basically moving into a world where everything's going to come to a grinding halt. And my point being, everyone, since now people are sitting there insulting, saying stuff like mutant power, being jokingly, the truth is, and we're having a serious conversation here, even McAbry knows this, is, I mean, let me put it this way, okay? You guys are great to listen to, for me to listen to, But when you basically make some jackboot comments about mutating birds, God's not going to allow you to mutate an eagle the size of a jet. The eagle would basically think of us as food. They'd start eating us because we're nutritional.
I was throwing it out there as a joke.
Well, I hope he is. No, I'm talking about Chris. He said that. We can DNA splice genes and everything, make eagles and everything else huge. But what?
The only way you can get it is for it to fit a few people on there at a time.
Yeah, but he's talking about jet size. The problem is, I'm serious. If we did that, think of the logic here. Chloe should realize this. If we did that size, how are we going to sustain a bird that size? They'd start eating us like worms.
Yeah. Oh, imagine how big the feathers would be. People would be using those for their sails on sailboats. Big eagle feathers.
Yeah, if they were turned into food.
Yeah, but the feathers usually would drop from the sky. Someone's like, "Oh, here we got some sails for a boat. Let's attach these on."
What I was going to say is, without Chloe making too many jokes, is sometimes I can have a logical conversation with Chloe and she understands what I'm saying. The point I'm trying to make is this. Logically, when we run out of fucking oil, that's my anger tone. People should listen. This world comes to a grinding fucking halt. That means some of you will be dead in the ground by then, and others will be fucking dying of starvation because there's not enough ways to get food to us by the time this happens. Now, the other point I'm making is, do you think, quote unquote, do you really fucking think the fucking government knows how to fix this, or the world governments? This could be population control. This could be whatever. See where I'm going with this? World comes to a grinding halt. Your food's gone. Your TV's gone. Your power might be cut to 50% or less on the grid because they have to run computers for nuclear power. Some other plants use computers, etc., etc. So unless you know how to do everything manually, you're screwed. Helicopters, they do have GPS chips in them. But the main problem is you would be running out of oil if you keep producing tires and useless crap. I mean, think of it. My opinion is this. If man was going to travel, it should have been steam train or steamship. Not by plane. Not by helicopter. Honestly. Everything happens, but then when it all runs out, what do? What are you going to do? You're going to sit there and be like, I mean, think of it. I don't think, let's just say oil runs out by 2030 or 2035. Let's just say hypothetically, okay, because everyone sucks it up for oil and everything else being used. And they run out early, right? I'm just saying, think of the people like the Chloes of the world. They're going to sit there and be looking out the window, going, I'm bored. Because eventually they know the internet's going to go down. They don't have the tools to keep computers running. She knows everything's going to collapse. This is what's going to happen. The great collapse is going to happen because no one is realizing that this technology has an end date, as they would say. Mankind will survive, but was mankind supposed to be surviving on computers? No. Why do you think the Amish don't use computers? The Amish are going to sit there and be like, well, Ezekiel, we got to find a new way to do lighting. They can use beeswax to make candles. That's about it. Their kerosene lamps, gone. Their oil lamps, gone. They'll just use candles. Entire country, you know.
And we'll go to bed when it gets dark. Even wintertime, we have short days, so we have to do all
That's what I said. Man would be going to bed early once the darkness. Chris, sometimes I think you have grandiose ideas, man. We're not going to be running 55 to 80 miles per hour between Bigfoot and a cheetah to basically run to evolve. It wouldn't be that bad. We're not. Thing is, God doesn't want us to evolve. We'll be like cat people.
If we are to even run that fast, we have to run on all fours. That means our arms have to evolve into front legs again, which means we lose our thumbs. And then we'd turn into, we'd be more like dogs and cats, where we have to pick things up with our mouths.
I wouldn't like that
And
idea.
we have tails again. We get our tails back.
Yeah, you see, that's my point, Higgins. See, Chloe even knows this. That's the thing. That was one of my points. When they can't maintain the polymers to make computer chips, digital currency, Social Security checks, IRAs, retirement's gone. The government wants this. But then how is the government going to control everything from state to state? They can't. The entire world collapses. The fourth industrial revolution is going to happen.
This idea is real. These beautiful legs here would be considered hind legs, and these would be front legs.
Oh, Chris, come on. We're never going to be a giant as big as Bigfoot and just run 55 miles per hour. I mean, come on. Look, Higgins is completely right. Cash is king. But you know what, Chris? Or Higgins, I'll tell you a secret. I want to tell you a secret. Okay? You say cash is king, right? I want to tell you a story. The biggest story in the world. And I don't want Chloe interrupting because Chloe was basically in tears when this happened. She goes in to the banks. They all refuse her except Wells Fargo, right? Finally, she says, I'd like to get this check cashed, this retro check. $140,000+. I was talking about the numbers, right? What happened? Chloe says, can I get cash? They said, no. You want cash, you're going to be filling out an IRS form and everything else explaining why you have to have more than $10,000 in cash at one time. And then we're not giving it to you. Government wants you to have your retro check in the bank so you can spend it down. They want to know everything. So once you get it spent down, they sit there and say, they're going to make new rules. It means that all Social Security checks, Higgins, will be basically changed so you can't get cash for it. They want to watch you spend it wisely. If you can't, pay e-status, and then they'll have someone manage your money for you. You see the point I'm making? Point is they won't let anyone carry cash. So if the damn oil runs out completely, banks will still run, but people are going to be rushing out to try to get cash. By then, cash might not be even king. And then they're going to be really panicked because no one's going to want to basically. And then banks are going to start basically in their region sending stagecoaches out like the old Wells Fargo wagons with money.
We're going back to coins, gold coins or bronze coins.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see that. Hi, my name is Hi. I'm Higgins McCrae. Hey, lady, I'll give you two $50 gold pieces for a poke. I'd throw that in there. Higgins would be funny with you. And while I get my pokes, I also want you to find me a cheese sausage I can buy so I can eat it because I love my cheese sausages.
Are you sure you want to poke me with my body odor? Because I haven't bathed in over 2 weeks because we didn't get bath water or bath supplies yet.
Oh, that's the other thing. The old bathhouses would be open. They'd be using coal to heat up the damn water and then putting it in like a metal horse trough, and you'd be sitting there with soap because there won't be any hot water in anyone's house.
We'll be sitting outside, going back to the house. People can watch you take a bath.
Actually, the bathhouses in the West, they were all enclosed in buildings, and they had special ways to drain the water. But, they're like, And you know what I love about the 1800s, honestly, my history report? Sitting there, right? This is me. Yeah, I need a bath. I'd be sitting in there. And they let you have as much time as you need to scrub, So if you're a woman, you get extra time, right? So they have a woman's bathhouse and a men's. I'd go to the women's. I'd be like, yeah, I need a bath. Let's just say, I don't have any facial hair that much. So I'd be like, I need to trim some stuff. I need to do this. And they would do it for me. And I'd be sitting there like, oh, yeah, while I'm in my bath. Hey, you. Oh, yes. How can I help you, ma'am? Yeah, go here. Here's some coinage. Go give me a bottle. I want to drink it while I'm in the tub. And I'd be like the old West. Hell, some of them had the baths also clean their underwear in the tub at the same time. Bath water and soap.
And music, we'd be going back to listening to old type of music.
We'd be sitting there going into a saloon and he'd seen Chris beep 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 with the piano.
We'd be hearing the old type music. Classical music would be popular again.
Oh yeah, Chris is like, be right. Biden did get coronavirus. Mild cases.
Guitars will still be around, but people will get back into harps and banjos, guitars.
So does anyone have anything else to add? Because like I said, Higgins is right. Cash is king, but if you don't have cash, you're screwed. And if you do have cash, you might be screwed. They might take away cash and change the currency before then so they can monitor you better. But what are you looking for? Look at this bag here. Mop, shut up.
Moppy, stop.
What's the neighbors around? No. So I have Bud to check out cheese balls, and the next time she's at the store, maybe do some pot pies too. What do you think, Chris? Oh yeah, we're gonna check on those pot pies online.
Yeah, Chris, next I think that people may evolve and grow wings to fly on their own. Our arms turn into wings. We'd be flying like bats, though.
All these people and their little pipe dreams.
Mm-hmm. Too much fictional stories they've read.
Now they're making mega pizzas at banquet. That seems interesting. Have you seen the mega pizzas yet?
I'll look though. Maybe I missed it. Never asked, so.
I just saw it on the front page. It says new. They got double stuffed 4 meat, pepperoni, and 3 cheese. That looks interesting. And it's 2 slices? Oh yeah, it's just 2 slices. Figures. Here we go. I want to see the pot pies. We were just talking about that. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Lord wants how it'd be easier to get away with crime too, without all surveillance and stuff. From this, if you were all a bank, you'd get away with it if you leave the on horseback.
Yeah, but then the U.S. Marshals would be after their ass back in the old days.
You hop into their country.
They'd still be after you. Look at what they did to fucking some of these old criminals. They got them.
What about the ones that go to Mexico and Central America?
Then, if they still know who they are, they basically find them eventually.
You have some ones like, well, darling, I'm going to go take a trip down to Central America, see if I can find this bandit. I might be back in a year.
I've never seen a family-sized pot pie. You got beef pot pie, chicken and broccoli pot pie, turkey pot pie. Ooh, I've never seen this one. The Salisbury steak deep dish pot pie. Now that would be up my alley. But you know, these grocery stores, they don't want to give you these special. Oh, there's the breakfast pies. Deep dish cheesy ham and potato. Chloe wouldn't eat that. Deep dish sausage and gravy. Me and hubby love those. And then you got the fruit pies. And the fruit pies are really good too. Oh, look at Marie Callender there. You know. Yeah. There we go. Frozen dinners, Marie Callender. Steak and roasted potatoes. That sounds pretty good for Marie Callender. Oh, here we go. See all pot pie. That's the thing I was looking for. These are. I'm always curious about. Okay, so those are 15-ounce pot pies. Okay, that's cool. Cheesy bacon and chicken pot pie. Creamy mushroom chicken pot pie. Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna look up some. So Marie Callender's 15-ounce pot pies. Okay. So banquet is 7 ounces. This family size is 2-pound pot pie. Yeah, but like a large pot pie. Yeah. You're always on the right way. Well, we were talking about oil again. I said I was thinking of sending Chloe out to look for pot pies and some dinner to me. Can't keep living on goldfish crackers. And you're always on a writing break. I mean, look, it's what, 6 o'clock? There should be closing up for the day. But we got into discussion of the topic. So the topic was everything from prepping the news today. President Biden got sick with coronavirus again. The Republican Party is looking really bad in the Senate. Well, yesterday and today's topic. You see, what they did was they turned around. They passed a week ago. Roe versus Wade was codified in the U.S. House of Representatives across both aisles, Republicans and Democrats. 4 days later, they passed same-sex marriages and interracial marriage law, right? And today they passed contraceptives, right? Cross joint, both Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans in the House said if they don't pass it, as their constituents want, they're out. The Senate doesn't give a shit. They want to blame it on recession, but Biden made a deal for lower gas prices. Gas has gone down, food's gone down, shipping's going up. People are getting their merchandise.
I see what he was doing. He was taking away the economy card from them.
Anyway, now people are asking, where's the recession? Where's the depression? They can't use that card. There's only one card the Republicans can use currently, and that is they're challenging, Zoe, for the American people to vote them out. They're challenging it. Well, that's the only thing I got. They can't do that card anymore. Here's what's happening. The Republicans in the House think if they vote cross-joint aisles, the Senate will be voted out because the Senate's stonewalling everything. The thing is the Republicans are going to be losing big time in the Senate. The Republicans in the House are voting for these bills. The problem is they're focusing so much on the recessions and not there, as Higgins said. Where is it? I was on the phone with him for 2 days. Where is it? And on top of that, Higgins also, there is none. They can't use that card. So now they think they can stonewall these bills. And if they get voted out, they know that when they get voted out, the filibuster will take over. They will dissolve the filibuster. And what card are they using? Biden turned around. Right, here's what happened. The Republicans didn't count that there were so many pissed off women. The women are being told that they're supposed to use for breeding purposes. Women are told that their breeding purposes, cooks, homemakers, dick suckers, and babysitters. Women said, if you think we're third-class citizens, we're going to the polls and we're voting them out. Republicans turned around and said the GLBT is going to basically be baby poppers and baby machines. We're banning GLBT everything. Transgender, the LGBT community is pissed, Zoe, to the point of no return. Yeah, so they're voting. All of it, guess what? The dominoes are falling. So women think that third-class citizens. What card can the Republicans play? One. But the women think if they're going to be told, Zoe, that they're going to be used as baby poppers, baby pushers, homemakers, cooks, spread your leg type tools, then they're going to get even in with the Republicans by voting them all out. And when we control the Senate, this is what they say. When the Democrats control the Senate, filibuster will be deleted, and then they can get the ultimate goal against men who think that they're nothing but fucking slaves. They know that the Democrats have promised women who don't trust men and trust people to send their kids to school that the AR-15's on the chopping block. Supreme Court would say that bill's illegal. It's not when you ban it permanently. Then what? They banned half the handguns on the market that hold more than 10 rounds. The women think that. Men think their dicks need to be sucked, their bellies need to be fed, their home needs to be cleaned. And they're the man, and they carry the guns. Take away their guns, and they're all little pussycats. Not to mention, we're talking about the problems of facing soon. Look, basically, the Republicans think women are cocksuckers, tools to be used. Oh, really? No. Goldfish? 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 Hmm? I'm a shit right now and I know it. Hmm. Oh, yes. And in my office, I got another 6-pack in there too, Zoe, including So basically, what happened is the Republicans are trying to play in the House that they're distancing themselves from the Republicans in the Senate because the Senate Republicans don't think that anyone's going to make the Senate lose, but because they don't have the recession card, the only thing they can play, Zoe, is they want to take your guns away. More likely that basically the women are fed up. The women want guns taken away from the men because the men are thinking that all they are is useless tools. By the way, here's a joke for you, Zoe. If the men want a subservient wifey, the men should just go marry a post-operative trans woman who will spread their legs, cook for them, keep the house clean because that's all they want to do anyways. It's a win-win for them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Women rule and men drool. Right, Gigi? What do you think of my joke, Zoe? Men want women to be subservient, right? Give them a tranny. They can get poked, they can cook, and they can clean. Leave the genetic women alone. The genetic women aren't baby poppers. They're human beings. But the Republicans keep opening their trap saying that they need them for birthing purposes. And they want to ban sex changes for young ones for them to be biological fathers. They also want to ban sex changes so no one can get them in the country. In this country. If that's the case, I mean, they can't get hormones or nothing. We're going backwards anyway. But since you're here, you want to hear the thing we were talking about on the other topic? I would tell you. All right, I'll tell you. So, the other topic we're talking about is the problems in this world. Republicans are worried about guns being taken away because it's the only thing they can use. But the main problem we have in this world is oil consumption. Without oil, by the way, Chris confirmed it today, that his friend who works in the tire industry says oil is used to make tires, 7 gallons per tire. 4 tires is 28 gallons, and an oil barrel holds 42 gallons. You do the math. Helicopters need oil. If we take away all of the oil and the oil runs out, Zoe, that means the entire world comes to a grinding halt. You're like, how? Without polymers, computer chips can't be done. Without polymers and oil, computers can't be made. Computers can't manage nuclear or certain hydroelectric dams. Trains, trams, and buses that aren't electrified, gone. Planes, gone. The cruise industry, gone. Motor yachts, gone. Helicopters, gone. Jet airplanes by the Navy and Air Force, gone. No fuel to propel rockets up to replace the satellite for your cell phones, gone. Computer chips for your phones, gone. Oils to make your phone, gone. Oils to make the rubber buttons, gone. Everything goes bye-bye. That means no oil lamps, kerosene lamps, paraffin lamps. You'd be trusting people getting into the bee industry to make wax bees, bee wax, and honey to make candles. No TVs, no streaming services, no wires, no rubber hoses, no fishing poles, no fishing rods. The entire world would come to a grinding halt when we run out. And they say we'll be out before 2067. Oh, not to mention, every day of things will be gone. We were talking about this earlier, Zoe. For example, you're a woman, good looking one too. All these, let's put it this way, okay, without me hinting at it, because I know Zoe's a great woman. But I've seen some trannies recently. Their fetish, pantyhose, right? Or tights. Dark hose, white hose, light, thigh highs, and pantyhose, and white hose, black hose, short skirts, right? I'm not hinting at you doing it. That's but the thing is these women do it, right? These trannies, to get posts on Instagram. Fortunately, the problem is they gotta keep their legs shaved. Yeah, the disposable 1 blade, 2 blade, 3 blade, 4, 5, 6, the Dolce 7 blade sold out. And they've run out because the polymers aren't there to make the razor handles. So you'd be going back to the old, and then, right? That means you have to go to a specialty salonist that knows how to use the old razors to shave your legs because you couldn't shave them yourself. That means if you have an electric wet dry razor for your legs, honey pie, same thing happens. How are you going to use it if the polymers are not there and the battery can't be used because all the oil ran out? You see, everyday usages and appliances would run out. Dustpan and broom for your vacuuming. Carpet would be gone. Hardwood floors would make some about. Wood stoves. Unless the electric grid can handle your baseboard heat, when the baseboard heaters died, you'd be stuck with wood stoves or coal burning furnaces. Cargo ships from China would stop. And the list goes on and on, honey, and guess what? We would all be screwed. I'm always polite, by the way. I just see these girls in their short skirts and their heels and their showing off their legs, and those things. It's like, wow. I don't know. Once in a while, it's like, wow. Anyways, my point being, everyone, is this. I'll tell as far as I think a woman should be kind of sexy without being too sexy. But talking about the oil crisis, we're going to be screwed over, you know. We're going to be screwed over big time. Yeah. Yeah, it will. It's going to come to a halt. Without oil, think of it this way, Zoe. Without oil, your computer chips can't be made. What's the one thing that would bother you the most besides no oil? I'll tell you. You go down to the grocery store and you say, "Hi, I'm Zoe. I would like some stuff." And you look for these, and they don't make them anymore because the computer factory, the computer controls that make your goldfish aren't there anymore. Then what do you do without goldfish crackers? Back in the day, candy was made by hand, were their original, etc. We'd have to go figure a way to make these by hand. Think of it. See, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Higgins right. A grinding halt, super sad prediction. No, it's not a prediction. It will come true. Think of it. The U.S. government, I was making a point earlier with Chris, doesn't know how to fucking fix this. Everyone's living a life where they don't think anything's going to happen. Food supplies will be short in demand. Without computers, they can't make anything that you like, your canned foods. You'd be going to the butcher every day for fresh meat. Grocery stores would be down to little general stores carrying basic items. Well, I'm supposedly a tranny, and I'm a good tranny. But not through the passable trannies. The passable trannies think I look ugly and I don't know what I'm talking about. Thing is think of the trannies, Zoe. The trannies turn around if they don't have their medical grade oil that's made from petroleum turned into medical grade oil, which is put into the vials of the estrogen. They don't get their hormones. What? Not even rubber hoses. Okay, think of a car. Think of the rubber hoses, the distributor cap, the timing belts, all those things, all the rubber under the hood. Gone. Your car is now dead. We're screwed on oil because here's the kicker, GG. We have 5 trillion gallons of oil left. 5 trillion. When you take 5 trillion gallons of oil, every barrel of oil, every 42-gallon barrel of oil makes 19 gallons of gas, refined. The thing is, we used to have 55-gallon drums, but they went down to 42 gallons. And because of it, now barrels, I think it was easier to transport. Now oil is getting harder and harder to do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Without oil, everything comes to a grinding halt. They have to remake needles to be glass, or the metal instead of plastic and the rubber. They're going to have to figure a new way to do things. Food factories run on computerization. People would be screwed without oil. It's not about just oil. Not to mention, airplanes run on number 4 jet diesel fuel, which is refined oil. Bunker oil is refined, somewhat crude oil. It fits into the cruise industry and the cargo ships. Take it away, no freight. Not to mention, number 2 diesels, 1 to 2 diesel apparently, is what's used for diesel trains. We'd be going back to steam, which means we'd have to open up our coal mines all over the world. Get rid of the oil burning power plants and switch over to hydro, wind, and or coal.
It'd be hard.
Can't do nuclear because the computers can't run the nuclear core.
How will the government spy on people without oil?
There we go. Well, they have to bring up the whole conspiracy crap thing
I'm
again.
just saying, if they spied on you, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't have the tech.
They just hire 500 million goons to go watch your house every day when I'm reading a newspaper. Thing is, before the FBI and the government basically had spies, there were average common folks walking down the street wearing a suit and reading a newspaper.
Alright, I'm just curious, okay? You have to go flip the fuck out.
Keystone Pipeline was canceled, was stopped, was turned off. For what I understand, no one knows what happened. Apparently, rumor has it the Keystone was also stopped due to the fact that people all around the pipeline was upset at the fact that they were told they had to give up their land to put this Keystone Pipeline from Canada all the way down to Texas to refine it. And because the people's land was taken, they said, fuck you, so it stopped. Because apparently they wanted to get paid for the land that the pipe was sitting on, and the government said no. So it was all about, from what I understand, it was all a bunch of war. Yeah, but the problem with China is also locking their people down and hoping like, oh, they die of starvation because the president of China knows something we don't, which I know. And we're going to be out of oil in less than 30 years. That means oil can't power aircraft carrier planes, helicopters, medevac helicopters. When we isolate those people now, we may have a better chance of survival. Let me put it this way, Zoe. If you have HBO, I can explain it a little better, but this is the best I can do. Can't keep eating these, otherwise I'm going to spoil my dinner.
Alright.
Whatever my dinner is.
If you want me to check out Popeyes, I'll go do it.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Anyway. No, they're not. They're not. They're basically in lockdown to feed. Look, China doesn't have the resources to keep feeding them. I mean, look. Let me put it this way. China has like 1.2 billion population. 1.1 billion are all in lockdown. Some of them are dying of not enough food. With 100 million people working, 100 million can't sustain 1.1 billion people. Or 1,100 million people. Easy to say, or 1.1 billion. Because of it, some of them are dying. Some of them are out of money. The government doesn't want to bail them out. What's happening? They're dying. The government knows that if they basically start the process of doing the old thing, like in Guild Wars 2, where 115 years have passed, the camp has been in lockdown, and no one knows what happened, China's going to do the same. Think of this as a history lesson. The emperor and the empress of Japan, or China, sorry. Emperor and empress of Japan. The emperor and empress of China, their home was the Forbidden City. The only ones allowed in the Forbidden City was the supposed trannies, also known as the eunuchs. Thank you.
Royals.
And royals. Everyone else was not allowed to even go near the.
Regular women.
The imperial city was forbidden for all except royals and eunuchs and tutors. Otherwise, no one can set foot to see the emperor or empress of Japan. And the only other ones is his army. Everyone else around China had to deal with it in their own way. And there was people under the emperor that ruled for him in other cities, like semi-warlords, you see. So if China closes off and basically like the emperor of Japan or China stays behind walls for many years and cuts off the entire world, all they got to do is things. I mean, think of it this way. Let me put it this way about the oil again. Without oil, cars won't go. Boats won't go. They'll be stripping yachts. Planes won't go. Helicopters won't go. You could say, oh, it's a good thing. You would be coming out to visit me, Zoe, if you're still around in 30 years, by train. You'd be going steam train. Freight would be going steam train. You can say, oh, well, you know. But here's the kicker. Not only would that happen, there would be no cell phone service. The government screwed up big time, okay?
All right, you want to take that back there so I'm getting your
The
video?
government, yeah, fine. The government turned around and screwed up. In the 80s, they knew they had everything set up properly. Instead, greedy corporations decided that they weren't going to tell any of the government agencies that they wanted to drain our oil more by making boxes for digital converters for your television needs. So everyone went digital. Then they got rid of it. See, oil made CRT TVs and wires. When the CRT TVs were recycled or thrown in the dumps, they didn't care. They didn't have a recycle program. Then, when the oil started depleting, they started pumping more oil to make these fucking devices for people for digital. Then they took away the person's ability to own a car phone in a bag that could last a lot longer to go digital. And now they're making 5G phones. And this is 3G, this is 4 LTE. And yet they're saying, oh, we need to upgrade. Fortunately, that just means more oil spent. What happens when the oil runs out? By 2067, they say we'll be out. But the way we're consuming oil for home heating, propane, acetylene, kerosene, Coleman fuel, gasoline, unleaded diesel, number 4, jet fuel, rocket fuel. They say we might be out by 2035. That means that no computers eventually will run the banks. The banking systems will be gone. And if a server goes down, they're not going to be able to fix it. So you won't be able to order anything on Amazon. You see where I'm going with this? Now, here we go. Frozen pot pies. Apparently, I'll probably have ramen for dinner. I got the stove top cleaned, so. Pipe fire, has it ever dawned on you that they're going to have a week? Yes, they're all going to be healthy back after this. Yeah, basically they've put everyone in lockdown. Why do you think they're not working right now? They got chains around it like a prison. People's houses, they're not allowed to leave. China is running out. Why do you think China is not letting them out of their homes? 1.1 billion are still in lockdown for 2 years. They can't sustain themselves. I mean, literally, India. Has anyone ever heard what happened to India? They're running rampant too with coronavirus. They have almost the equivalent, 1.1 to 1.2 billion people. $30 years. I want to visit before I croak, not after. Well, what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to make the point is it'd be steam trains when the time happens. Steam trains. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you. Steam trains would be coming back. Steam freight trains. Everything would be running coal again due to the fact that we don't. And that means we wouldn't be even using we wouldn't have enough wood to keep everyone's fireplaces going either. I mean, we would be literally seeing the population, let's just say by 20, let's just say by the time oil runs out, let's just say there's 15 to 25 billion people. There's probably going to be about 1/4 to 1/2 of the population extinct due to the fact that we don't have enough oil. This is why I keep telling people to prep now. I mean, literally. I mean, it is what it is, but no one listens to me. I mean, look, China's basically got people in lockdown, okay, for the last 2 years. They won't let them work. And they're out of money and out of food, pretty much. And China's doing this because they think if they can contain the coronavirus, then it's fine. But if the people get infected and the entire thing's infected, that affects his finances. But there's not a lot of stuff being shipped out of China right now, anyways, to other countries because, and by the way, because of what China is doing something that we don't know what they're doing. I think, like I said, excuse me for a second, I'm going to use the toilet. Okay, sorry about that. Look at this. I gotta fucking pick this up. See this? See this? Just leaves it on the fucking chair. They invented garbage cans for a reason. I know Higgins is like, what? Anyways, I think her door's closed. I hope it is. Ugh, damn toilet seat's fucking running because the fucking repairman's incompetent and didn't put the flap right. Rita incoming email video link must watch it. Yeah, I'll watch it when I'm done. I don't have time to watch your video. Look, hey, I'll watch it later, okay? I'll make a video about it tomorrow. But not now because, I'm not putting headphones on. So, anyways, does anyone have any questions or concerns in the comments? Because I'd like to see what you guys got to say. Come on, you guys got to have more more comments about our oil problem? Or do you guys want me to talk again about the political sides of what's going to happen with the Republican Party in November? I mean, come on, throw me a bone here. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. See, I can get them to move from time to time. Basically, the GOP in the House went across the aisles to vote with the Democrats to pass the bills that the Supreme Court's trying to all control and make everyone slaves and robots, baby poppers. The Senate doesn't want to do anything. So the GOP in the House is saying, well, look, we've done our job. We've done what the citizens want. Don't vote us out. Vote the Senate out. And then when we get a filibuster, we can pass everything we need to. I mean, literally, Mitch McConnell thinks the economy's going to tank. Thing is, Mitch McConnell's card he can only use is the gun control card. And Biden said if they get the Senate, he's guaranteed. Ding to the women who's being treated like third-class citizens. That if the Senate's lost, they know that they can give the women their rights to have their children safe going to school, because guns will all AR-15s and assault weapons that they deem assault weapons will be gone permanently. And if it's codified properly, Supreme Court can't touch it. Biden knows this. And they also said, just to make the Supreme Court safe, Biden said he was thinking of stacking the deck and the women on board the Supreme Court. And he said he'd impeach the judges that lied under oath about overturning Roe versus Wade. So anyway, look at it. Looks like we're going to have a great 3 months to see how this plays out, Zoe. Can you blow a bubble back into the Pepsi can? No, I'm not going to. I don't have a... No, I'm talking about midterms. Here's how it's going to work. They already voted on passing and codifying Roe versus Wade. It's sitting in the Senate side under Mitch McConnell. And Chuck Schumer wants to pass it. But old grouch man Grinch, Moscow Grinch says no. They went codified and passed 3 days ago, same-sex marriage and interracial marriage. Again, Moscow Grinch said no. But then some Republicans in the Senate said, yeah, we can pass that. And Thomas and that Judge Thomas guy said, get it passed, or Clarence Thomas, get it passed or we're screwed, that same-sex marriage / interracial marriage, because it's all put in one bill. So if he doesn't get it passed, Clarence Thomas could lose his wife. Not to mention that Moscow Grinch could lose his wife. So if they pass, here's how it works. If they pass the same-sex marriage and the interracial marriage, that means 50% of the black people would probably not even vote this election due to the fact that they got what they wanted. Same with the gays and lesbians. But that doesn't guarantee that the other 15 million LGBT is not going to stand down due to the fact that they think their sex changes are going away and that their children at 4 years old can't go get a cooter when they're 12 because the government wants to use them as breeding tools. So they're going to vote for it. So what they're trying to do is see what they can get away with so they can contain the Senate. And if he doesn't move on any of it, Senate's lost. Now, if he gives the same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, 50% of the blacks will probably go Republican, but the other blacks are going to go vote for us because the women are still pissed off that their rights are being held to be used as tools for breeding purposes. So it's a 50-50 toss-up, but more likely right now it's like 99% blue wave and 1%, well, Republicans will have it due to the fact that This is what's coming down the pipe. I mean, think of it this way. The Republicans in the House side voted for all these bills. The Senate's sitting on it. They're hoping they can draw it out till after their recess, until like September, and see how things go, and hope like hell there's a recession by September. Then they can use the recession card. Otherwise, they aren't going to be using the recession card. They're going to use the gun card. And the gun card's the only card they can use. Yeah, midterms. You see, if the GOP and the House turned around and they're basically standing down, they're basically saying, "Look, our constituents want same-sex marriages, birthing rights. We're giving it to them." And these people said, "You've done your job, good faithful servant." Unfortunately, the Senate doesn't give a shit. They think, and here's the other thing: the reason the Senate's losing is, has anyone realized, Zoe? You ready for this, Zoe? This is gonna blow your mind. The Senate, the Republicans have the mom and pop backers. Guess who's got the major industry backers? The money companies, what do you call it? The companies, big companies that supported the Republicans in the past. They're supporting the Democrats this midterms, because here's how the big companies see it. They lost the abilities to make money off abortions. They think if they can do abortions, that saves taxpayers money for them not being on welfare. They're fighting so they can keep sex changes going, so they can make money on breast implants, facial surgery, hospital bills, etc. They make the money and the government pays. You see? So the big corporations that are funneling money from the Senate's funneling the Dems. Not to mention, if they get their way with contraceptive, they make money off of that. You see where they're going? They're putting their money, Zoe, into the Democrats, because they think the Democrats are the ones that want to, whereas the Republican Senate is going with the mom and pops, so they don't have the income like they did. But, the thing is, this is what's coming down the price. Let's see, what do we got here? Hey there, I haven't been on close 3 years. Who are you? I don't know you. Mahana? Yellow wave? No, yellow wave. Come on, we're having a serious conversation here. So basically, the GOP, there's two GOPs. You get the MAGA GOP in the Senate that knows that they're going to destroy themselves. You got the GOP in the House of Representatives that voted for these bills to pass. What's going to happen? Well, the Senate's going to fall, when the dominoes fall in the next 3 months, because Mitch McConnell, even if they try to pass one bill to protect Mitch McConnell's marriage to an Asian, by the way, if you guys didn't know, interracial marriage, he's married to an Asian, and she is Chinese, I believe. And then you got Clarence Thomas married. That's the only bill they might pass for the same-sex marriage, but they're not going to budge on contraceptive, or the other one, telling women to get in line because their beaver is being used as a birthing tool. And they want you all to be subjugated slaves that won't be working at home. And when that happens, they get to stay at home, and everyone gets to, Oh, and you, by the way, just so you know, when it comes to the, oil thing for a second, the yacht industry and the RV industry goes bye-bye, by the way. You see where I'm going with this? It goes completely bye-bye. So the entire world collapses because of no oil. That means we would all be relying on snail mail letters again and telegraphs. But, the point I'm making is the Republicans and the Democrats don't know how to fix this. They think if we just push for all electric, everything will be fine. But polymers make batteries. And they're trying to do a computer chip thing where they can manufacture computer chips over here. Thing is you may be able to manufacture computer chips over here, but eventually it'll fail. Why are they so worried about computer chips? You see, you got to think about it. Why is the U.S. government worried about? I mean, think of it this way: we have women's rights on the rocks. Women's rights on the rocks. We got transgendered and gay rights on the rocks. Interracial marriage on the rocks. Blacks basically told the 14th Amendment won't hold them anymore for slavery. And on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And yet, they're more worried about currently, and Chuck Schumer, this is why I think the Democrats are douchebags, are worried about some computer chip thing. Higgins, do you even know why the government wants to get into a computer chip deal, you know? Yeah, well, apparently that's what... So I'm crazy. That's fine. You want to call me crazy? That's fine. I don't care. I want to know what the answer to this is. Come on, don't they have the... Oh, yeah, see right here, Business Insider. See this? I just found an article. I like Business Insider. It says, the U.S. rallies heavily on outsourcing chip making since cheaper and easier. The county's reliance on foreign manufacturing even more glaring amid the global chip shortage. Solution, as President Biden said, is to invest in domestic chip thingy. Yeah, but why? Automakers are producing vehicles without smart technology, which requires chips. Apple's and iPad was reported delay. PlayStation 5s have been limited amount due to the squeeze of chips. Where are the chips produced? Okay. Chips are difficult to produce and it's cheaper for U.S. companies to outsource. So in 1990, the U.S. produced 37% of the world's chip supply. To a September 2020 report, the country is now responsible but now the country is responsible just for 12%. 75% of the world chip manufacture comes out of Asia. Per the report, China is trying to position themselves by 2030, but chips need oil. Oil runs out. We have no oil. Why the decline in the U.S.? It becomes cheaper to build anything outside the countries. Those foreign governments offer more attractive financial incentives to construct any factories, tax breaks, grants, etc. There are less regulations like Asia. So Apple decided to stop creating 13,000 jobs because they sent their big TV productions overseas because they wanted to better tax deals. You see? This is why I say our country's greedy as son of a bitch. I say the government's greedy and these freaking rich son of a bitches. Making computer chips is expensive. Each computer chip would cost $20 billion, or the cost of an aircraft carrier, and the taxpayers are willing to pay it. So he's offering to build domestic chips over here and give jobs, you know. Weaning off foreign contract manufacturing, there are enough U.S. workers to power new facilities. Yeah, okay, so there we go. So basically, another, you know, But it never passed yet. It's stalled in the Senate because Mitch McConnell has got his hands with the Asian people. That's the thing. It's just like, oh, yeah, I support the Asian people. Yeah, well, look, the bottom line is they want to manufacture chips over here, but how can we manufacture chips over here when we still got to pay imported oils to make it over here? I mean, literally, they're trying to say we need to make chips over here, right? The thing is China's not going to basically be holding everyone up. They're not going to be the chip world thing in the world. You know why? Because we're going to run out of everything by 2067. Yeah, exactly. I agree with it completely. Bill Clinton signed it. Since then, the whole damn country went down to shitter because everyone is fucking greedy. I mean, look at it this way. Okay, let me just break down what the fucking government is. Let me just tell you how greedy someone is. Medical issue? Hmm. Did they say they're coming to my address? Or not my address, but my apartment complex again? Hmm. Okay, so let's just get down to brass tacks. I am thinking of sending Zoe my address. She said she wanted to send me a present. I know it ain't going to be a scanner due to the fact that it went up in price. Anyways, enough about that. I'm not looking to be a freeloader, but think of it this way. We can't manufacture anything, right? People say, oh, yeah, Rita, sing it, sister, sing it. Problem is in this country, we had greedy companies and wanted tax incentives because they thought manufacturing stuff over here was good. But what happened? Jobs, people had to find different jobs, and then burger joints, and then this and that. Now people are working at home going, fuck that, I'm not working at a burger joint. And then you got these lovely people like Zoe who's wealthy, can afford a mansion with a swimming pool and a personal trainer and can sit on her butt all day writing, busting someone's balls. Okay, enough about the joke on Zoe. Basically, the truth is we moved everything overseas. We relied on overseas because that's what we wanted. We wanted cheaper rates, and that's what it was doing for the stock market. But now we don't manufacture much in the country. Let me put it to this way. An American-made fly rod is assembled in America, stamped made in America, but truly the parts are made out of country. The reasons for the fly blank could be made here in America or could be made overseas in Korea or Japan. Then when you throw it all together, what happens? Well, the oil's supposed to run out in 2067, give or take, but they're saying they didn't take in that was for automobiles. They didn't take in account, Zoe, of the problems we have with the airlines, cruise lines, private yachts, cargo ships, diesel trains, anything that runs on oil, housing, heating, hot oil, propane, acetylene, kerosene. They didn't take any of that into account. So once they figure it out, it could be like 2035, 2030, 2035, 2040. But anyway, look at it. It's coming quicker than we think. They're saying just to run cars for 47 years, we'll be out in 2067. But they didn't take into account of that all the other stuff that we suck up, computer chips, phone plastics being made, etc. That could knock it down. We could run out 2027 for all we know. I believe you, pretty much. I believe you completely. I mean, basically, what we need to do is truly in this world, people, is to literally. We should have limited computers to being used as for businesses only, and people at home got game consoles and read. The country would have been better suited that way. And meanwhile, yeah, exactly, it's dried up. Yeah, we have no water to spare. Have you heard about Lake Mead, Zoe? The other day, they went down to Lake Mead. It keeps drying up, going deep, lesser and lesser on the water table. Let me tell you the story of the news. When it first started to go down in parts of the lake, they finally went ahead and looked in, right? There was like empty barrels there, right? These empty barrels were holding the mafia, supposedly. It was burying humans there. The barrels were intact, but when they opened the barrels up, they found skeleton remains, supposedly, in these barrels in Lake Mead. Then, as they were waiting and watching the water recede on Lake Mead, this is true, not making this stuff up, I wouldn't do that. They found boats that sunk at the bottom of Lake Mead or near Lake Mead. As Lake Mead's like this, right? So parts of the lake is like this, right? So parts of it's drained to the point where things are coming up. Old boats that sunk. They finally found them. Look like in their semi-pristine condition except for the dirt and the dead fish in them. Then you go deeper and you find an old World War II Donald Duck or LST sitting there too. I mean, literally, what they're doing is as the lake dries up because of this drought and the stuff, they're finding stuff that was missing for 20, 30, 40, 50 years or more. Yeah. I want at least to send a nice card, Rita. Busting balls. Look, the 2067 is just the minimum if you just use all the oil for cars. They didn't take into account for people's motorhomes, fifth wheels needing propane or heating oil or etc. Look, they're not going to be able to scientifically do Mars because it takes 300 years, they say, from Earth to get there. And besides that, let me put it to you this way, Zoe. We don't have the propulsion system to power a rocket ship all the way to Mars and back on the current fuel system we have. They say it would probably take a whopping 1 to 2 trillion gallons of fuel round trip of just oil to get us to Mars, one round trip, and that would be 600 years. Yeah, old boats and corpses. Yeah, exactly. Corpses were in a barrel, apparently, for what I read. That was in the newspaper a few months ago. I could dig up the paper somehow, but no. And then Hoover Dam had a fire and explosion, so they're running less on the generator side of things, but also Hoover Dam, they're controlling Hoover right now due to the fact that Hoover's got problems. So basically, we're still at a problem. Oh, wow. So the grocery store closes in less than an hour. Let me see if Chloe's going to move it. You know, marketplace closes. Anyways, what was I saying? The problem is Mars might need women, but Mars ain't gonna get anyone. Mars ain't gonna be colonized anytime soon. Elon Musk has a dream; it's gonna fall flat on his damn butt. Everyone knows it, Zoe. Excuse me. Everyone knows. Maybe I can get some more milk while we're out. You looking for pot pies? I don't know what I want for dinner. So the other day, right? You want a nice card? Yeah, I don't mind taking gift cards from Amazon. Throw that in there to bust someone's balls. Just joking. I'm not a mooch. For some of you out there wondering, I will post my Amazon wish list in the comments, and I will post it on my, what the hell? Oh yeah, the January 6th committee's coming up soon for meetings apparently. Time to buy, time to sell. They're talking about mixed market and housing. Okay, ooh, what the hell is this? I didn't want eBay. No, eBay. Yeah, I have a list. It's not on eBay. Okay, just joking around here. So I just cleaned up some stuff. I still can't believe that if we run out of everything, we're going to run out of a lot of stuff. I mean, everyday items. That's what's really, really sad. Send list to other. Okay, we'll just go view only. Copy link. There you go. Link copied. Let's see if this works. There you go. Wish list there. There you go. For some of you curious, I actually posted a comment for once. So basically, I actually want that. That one scanner we were talking about the other day went up in price. Higgins and I couldn't believe it went up $101. I mean, literally $101. I thought about buying some gift cards, stacking them up, and then basically buying it that way, have it programmed anyways. Chloe thought about sending me a gift card from that place on payday. Here's $300 gift card. It cost me half my thing. Snoopy cups, yeah. Well, I like Snoopy, but I really wanted my scanner. I was looking for Snoopy cups too, yeah. Bread makers, I added those because Pee-wee was saying you need to make bread. And then my books, I really want those. And then I put some fishing tackle boxes in. That was just added by mistake, that tank car rod. But you know what? I wonder if they have those one tank car rods there. I'll figure it out later. I got my thing set up pretty well nicely. I also was asked if you guys wanted me throughout the day, instead of doing videos, if you wanted to do, it would be a show, but it would be that's fine. That's what you're looking for. That's good and gravy. So you just calling me, okay? That's fine. I better plug this in. Hopefully it's on the right plug. I think it is. Guys, you want to hear the story about my dad last night? Damn, what a dick he was. I'd gladly tell you if you guys want to hear it. Or stepfather. Father-in-law, I mean. So I'll tell Zoe. She's always curious about it. So I'm minding my own business. I say, hey, what's our movie? And he says, oh, yada, yada, yada. Goes on and on. I said, did you see The Politicians? And we talked about it. I said, well, I have nothing more to say. And he starts rips me a new one about how every day it's an hour with him. Phone log for the last fucking 6 weeks, because I keep a log on the computer too, was like 32 minutes, 28 minutes, 15 minutes. He goes on last night for 15 fucking minutes ranting about how much his time means to him and he's a fucking hermit. And either you pay for his time or you don't fucking talk. I mean, literally, the guy gets free streaming service, and I said, hey, that movie was so-so. And then today he texts me, that's the second movie. So father-in-law and I got into it, and he yelled at me 15 minutes. Well, because I was like, oh, did you see that? Did you see this? And then we were talking about something, right? I finally said, you know what? You're a fucking dick. So this morning I made a phone call. Did some contacting. I have a friend of mine who contacted someone else and turned around and checked in on a story that happened. You know what? That's fucking completely wrong, that little peckerhead. Turns around and says, well, the police arrested you. Really, it's not on my fucking permanent record. I wasn't arrested. Because if I was, the prosecuting attorney would have thrown the book at me for being tranny. Instead, then they tried to arrest me again and detain me and send me to the hospital. When I walked out the front door, they could have fucking arrested me and sent me to the jail. But instead, I left the hospital in a hospital gown, fucking underwear and socks. He said, you're arrested twice. Arrested in his opinions, detained. Fortunately, lawyers I talked to today basically said, no, you weren't arrested, you weren't detained. They didn't book you and take your fingerprints or nothing. They detained you and read you your Miranda rights and said you were arrested. I'd love to see fucking dad arrested. I would really like to see that. That Peckerwood didn't know. I talked to several people today and they got it taken care of. But you know what? I'm having nightmares of that night. And yet, that son of a bitch sits there and yells at me. Yells at me, mind you. Yells at me over me taking his time is money, and everything else. And then he says to me, oh, well, you know, I can't spend much money for your birthday. I didn't ask for anything. I basically got so damn fucking pissed I don't even want to talk to him right now. Every day you're taking an hour away from me. That's 365 days. That's 365 hours I ain't getting back. Yeah, 15 minutes. And then he texts me like 3 in the morning, right? Phone's off. I'm watching some TV. I found some really great shows on Tubi. Stuff that warms my own heart, you know. Things that I needed, you know. He said I was arrested because I brought up I had nightmares. He didn't want to carry. He just says, we went over this. You were arrested. The prosecuting attorney didn't do anything. You didn't get an arraignment. You didn't get this. You didn't get anything. Told him I had nightmares. All he wanted. He was yelling at me about his time.
I'll call you when I get out of your voice on.
No, my Google Voice is going to be on. It's going to ring right here and it'll come up on my screen. He just said I was arrested. I wasn't detained. I was arrested. And there's a record somewhere, but it ain't in my permanent record. I said, isn't arrest meaning you get hauled off? He said, not necessarily. He thinks he knows the law, but he doesn't know shit. So I basically got mad and said, you know what? You want to yell at me about your fucking time, and I'm not talking to you. And he already turned around. Hold on a sec. Alexa, Big Sky.
Currently, it's 68 degrees with clear skies. You can expect clear skies throughout the day. Today's high will be 68 degrees at 5:37 p.m. and the low is 54. Tomorrow, you can expect partly cloudy skies until later in the morning, clearing until night, with a high of 69. Questions about how to use Big Sky? Something not working? Go to bigsky-weather.com. That's bigsky-weather.com. Or say, Alexa, ask Big Sky for help.
Alexa, what's the weather in Seattle?
Currently, in Seattle, Washington, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit with clear skies and sun. Tonight, you can expect just a few clouds in the sky, with a low of 57 degrees.
Alexa, why is it 85 degrees here?
Currently, in Seattle, Washington, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit with clear skies and sun. Tonight, you can expect
Whatever. Fucking piece of crap. Don't make me go into the settings again because I hate fucking doing this. See, if I remember where it was Okay. Home content. Mm, okay. Give me a second. I'm going to reset this and see if that works. Because the weather is basically saying it's 85 here. Yet it's only 68. Hmm. That's the thing. I don't understand why the weather is at 85 when it's 68 here. What he basically said when I'm on the phone with him, I'm taking his time up. I'm basically taking his time and wasting his time. And he could be watching TV or reading. He's basically a hermit. He doesn't like things. You know what he does? I'll tell you what he fucking does. He tells me, "Oh yeah, I went out tonight with dinner or the fancy dinner with Gary. Gary pays. Gary pays 3 days a week. Son of a bitch doesn't like to lift a finger, and he bitches about his retirement plan running down the toilet. And then every 6 months, I hear him bitch about how he's got to pay $6,000 for his property taxes in Ohio." Alexa, why is it hot enough to boil an egg on the sidewalk in Chicago?
Here's something I found on the web. According to onedropolus.org, without another heat source present, the sidewalk is unlikely to cook the egg much, if at all.
Yeah, but look, Higgins, you see this? You see this? You see what it's saying? It says right there, 85. See, that's what I was complaining about. Why the fuck is the weather saying 85? I looked in the systems. I don't get why it's setting to something else. That's the thing. I mean, I can reset. Oh, see, it says right there, 74 degrees at 6, 61 degrees at 9. I mean, literally, how is it picking up? Let me look at AccuWeather and see if that is what it's doing. Because AccuWeather is fucking wrong. I like weather.com. Let me see. Okay. By AccuWeather currently, because that's what Alexa uses, it's 85. So it's telling me it's 85. That's why AccuWeather is. Oh, I see what's going on. Where the weather thermometer is, it's heated up to 85. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Alexa, download the Weather Channel.
Okay, here's the Weather Channel. You need permission to your postal code to get the weather. Please see the Alexa app to consent.
See the Alexa app to consent. Fine. Alexa app is here.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Could you rephrase your question?
Alexa, download the Weather Channel.
You need permission to your postal code to get the weather. Please see the Alexa app to consent.
Where is it? That's the question. Alexa, show me the Weather Channel's weather report.
Here you go.
Alexa, what is the weather on the Weather Channel?
The current weather is 85 degrees Fahrenheit with clear skies and
Oh,
sun.
figures. So the fucking Weather Channel saying the same fucking thing. See, I don't get this. I really don't. Big Sky is the only one telling me the right accurate weather. Hmm. Anyway, sorry about that. I was just placing some orders. Excuse me for a minute. I will use my tab. Oh, can't use the tab. I'm trying to find a little gassy. Yep. Okay, nothing there. Okay. I'm close, but no cigar. I saw it, but I don't remember the name. Okay, got it. There we go. Just placing a couple orders. All right, done. Nothing more I can do. There we go. Good to go. Mm-hmm. Haha, very funny, Higgins. Very funny indeed. Chloe's supposed to call me sooner or later. So basically, we got a lot of problems coming down the pipe in this country and world, and we need to prepare for it. That's why I keep talking about prepping. By the way, we got Higgins and Zoe and me. Well, who's the other four people? Does anyone know who else is watching? Let me check the live chat thing. Just Zoe? Yeah, you do that. I've been on for 5.5 hours. I know Higgins probably wants me, you know. Higgins, do you want me to still stay on? Because if you do, let me know. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I can't hold it. So I'll be right back. I'll take this with me just in case when it comes back. I will plug it in again. I see how Higgins is. He turns around and I ask him if he's taking dinner and he says no. Doesn't say anything. Hey everyone, 8 people watching, welcome. Before I log off for the night, do you have any questions for me? Besides Higgins telling me to go watch that movie or video, do you guys have anything you want to say? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Thanks for you. I wanted those Lunchables. So Chloe's going to check for those Lunchables too while she's out. Thanks, Higgs. $7:30 and she's writing still. Boo on Zoe. 6 people. Look at that, Higgs. We got 6 people and only you commenting. Makes me wonder what they want. Burp. I was thinking of having ham on ham next. Ham on ham? That would just be ham ham. Ham ham. Ham ham. Hey. What's up? You can't even see me, huh? Grumpy. Hey, everyone who's watching this. Just want to say this guy here's name's Moppy. Hey, what's up, little guy? Oh, yeah. Look at how cute he is. He's so adorable, isn't he? Mom, you've been on this for 5 hours and 41 minutes. Hey, everyone, how goes it? What's this I hear about Lunchables? Yeah, I wanted Lunchables, cheese balls, and pot pies. I want crisp with the pot pies. What do you think? A little spending today? Do you really need the cheese balls? No, not really, but it seems tasty. Only on Fox News would they show that. Anything else you want to say, huh? Huh? I get payment. Oh, isn't he cute? Look at him. Isn't he adorable, people? You got a thorn in your coat again. What were you doing? Running through a thorn pile again? Come here. I got it, Mop. I got your little thorn out. What is it with you and tracking thorns in, Thorn Boy? Huh? You need a haircut. Oh, it's right here. Oh. Moppy, you got a thorn. Fine. You want me to cut it out? There, I got it. Oh. Brought another goat's head. Come here. Let's get you some payments. Come here. I got your thorn out. You need a haircut. You need to get your... Yeah. All right. So look at this. Now that was in his fur, digging into his skin. See that? Poor dog. All right. I'll get your payment. You deserve 2 after that. Poor dog. I'll get you 2 payments. Here you go. No, I don't abuse the dog. I just pulled that thorn out of him. I always tracks him in. And Chloe promises he's going to get a haircut. Never does. Hell, promised she was going to clean the stove. Great, look at this. She left a fucking pan right here. Look at this. A clean stove, but she basically leaves this. What do you think, kids? Should I have for dinner night? A couple pot pies, maybe? Pot pies. Or Lunchables, maybe? Or some cheese balls? Poor dog. There you go. Are you okay now, huh? Voice? Oh, okay. Great. Hello? You try calling?
Your Majesty. Yeah, I looked at Stouffer's. They have a chicken pot pie bite.
I wasn't talking Sofers. I was talking like Marie Callender.
Hey, Marie Calendar. I looked for that for the pot pie out back then. Where's Marie Calendar? What is Marie Calendar looks like it?
Stofers have what? Pot pie bites, you said? Boston Market? Oh.
I'm looking at Marie Callender's right now. If the Marie Callender's doesn't have something like they have. Oh, here they are. Here's the pot pies right here. Turkey pot pie, beef pot pie, chicken pot pie.
Grab chicken and beef, 2 of each.
Okay, well, actually, I found a package here that has four small pot pies, chicken pot pies. There's 4 of them in this package here. Chicken.
Okay, that's the 4. I'll take them then.
Okay.
They don't have.
I'll pick up you 2 large size beef ones.
Okay.
Go with the small chicken pot pies. Man, these look pretty big. I might have to try some myself. And next month I'll see how yours turns out, and I'll probably eventually pick some up myself next month. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink and then head home.
Oh, don't forget to look for cheese balls.
The chip thing?
No, cheese balls.
Frozen or unfrozen?
Snacks. Snacks as in like in the chip aisle. Cheese balls.
Yeah,
Yes, like they're in a can. Planters make some and then they make them in those barrel tubs.
great. Irritated by waiting for children. Okay. There's a TV show I'd like to see one day called Children Ruin Everything. I mean, it's like she's having these children drive the car for her, and they keep crashing it into an aisle. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to get through. I remember one time I was trying to get to an aisle, and then I had to stop, and I dropped a whole bunch of stuff because the little girl just like randomly jumped right out in front of me, and I had to literally stop. Otherwise, I would have ran her over. I would have ran her over.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to do that because then it'd make me look bad, even though I was the one being irresponsible. I'm not finding cheese balls. I looked in the chip aisle. It's not there.
Try for. Oh yeah, I was just to say the Planters. They do have Planters cheese balls.
They don't have them here.
Okay. And then the last item I want you to look for, which is in the deli section, is Lunchables.
Lunchables. Yeah, look at Lunchables.
Thank you.
I'll look at Lunchables. Maybe that's the aisle on the way here might have. No doubt they have cheese balls. But they could. Wait a minute. I remember that being a good ball once upon a time, but that would be one time. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. dry kind. They kind of doesn't get frozen. It's kind of fun. They don't have it.
Okay.
Thank you. And Lunchables should be in the other right here is Lunchables. Okay, so the pizza with pepperoni is going for $2.
I don't care what they're going for. What flavors do they have?
Okay, they have pizza with pepperoni.
Nope.
They have the ham and cheddar.
Ham and cheddar? Okay, give me ham and cheddar, 4 of those.
Okay.
Do they have any turkey, or is it just ham and cheddar?
Only ham and cheddar. What? They have turkey and cheddar.
Yeah, grab me 4 of those as well. Then check out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Higgins. I am old man. I go to sleep. I better grab some coffee. You know, Higgins. I'm gonna be here till, no, 15-ounce pot pies. The Marie calendars are 15-ounce pot pies. Uh-oh, my name's Higgins. 15-ounce pot pies, yeah. Buying pot pies tonight. I'm gonna try some pot pies out. There's nothing left in it. I ate my brats up last night, so I want pot pies tonight. Hi, I'm Chris. I like pot pies. I'm gonna use my credit card and buy $20,000 of pot pies. Yeah, that's the other thing, Higgs. I wonder how long that video is. Let me go see if my headphones are plugged in. Hi, I'm Higgins. I'm Higgins Jones. I'm Higgins Jones. I smell. I smell. I smell. I smell. Here we go. Let me see. How long is this going to take? 11 minutes, Higgins? You got to be kidding me. Fine, let's see this. Boring. Okay, so far, good. Oh, yes, I just forgot about that. Computerized washers and dryers and refrigerators. Yep, that's something that oil runs out. We're not going to have computer chips for those. Mm. Oh God, Higgins and his computer nerdness. Boring. Boring. Oh, wow. I know why Higgins wants me to talk about this. Oh, wow. So, Higgins sent me a video that was, I guess, very important to Higgins because he's a computer nerd, right? So, let me tell you what's going on, okay? So, Higgins turns around, sends me this video, and says, "No, you're going to watch it." I did. I did. I literally educated myself. So, basically, there's a company in Taiwan. That makes 65% of the computer chips for phones, washing machines, printers, scanners, copiers, fax machines, uh, laptops, desktops, tablets, you name it, they make it. Now, what this guy was saying is, oh yes, you guys don't know about this unnamed company because what happens is Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, and the rest of these companies design the chips in their American headquarters. Intel, they make theirs in Portland. Then they send the designs off with someone carrying a briefcase. I'm just saying this, a briefcase with the latest chip. When they do, they go to the manufacturer in Taiwan that makes it. Look, Higgins, can I just tell the story? So then what happens? The reason China wants Taiwan is because of this TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, right? I'm just going to call it that. Basically, they want that company so they can control 65% of the chips. Now I can see why Biden's sitting there going, well, we're there to make computer chips. See, if they can start putting computer chips over here and manufacturing the computer chips over here and actually do prefab or factories to make these chips all over the U.S., the United States would be the computer chip capital of the world. Unfortunately, the problem Biden has is let me look up something. All right, let me look this up. Yep. This should answer that question. Let me look. Damn it. Let me see this. All right. Ugh. So basically, they're worried about. Oh, wow. Hold on. This might be interesting. So basically, let me put it this way, okay? So basically, they're saying they're more worried about computer chips, right? But again, I was semi right and semi wrong, so I'm going to correct myself. Basically, what it is the company. If we run out of oil, we run out of the production they use to burn the furnaces to make these silicone chips or the silicon chips. Basically, we're still screwed. Anyway, look at it. They want to say computers are the future yet, but once we run out of gas, there is no computers of the future because the computers can't be run because we don't have gas to run it. Now, I think Higgins and I should do some research eventually on it. But you heard it from us here, so TSMC is worried that China might just come in and say, no, we're controlling the whole world's population of chips. That's why Biden's thinking of putting in factories. But China, see, the Republican Party doesn't care. They're like, nope, we're going to pay from China. We're going to let China get away with it. We're going to let them get away with it. We're going to get away with it. The thing is if we can build computer chips all over America and we can design and build them in this country, with the right technological know-how, we could be the manufacturer, mass produce of this stuff. Fortunately, China would probably control all the freaking materials to make them. They're like, no, those are ours. But the thing is computer chips eventually will run out of materials anyways when the oil runs out. You can't run the furnace. Everything happens for a reason. Natural gas runs out. Propane runs out. Acetylene runs out. Higgins, quit being a joker. So Higgins told me to watch this video, and I did. I gotta say, it was kind of scary at first, but the thing I'm saying is this computer company makes so many so many things that it isn't funny. And so people are worried that China is going to fail, literally fail. Yep. Yeah. So everyone, without the TSMC and these companies manufacturing things, China wants to control Taiwan, you know, for that purpose. Taiwan has become an important U.S. partner in trade, investment, health, semiconductors, and other critical supply chains, investment screening, science, technology, education, advancing democratic values. U.S. approach to Taiwan has remained consistent across decades of administrations. Let me see this report. Hmm. So basically, if Taiwan was going to be invaded, apparently Taiwan also makes things like the Neptune rockets that can take out Russian cruisers. So they said they're small and easy to take out the ships, which ships are expensive. So, this is an interesting report. So, we make computer chip. Taiwan makes computer chips, sends it to the U.S. The U.S. supplies Stinger anti-aircraft missiles and the help. Hmm. Yeah, so that's an interesting report too. Probably, but also if you look at it and read between the lines, Higgins, do you see what's going on? If President Biden could get the Congress and the Senate after they basically get the House and Senate and pass the bills, they can start manufacturing the chips here. Which means once they start manufacturing chips here, they can put plants in every state to make computer chips. Once they put all 50 states for that, they can control more of the population and then they can tell, quote unquote, Chloe's bringing me my groceries. They can turn around, quote unquote, tell the other countries to do the same, crippling China completely, you see. But at what cost of our oil? You see,
Your Lunchables and your frozen foods are in there. Your Popeyes.
good. Let me see what we got here. Got some Lunchables. How much was the food? Huh? Oh, whatever.
We got 4 small Popeyes, 2 large Popeyes. We got 8 Lunchables.
Look at this, Higgs. Got me some snacks. Lunchables. Turkey and cheddar. Turkey and cheddar. Ham and cheddar. Turkey, ham and cheddar. Ham and cheddar. So apparently Chloe got me 5, it seems, 5 ham and cheddars. So you got me 5 ham and cheddars. Yes. No, you got me 5 Lunchables and 4, so I got 9 Lunchables. No wonder why it was that much money. All right. Let's see here. Beef pot pie. Look at this pot pie box. Woo, that's big. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to make some room somehow. And here we go, Higgs. Look at this. 4 large pot pies. Might have to have Chloe cook them up soon so we can make room in the freezer again. Can I actually fit this in here? He already ate his carrot yesterday. He doesn't get any more carrots. Ooh. I wonder why they call these Lunchables. Huh? I guess this will satisfy my craving, except for the the cheese balls. Nothing for you, Hebo. Anyways. No, he went back to eating. Really good question to find out. This is tasty. A little cheese. A little meat. Crackers, pizza, chicken nuggets, small hot dogs, small burgers, nachos, subs, and wraps. Look at this. I'm enjoying this, Higgs. Yeah, I grabbed that. I don't know which one I grabbed. I had to balance them out, I think. Little round ham pieces. Is this the ham or is this the turkey? I don't remember. Mmm. Mm-hmm. So they give you enough crackers and enough cheese. Mmm. Mmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know which one this one. Oh, turkey cheddar. No wonder why. Mmm. Mmm. Mm. This ain't bad. It comes with cookies too. Look at this. I get cookies in this one. Not bad. This is the ham one. So let's just try it out. Look at this. As soon as I get ready to eat Higgs, oh, moppins come out. You don't get a cracker, and you don't get cheese, and you don't get a cookie, and you don't get my ham. Doesn't look like ham though. Higgins, why don't you just admit you're flat lazy? Mm-hmm. So I watched your video. Now I'm eating a snack. It's an interesting concept when you think about it. Mind if I send that video link over to Kiwi? Mind if I send it to Pee-wee? Okay. I'm gonna send it off to Pee-wee. So apparently they gave me less meat in this one. One less cracker, one less meat. Mm, well, Not your video, haha. Look, a cookie. Huh? What do you want? No, you don't get a cookie. No, you only got two. Not your video on what? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, cookie is not good. Oh, well. Here, eat one of these and quit complaining. All right. Oh, what do you got? Funny, we don't have aluminum foil. We're going to have to fully improvise. They usually don't tell you need that with them. Yeah. So, Higgs, question is, don't you have something to do? Oh, you got my phone. I'll check my balance. What is this out for? All right. Oh, look at this. What could I found? Chewy dips? Oh, wow. Look at this. Finally found that. Asked for that a week ago. Look at that. Finding my receipts on the bottom of the bag. Milk, bath tissue, and pedigree small dog chicken rice. Yep, alright, this works. I'm eating Quaker Chewy Dips chocolate chip granola bars. Good for you. Higgins, would you find out how between you and me, how many others are actually watching this channel? Yeah, that's fine. I ate two already. The cookie wasn't that good, by the way. The next batch I open, you can have a cookie. See, I'm generous. What about lunchmeat for her? She doesn't eat the cheese. Well, what about a pot pie? I might share a pot pie with her. She's willing to cook. I haven't checked there. Let me ask Doc. There we go. Feeling pretty good. I'm Higgins. I'm a lazy turd. I'm lazy turd Higgins. I'm a lazy turd Higgins. So, excuse me, everyone. I'm just gonna check my balance. Make sure I don't get con scanned or screwed. So I got some Lunchables. They were pretty damn tasty. Should have said just give me two, but you know what? Have you ever tried those hot dog ones? Those ones kind of suck. There was this company once, I think. I think it's hot dog and buns or something. Let me see. No, I guess not. Anyways, that was pretty tasty. I just want to make sure. Let's see. I have some pot pies tonight. Yeah, that'll be good. Tomorrow's business. Hmm. What the hell? Oh yeah, guess she was right. Amazon charged me that much again. Fucking greedy bastards. I must be paying every fucking 2 weeks for Prime, it seems. Ugh. So it's mini hot dogs is what they have. The mini hot dogs, that's what it is. Oh, Fast Franks. There it is. That's what I was looking for. So there's this thing, right? It's called Fast Franks, basically, by Oscar Mayer, right? I think that's what it is. So basically, the block. I just want to see this. Fine, let's do it this way then. There we go. Fast Franks, right? So let me see this. Oh, yeah, here it is. So Fast Franks is hot dogs in a bun already, basically, America's favorite hot dog in a bakery bun, I wouldn't trust this. Used to have those a long time ago. When I first saw them, I was like, what the hell is this? And they're like, Fast Franks. Pinky Wieners. Look, kids, we have 4 people and one of you commenting. So technically, it'd be better to talk to you on the phone than freaking sit here all night. It's already 6. I can play my game for 3 hours and wait for a pot pie or 2 to be cooked. You got plenty of food. See, look at this. He said pinky wieners. Oh. Look at this. Little cottontail. Hey, Bun. Nickname Bun Bun. Bun Bun is a bunny. Hey, Bun Bun. Look at the. Akuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. Oh, yeah. No, it's not a Frogger arcade game. It's my Stardew Valley, huh? Oh. You say you kiss me. You kiss me, yeah, you kiss me. You got plenty of food and you got plenty of food. Don't poop on me. No pooping on me. No pooping on me. Oh, yeah. There you go. You want in? There you go. Come here. Shedding still. No, it's not Frogger, but it's my Stardew Valley game, Higgins. Read it. I should get to it. So, video's been going for almost 7 hours, Higgins. I should be getting off here. And you could call me or you can let me game and I can be gone for the rest of the night. Just depends on what we want to do. I mean, there's 4 people, you commenting only, and frankly, it's kind of getting a little boring. We've covered everything. Zoe's doing her thing, and my phone's, you know. See, Higgins is probably doing his Taluna surveys. That's why he's not answering me right now. I'm Higgins McHiggins. Yeah, okay. Well, old man Higgins needs a nap. For the rest of you out there, everyone, thanks for tuning in today. So let me just give you the rundown. Please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestions. Hit the like, subscribe button. So some fun for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service bunnies. Hit that bell notification. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that like button. Please leave the comments nice is all we ask. And thank you, everyone. Like I said, just keep the comments nice is all we ask. And God bless you and everything you do. And look for a new video possibly tomorrow. Thank you and God bless you.